Hey everyone, welcome to tonight's video. I'm really glad you're here. Before we start, if you end up liking the stories in this video, leave a like. And if you've ever had something paranormal happen to you, feel free to send it to me. This first story comes from someone who says that when he was 14, he was used to trouble and chaos in life, but one strange night in his room left him with something he still remembers years later. Alright, let's get into it, and I hope you all sleep well tonight. I'm 16 now, but this happened when I was 14. Back then, I was kind of a difficult kid. I was always breaking school rules, skipping classes, smoking way too much weed, and using nicotine pouches all the time. I was basically high from morning to night most days. At home, my dad had a few simple rules for me, like don't stay out too late, help keep the place clean, stuff like that. Nothing extreme. I think he just wanted some kind of peace in the house, especially because there was already enough tension over how I acted at school and outside of home. Anyway, one day felt completely normal. I went to school, hung out with my friends, smoked, and then came home in the evening. I ate something, went to my room, played games for a while, and got ready to sleep. But that night felt different from the start. I'm telling this the best I can from memory because it's been a while, but I never really forgot it. I just couldn't make sense of it. When I laid down, I couldn't fall asleep. I kept turning over, changing positions, trying to get comfortable, but something felt off. I still can't explain it properly. It wasn't just that I wasn't tired. It was more like I was in this strange, foggy state where everything felt slightly unreal. At the time, I had a can of nicotine pouches hidden under my pillow. I kept it there because my dad had a habit of poking around my room when he came in to wake me up, and I didn't want him finding it. So while I was lying there tossing around, I slipped my hand under the pillow and felt the can. But the weird part is, it felt like it was moving away from me. Not rolling, not slipping by itself naturally, but almost like it was being pushed just out of reach. I remember thinking, what the hell? I kept trying to reach it with my fingers. I could feel the edge of it, then it would slide farther away. I'd reach again, and it would move again, toward the side of the bed. Then suddenly, it was just gone. I couldn't feel it anymore. I figured maybe it had fallen off onto the floor or landed on a bag or something, because I never heard it hit the ground. But I was so out of it by then that I didn't even get up to check. I just wanted the whole feeling to stop so I could sleep. Then, for some reason, I sat up. I don't even know why. Maybe I was trying to catch my breath or switch positions again. But when I looked toward the end of my bed, I saw something I still can't explain. There was a figure standing there. It looked like a girl, or a woman, but not clearly. The room was dark, but my eyes had adjusted after lying there so long. I could make out this dark, bluish shape at the foot of the bed. It didn't have a face, not really, not one I could actually see. But somehow I felt, deep down, that it was female. And this is the part that still embarrasses me a little. For 1 second, in that half-awake, confused state, I thought it might be my ex, or maybe just some version of her, because I missed her a lot back then. That's honestly what it felt like. I even reached my hand out toward it. Then something in me snapped back. It was like my brain suddenly woke up and realized, no, this is wrong. I dropped back onto the bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and just stayed there. My heart was pounding, but even then I still felt trapped in that same weird, hazy state. At some point, I finally fell asleep. The next day, I completely forgot about it. I went through school like normal. But later on, after I got home, I suddenly thought, wait, where did my nicotine pouch can go? And the second I thought that, the whole night came rushing back. It was just gone. So, I need to tell you about something that happened to me the other night, because I still can't quite shake it. I was asleep, definitely dreaming, but at the same time I felt strangely awake, like I knew exactly where I was and what was around me. I've had plenty of weird dreams before, but nothing has ever felt this real. It was different in a way that stayed with me. For a little background, I live with my mom, dad, and my younger brother in a small, single-story house, and we all sleep in separate rooms. I've also had some health issues over the past couple of years, and they've made sleeping properly a lot harder than it used to be. Anyway, in the middle of the night, I suddenly felt deeply unsettled. It was like there was someone lying beside me on the far side of the bed, just behind my back. I could feel the slightest touch in my hair, then on my shoulder. And even though I couldn't physically turn or move, I could see this man clearly in my mind, almost like I was looking at him through a dream. His name, somehow, felt like Adrian, or maybe that's just the name my mind gave him afterward. He was holding a knife, which should have terrified me, but oddly enough, it didn't. Once I saw his face, there was something calm about him. I still don't understand that part. Then it changed. I felt myself being pulled out of bed, slowly and gently, like something was dragging me by inches. Not my body exactly, more like some other part of me. It felt as though I was being moved around the edge of the bed and brought back to the place where I was actually lying. I still couldn't move a single muscle. It honestly felt like my spirit had been tugged away from me and was trying to find its way back. Then it happened again, only this time I was pulled around a corner I didn't recognize and down this long, sloping passage that seemed to go on forever. That was the moment the fear really hit. I looked up and saw this pale figure rushing toward me, almost like one of those old-fashioned sheet ghosts from a cartoon, except there was nothing funny about it at all. Pure panic kicked in. It was that raw fight-or-flight feeling, and somehow I chose to fight. I forced myself free from whatever was dragging me and ran straight at the figure, like I needed to drive it away before it reached me. And then, all at once, I was back. I felt myself slam back into where I should have been, right there in bed. I woke with a scream, hands clenched so tightly they ached, then finally let go. I gasped for breath, reached over, and switched on the lamp. When I checked my phone, it was 3:48 a.m. I've been thinking about it ever since, because it unsettled me in a way ordinary dreams never do. I've had vivid nightmares before, strange ones too, but this felt physical. Ever since I was little, my grandparents' house has never felt quite right to me. I'm sharing this because I honestly wonder whether anyone else has lived through something like this, or has any sense of what it could mean. The house was built in the late 1970s in Arizona, and it always seemed divided into two completely different worlds. The front part felt normal enough. That's where the living room, kitchen, and main bedroom were, and nothing ever really happened there. But the back half of the house had a completely different feeling. That's where the den was, with windows looking out into the backyard, along with my childhood bedroom, the bathroom, and my sister Mara's room. That whole section always felt heavy, like the air shifted the minute you stepped into it. One of my earliest memories happened when I was about 4 years old. I was sleeping in one of the back bedrooms, the room that later became Mara's. I remember lying in bed and seeing this figure crawl out of the wall right above me. It looked like a cowboy, but not like anything real. He was glowing this strange neon green, and he had this huge smile stretched from ear to ear. I ran out of the room terrified, and when someone came back in with me, he was gone. After that, I refused to sleep there and switched rooms. Years later, when I was in middle school, My grandparents and I moved to a different house for about a year, while my mom stayed behind at the original one. She told us that while she was there alone, her exercise ball would randomly roll through the back part of the house by itself. Not wobble, not shift a little, actually roll around. When we eventually moved back in, things picked right back up. One day, my mom, Mara, and I were arguing near the bathroom, and right in the middle of it, the shower curtain rod suddenly flew across the room. There wasn't any reason for it. It just launched. For as long as I can remember, I also hated looking toward the backyard through the sliding glass door in the den. I always had this strong feeling that something was watching me from outside, just beyond the glass. It didn't matter if it was daytime or night. That feeling never left. In 8th grade, I was lying in bed watching videos on my phone when I suddenly heard a growl right beside my ear. At the same time, I felt breath there too, like something was leaning over me. I froze. The next year, I started waking up in the middle of the night because all the lights in my room would switch on by themselves. Then, once I was awake, they'd flicker. In 10th grade, I had a friend sleep over. She tried to stay in my room, but after a while she told me she couldn't do it because she kept hearing whispering. So we moved into the den instead. We were sitting there together when we watched one of the deck chairs outside slowly turn by itself until it was facing us. We both saw it happen. Later in high school, Mara came into my room in the middle of the night completely panicked. She has never believed in anything paranormal, ever. So seeing her that shaken really stuck with me. She said she'd gone to the kitchen for a snack, and on the way back down the hall, she felt someone run up right behind her. She spun around expecting to see a person, but nobody was there. A few months later, I was back at my grandparents' house for Christmas, and someone had given me ghost hunting equipment as a joke gift. My husband, my mom, and I decided to try it in my old bedroom just for fun. But it stopped feeling fun pretty quickly. The spirit box said my name, then my husband's, then my mom's, and then my grandparents' names. The voice kept shifting back and forth between sounding male and female. We were also recording audio, and later, when we listened back, we caught a woman's voice saying, "Shh, Elena's back." Then a few years after that, I came by for a visit with my 2-year-old son. He wandered toward the back rooms, and then suddenly came running out, shaking, hiding behind me, and pointing toward the old bedrooms. I had never seen him scared like that before. So that's my story. I still don't know what to make of any of it. Maybe there's an explanation for some of these things. Maybe not. But whatever was in that back part of the house felt consistent, almost familiar in the worst possible way, like it had been there the whole time, watching and waiting. And honestly, the smile is the part I've never been able to forget. I should probably start by saying I live with my grandmother, and our place is in a trailer park tucked back near the woods, not far from a few old abandoned mine entrances. I remember seeing old maps once that showed a mine running somewhere underneath this area, and I've heard bits and pieces over the years about accidents and people dying down there. So even without everything else, it already has that kind of feeling to it. Our trailer is small and simple. Just one floor, no attic, no basement, nowhere for anybody to really hide. The kitchen opens right into the living room. My grandmother's bedroom is off the living room, and the only hallway leads to my room. We've always kept the windows shut, the doors locked up tight, and for a long time, we even had an alarm system. So when strange things started happening, that was part of what made it worse. There was never any good explanation for how someone could have gotten in. The first thing I really remember happened early one morning, around 5:30. It was still dark enough that everything in the living room looked washed in shadow. I was sitting there reading, with my cat curled up in my lap, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed this dark shape peeking from behind a recliner, like it was watching me. The second both my cat and I looked toward it, it pulled back out of sight. That alone was enough to make my stomach drop, but it kept happening. For well over an hour, maybe closer to 2, I'd catch that same shape leaning out just enough to watch me, and every single time I looked straight at it, it would duck back like it didn't want to be seen. What made it worse was that I couldn't just head back to my room, because the shadow was coming from that direction. So I stayed there, frozen, pretending to read while trying not to panic. Then the next day, I was in the bathroom and heard something shift nearby, like something had moved when it shouldn't have. Another time, I heard footsteps come right up to my bedroom door. Not soft footsteps either, heavy ones, like somebody in work boots crossing the floor and stopping right outside. I just sat there, listening, waiting for them to move again, but I never heard them walk away. And the motion light by the door never came on. My grandmother doesn't walk around in boots, and I'm pretty sure she wasn't even awake yet. There was also a night, around 2 in the morning, when I heard footsteps moving in circles through the living room. I was sleeping in my grandmother's room that night, and I could see her from where I was lying. She was right there, only a few feet away, so I knew it wasn't her. Then I started seeing the shadow in my room too. The first time, it was in the corner. Same exact thing as before. I noticed it, and it pulled back the moment I looked directly at it. After that, I actually tested it. I started looking around my room casually, like I wasn't focused on anything, just to see whether it would show itself again. And it did. This time, it appeared near the foot of my bed, and again, the second I turned my attention toward it, it ducked away, like it knew I'd caught it. But the strangest thing I ever saw was another shape up near the ceiling in the corner of my room. It didn't even look like a full person. It looked more like a head, and what really stuck with me was that it seemed to have these horn-like shapes coming off it, maybe 5 or 6 of them. That image has never really left me. The truth is, I've had this feeling of being watched for as long as I can remember. Even as a kid, maybe 7 or 8, I used to feel like something was paying attention to me when nobody was there. I vaguely remember hearing a voice from under my bed when I was really little, maybe 4, though I've always tried to brush that one off because I was so young. Still, over the years there's been tapping on the walls at night, a single knock on my door when nobody was there, and no motion light turning on. I once heard this loud slamming noise, like a car door being slammed shut, moving up and down the street, and somehow, nobody else heard a thing. Then, just recently, my grandmother said she thought she heard my bedroom door slam around 1:30 in the morning. But I was awake at the time, nowhere near the door, and I didn't hear anything at all. Even the animals we've had seem to notice something. Every cat and dog that's lived with us has had this habit of staring into empty corners for no reason. One of our dogs used to bark at the corners too, like there was someone standing there that only he could see. I don't know exactly what's in that place with us, or if there's any explanation that would ever make sense. I just know it never felt empty. Not really. Let me tell you this the way it happened, because even now, saying it out loud feels strange. I'm not someone who's easily swept up by paranormal stories. I'm educated, I run a successful business, and I've always been the kind of person who picks things apart. I love magic, I love systems, and I love finding the mechanism behind something that first looks impossible. A lot of people want mystery. I usually want the wiring behind the wall. I'm an Occam's razor person. I've always admired characters like Sherlock Holmes, people who stare down the unbelievable and say, let's slow down and look at the evidence. That's how I live. So when I tell you I had an experience I can't neatly explain, I need you to understand that I did not arrive at that conclusion lightly. My wife and I went to Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum in Las Vegas on Friday, February 20th, 2026. We were in town for her birthday, and she'd wanted to visit for a long time. We both enjoy strange places, horror history, odd collections, all of that. We'd been to spots like the Museum of Death before, so I figured this would be intense, theatrical, maybe a little creepy, but still basically a curated experience. Something atmospheric, something fun. We timed the trip around a wedding weekend with friends, so it all lined up perfectly. Vegas, birthday, dark little adventure. Good excuse to get away. That was the plan. The first visit was during the day. We were excited, laughing, ready to be spooked in a safe, entertaining way. There were 4 of us total, us and another couple. The first thing that stood out happened in the serial killer room. After a few minutes, this rotten egg smell rolled in and completely filled the space. Not faint, not questionable. It was immediate and awful. The woman in the other couple finally said to the tour guide that it was too much and she couldn't keep going. Of course, my first thought was the most ordinary one possible. I assumed somebody had passed gas and nobody wanted to admit it. It was a long tour. People get uncomfortable. It happens. I even asked directly whether the smell was part of the museum's effects, and the guide said no. Now, did I think that was supernatural? No, not at all. Honestly, I can think of plenty of ways something like that could be staged. But I'm telling you because later, it started to feel less isolated, less easy to shrug off. Then came the basement hallway. We were gathered near the entrance, getting ready to go down into the basement, the area where rituals had supposedly taken place, where the pentagram remains. And standing there, I was suddenly hit with this wave of sadness so strong it felt borrowed, like it hadn't originated in me at all. I almost cried. That may not sound dramatic to some people, but if you know me, you'd know that kind of emotional surge is not typical for me. I wasn't scared. I wasn't primed to have a meltdown. I was still very much in observer mode. But I also know enough about the mind and body to admit that human beings are suggestible. Atmosphere matters. Sound matters. Frequencies matter. We can be affected by things we don't consciously register. So after the first visit, I didn't come away convinced of anything paranormal. But I did come away hooked. I needed to go back. Not because I wanted to expose the place. Honestly, even if every single thing in that museum was accomplished through design and illusion, I'd still love it. But for my own peace of mind, I needed to test it again. I needed another pass at the problem. This second visit was where things got harder for me to dismiss. At one point, my wife felt drawn to the Dr. Kevorkian room. She was using a spirit box, an ovulus, and an EMF detector. After a minute, I stepped out and left her alone in there so she could try without me influencing anything. The ovulus produced a few words. Miss. Alone. Gale. Legs. At the time, we didn't attach much meaning to it. Alone made sense because she was alone in the room. The rest felt random. But after we got home, we watched a Ghost Adventures quarantine episode and learned that in that same room, they had also gotten the name Gale in connection with one of Kevorkian's assisted deaths. That shook us. Not because it was proof, but because it landed like a delayed echo. We hadn't known that name at the time. Then I went back into the serial killer room, and this is where I started pushing. I had a spirit box, an EMF detector, and a REM pod. The REM pod was set near Charles Manson's ashes and bone fragments. I started antagonizing, pretty hard actually. I said things like, "Remember me from yesterday? Was that you with the smell? Show me something. I thought there was power in here. You can't even turn this light on. Come over here and prove it." The second I said that, the REM pod lit up. At almost the same moment, the spirit box gave me one clear word. Prove. That got my attention. But even then, I was trying to stay grounded. And then, off to my right, I saw what looked like a thick gray mist move through the room. I said out loud, right then, that it had to be dust. That was my immediate explanation, and I meant it. Later, back home, we were watching footage from the museum again, and I saw an anomaly captured in that same room, in nearly the same area, moving in the same way I remembered seeing it. That was one of the first moments I truly felt rattled. I remember shouting for my wife because I couldn't believe what I was looking at. It matched too closely. After that, I went into the Annalise Michel room, the one associated with the case that inspired the exorcism of Emily Rose. I only had a REM pod and a spirit box with me. I did what I'd been doing, provoking, challenging, pressing for a response. Then the spirit box started repeating, "Stupid, stupid, stupid," over and over. Same word, but it sounded like it was coming through in different voices. Then the device shut off. I tried toggling it, checking it, turning it back on. Nothing. It would not respond. I finally left the room and went to get a guide, and the moment I met her in the hallway, it came right back on and worked like nothing had happened. Still, the place that stayed in my head the most was the basement. That basement had gotten under my skin from the first trip, not because it terrified me, but because it didn't. That's what felt strange. It should have been the room that scared me most, but instead I felt weirdly calm down there, almost comfortable. We weren't getting much activity on the devices. At one point, my wife and I crouched down on the pentagram and asked, "Do you want us to sit here?" And then we heard it. A hiss. Loud. Very loud. Not subtle. Not airy. Not something I had to strain to hear. It was so sharp and so present that my wife immediately ran upstairs. It didn't sound like a snake. It sounded bigger than that. Harsher. More forceful. Almost like a large cat warning you off. But the more I thought about those explanations, the less confident I felt in any of them. Now, to be fair, I did debunk a lot of other things along the way. I don't want to make this sound like every flicker or noise became part of some grand, haunting narrative. Plenty of things had ordinary explanations. I'd feel a cold spot and realize there was a vent nearby. I'd get an EMF spike and find electrical equipment. There were sounds, taps, bells, little things that weren't strong enough to mean much. I even did my own test at one point. I hid a pencil in my jacket pocket and asked if anything there could tell me what I was carrying. I got nothing intelligent back. No meaningful hit. So I'm not pretending the whole place cracked open for me. But even with all that skepticism intact, a handful of moments stayed standing. And then we came home. This is the part I almost hate saying out loud, because it's the part that makes me sound like I've crossed over into the kind of story I'd normally interrogate. We had been home in North Carolina for one day. I found our wedding album shifted all the way to the edge of the table where it's displayed, like it had been nudged just enough to nearly fall, but not enough to actually hit the floor. At one point, I half-jokingly asked whatever might be there to move the chandelier. And right at that moment, the stack of bags sitting beneath it toppled over. My wife heard me clearly call her name while she was in the shower, but I wasn't even in the house. A few electronics around me started acting strangely too, glitching or malfunctioning in small ways. And what unsettles me most is not that any one of those things is impossible to explain. It's that each one stops just short of certainty, just short of proof. Almost as if, whatever this is, if it is anything, it knows exactly how far to go without giving itself away completely. That's the part that feels personal. Like it's playing at the edges. Like it's taunting me with plausible deniability. If the wedding album had been thrown to the floor, I'd have reacted differently. If the chandelier itself had moved, not the bags beneath it. That would have been different. But everything hovers in that maddening middle ground where a rational person can still argue with himself. And believe me, I am arguing with myself. So that's where I am now. I'm not here trying to sound special. I'm not trying to collect paranormal credibility points. My wife is genuinely scared, and I'm stuck in this uncomfortable place where logic is still my anchor, but the number of coincidences has started to feel heavy. I want this to be explainable. I really do. I want someone to tell me there's a clean answer, that I got caught in a perfect storm of atmosphere, suggestion, timing, and stress. I want to believe I'm just in my own head. But I also have to be honest with you. I went in expecting theater. I went back expecting to solve it. And I came home with a story I still can't reduce into something neat. If it was all a trick, then it was the most sophisticated one I've ever encountered. And if it wasn't, I honestly don't know what to do with that. I should probably start by saying that none of this felt completely impossible to me. My mother has always worked as a medium, so growing up around strange, spiritual moments made them feel less like horror stories and more like part of life. Still, until this happened, I had never been the one caught in the middle of something like that. It began when my grandfather was admitted to the hospital with a serious lung infection. Of course, all of us went to visit him. Around that same time, everyone at home was a little under the weather, but after those visits, I developed this odd cough. What was strange was that it only showed up in the evening, usually right after I showered, and then stayed with me until I went to sleep. Every single time. It felt too specific to ignore. At the same time, I was deep in college exam season, and honestly, not doing great. I was stressed, tired, and desperate for a little clarity, so I asked my mom to read my tarot cards. She started with one deck, but the answers coming through were all over the place. She kept frowning, saying she couldn't get a clear read on anything. It felt blocked somehow. So we decided to step outside and sit in the small back room near the yard, where she grabbed a different deck. The change was immediate. The answers became clearer, steadier. After a few questions, my mother got very quiet and said she thought something in the house had been interfering with the reading. Some presence. And I remember thinking that, weird as it sounded, it lined up with that strange cough I'd been having. Then everything shifted. When she tried to ask directly about whatever was there, she suddenly closed her eyes and started trembling. Her face tightened like she was in pain. She let out these soft, strange sounds that made my stomach drop. I kept asking if she was okay. I called her, said, "Mom, can you hear me?" But she didn't respond to me like herself. She just kept murmuring and wincing. This wasn't the first time I'd seen her go into a spiritual state. So somewhere in the middle of my panic, I realized it wasn't really my mother answering anymore. And for some reason, the first thing I asked was her name. She said her name was Marissa. I asked if she remembered anything else about herself. She said she was very old. Her voice sounded tired and confused, like someone trying to wake up from a dream that had gone on too long. I asked what the last thing she remembered was, and she said she saw people in pale uniforms. She remembered praying in a chapel. Then nothing. After that, she only remembered people walking past her, ignoring her, acting like they couldn't hear or see her. That was the moment it hit me. She didn't know she had died. There was no menace in her at all, no threat, just confusion, sadness, and this aching desperation. My mother was holding a pendulum, and at one point Marissa looked at it and said, so softly it almost broke me, "Look at my cross." She talked about her faith, about how much she had prayed, how sure she'd been that everything would be all right. But she couldn't understand why no one would speak to her. I told her as gently as I could that she wasn't meant to stay here with us anymore. I said I thought she was between places, and that maybe that was why everything felt so wrong to her. Then I told her I wanted to help. The response was instant. I asked what I could do, and before I could even think of anything else to say, she suddenly grew emotional in a different way. Hopeful, almost amazed. She said they were coming for her, that there were people there to take her. I have no idea who she meant. Maybe family, maybe something spiritual, maybe whatever waits for us when this life is over. I just kept telling her it was okay, that whoever she was seeing had come to help her, and that she should go with them. She thanked me again and again. She asked God to bless me. And then, little by little, the heaviness in the room seemed to lift. When my mother opened her eyes, she wiped her face and tried to piece together what had happened. She usually remembers at least part of what comes through when she's in that state, and she had a vague sense of it all. Our best guess was that Marissa had died in the hospital without understanding it, and somehow attached herself to one of us during those visits to my grandfather. Honestly, that explanation made more sense than anything else. I had felt something odd in the house for days. I'm sensitive too, though I'll admit those things unsettle me more than I'd like. And then comes the part that still makes me laugh a little. That same night, my cough almost disappeared. Within another day or two, it was gone completely. Just like that. So yes, I ended up thinking that Marissa had somehow been causing it, maybe echoing the symptoms she'd had while she was alive. Why only after a shower? I still couldn't tell you. Maybe she liked the bathroom. Maybe spirits are just as weird as the rest of us. In the end, my grandfather recovered and came home. I got through my exams better than I expected, and whatever that moment was, it ended gently. Marissa moved on, or at least I believe she did, and we stayed here, among the living, where we belong. Honestly, for a ghost story, it felt strangely tender, more bittersweet than terrifying, almost like something out of a quiet fantasy film, instead of one of the many truly disturbing things I've seen growing up around all this. And I'm grateful for that. Not every encounter has to end in fear. Sometimes, I guess, it ends with someone finally finding their way home. Honestly, I still don't know how to explain any of this, and that's probably the part that gets under my skin the most. I'm from the US, but I've been living here in Thailand for a few years now. My wife is Thai, and we've got 2 little kids. Our oldest is still tiny, and our youngest was born not that long ago. A while back, we built a house out in the countryside, but things there started getting difficult in ways that were hard to ignore. So we decided to leave and move into a beach house owned by someone in my wife's family. It felt like a reset, a calmer place, somewhere we could finally breathe a little. But within maybe the first week or two, this awful smell started showing up in the house. Not all the time, just off and on. It smelled like rotten meat, like something had died somewhere nearby. I didn't say anything at first because I figured there had to be a normal explanation. We were right by the water, so I told myself maybe something had washed ashore. Maybe it was the drains, maybe garbage somewhere outside. Then my wife brought it up before I ever said a word, and I remember that really bothering me, because it meant I wasn't imagining it. Then things started going missing. My father-in-law was over one afternoon, and he took off his Apple Watch and left it on the dining table. We all saw it sitting there. Later on, maybe an hour or so after that, he went back for it and it was gone. Completely gone. We searched everywhere. The table, the chairs, drawers, couch cushions, the floor, every room nearby. Nothing. We have cameras inside the house, so I thought maybe our toddler had picked it up and wandered off with it. That would have made total sense. So we checked the footage. And that's where it got strange. You can see the watch sitting there on the table. Then as you scroll forward, at some point, it's just not there anymore. No one walks by and takes it. No little hand grabs it. There's no moment where it falls. It's just there, and then it isn't. We looked for 2 or 3 days. Me, my wife, her parents, even the house helper. Everybody looked. Then one morning, the watch was back on the table, just sitting there in plain sight. We checked the footage again, and somehow it seemed to be there like nothing had ever happened, like it had never been missing at all. I tried to tell myself we'd overlooked something. I really wanted that to be true. Then the same kind of thing happened with the TV remote. It disappeared in the middle of the day. We tore the room apart looking for it, lifted cushions, shook out blankets, checked under furniture, crawled around on the floor. It was nowhere. Then that evening, it was suddenly lying right in front of the television stand, out in the open, in a spot every one of us had crossed at least 20 times. There's no way we could have missed it. That was unsettling. But what really shook us was the freezer. My wife is breastfeeding and pumping, and we had a big freezer where we were storing all the milk. If you've ever seen someone go through that, you know how much effort it takes. It's exhausting. It's time, energy, sleep, all of it. It mattered a lot. One morning we woke up and found the freezer unplugged. We plugged it back in, and not long after that, the freezer stopped working entirely, just died. So we bought another one, brand new, hauled it home, set it up, moved everything over. And then a few days later, that one got unplugged too. By then, so much of my wife's stored milk was ruined. Weeks of work, gone. She was heartbroken and scared. And the truth is, I was scared too. I just didn't know how to say it out loud because I felt like I was supposed to be the calm one. That's the part I can't get past. We have cameras. We should be able to see something. But the footage keeps glitching at random times or cutting out. And when we do catch something, there's nothing there to explain it. No person, no accident, no reason. I really thought moving houses would put an end to all the strange things we'd already been dealing with. Instead, it feels like whatever this is followed us here. And now it's not just unsettling anymore. I've got a little boy and a baby in this house. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I just want my family to feel safe. I want whatever this is to stop. I want to tell you something that still sits heavy on my chest, because even after all this time, I still do not have a clean explanation for it. Years ago, I was with a man named Darren. He was deeply abusive, and in 2016, he died from an overdose. While we were together, there was one night I will never forget. He grabbed me, threw me across the room, and I hit a table before landing hard on my back. Then he got on top of me and started choking me. He would not stop. I could not get free. My mom is the reason I survived that. He was a cruel person, truly cruel. A couple of years after he died, I was living with my sister. Out of nowhere, she had started going through some severe mental health struggles. One night, everything had seemed completely normal until it suddenly was not. I cannot remember every detail clearly. Some of it feels blurred out, like my mind locked parts of it away. But I remember being in the kitchen when my sister, who was in her room with my brother-in-law, started acting in a way that terrified us. She kept saying she was Darren. Not Darren, not some vague reference, but him. She was calling for me, begging me to come into the room. And I need you to understand, she had never met him. She had only heard bits and pieces from me over the years. Not the full story, not the worst of it. She was crying out for me, saying she missed me, that she loved me, that she was sorry. She was screaming my name over and over, trying to come out of the room while my brother-in-law struggled to keep her back. She was gripping the door frame, fighting to get to me, and the whole thing felt wrong in a way I cannot fully describe. We did not know what to do. We were scared. Finally, because she kept begging for me, I went into the room. I wish I had not. Once I was in there, she started saying things she should not have known. She was speaking in his voice, or at least in the same way he used to speak to me. Then she said something specific, something I had never told her, something that hit me like ice water. There was no way she should have known it. We managed to get her onto the bed, and she wanted me to come closer. I was frightened, but I was also worried about her, so I sat beside her. And then, in an instant, she shoved me onto my back, climbed on top of me, and wrapped her hands around my throat. My brother-in-law had to pull her off me, and when I looked into her eyes, I saw the same darkness I had seen in his the night he tried to kill me. It was the exact same kind of hatred, the same emptiness, the same evil. That is the part I cannot make sense of. I still ask myself what happened that night. Was it really him somehow reaching through her? Was it something else pretending to be him? Was it a terrifying psychiatric break that happened to mirror my past in ways that feel impossible to explain? I do not know. What I do know is that I never got closure. My sister remembers none of it. She cannot explain it, cannot apologize for it, cannot help me understand it. But I remember. I remember all of it. And sometimes when I look at her, I do not just see my sister. I see the person who almost killed me. And that is a very hard thing to carry. So it was just me and my parents growing up. No brothers or sisters. Just the three of us. My dad had been working late shifts for a while, and we lived in a second-floor apartment with another family below us. For months, my mom had been dealing with sleep paralysis almost every night. She'd wake up and be completely unable to move or say anything. It scared her badly. Honestly, it scared me too. I'd been sleeping on a blanket on the floor in my parents' room because being near my mom made me feel safe. Not even both of them, really. Just her. Ever since we moved into that apartment, my mom and I had both noticed strange things. We'd catch dark shapes out of the corners of our eyes. Sometimes we'd hear voices that didn't seem to belong to anyone. The weirdest part was that my dad never experienced any of it. Not once. It was always just me and my mom. She told me that on nights when she couldn't sleep, she'd hear footsteps above us. That made no sense at all, because we were already on the top floor. There wasn't supposed to be anyone up there. Then one night, it was just the two of us. My dad was at work, and it was close to midnight. My mom and I were sitting up together watching an old movie, and for once the apartment felt calm. No shadows, no voices, no strange sounds. Just a quiet, peaceful night. Then we heard it. Knock, knock, knock. We both froze. My mom got up and looked through the peephole, but she didn't see anyone. She stood there for a second, confused, then opened the door, thinking maybe my dad had come home early and stepped away for some reason. But no one was there. She leaned out a little and called softly, "Jeremy, are you home?" Nothing. No answer. No footsteps on the stairs. Nothing at all. She shut the door, and the second it clicked closed, it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, I could see the tension all over her face. She opened the door again, faster now, like maybe she'd catch someone there. Still nobody. By then, the whole hallway felt wrong. Too still, too empty. She closed the door again. Knock, Knock, knock. I remember looking at her, and she looked completely shaken. She opened the door a third time and called out louder, her voice trembling. Jeremy? Jeremy, is that you? Jeremy? Nothing answered her. She slowly closed the door one more time. Then came the knocking again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, my mom turned and looked at me with this terrified expression I'll never forget. I tried to sound brave, even though I didn't feel brave at all. I told her, Mom, open the door. She looked at me, pale and wide-eyed, and said in the quietest, most unsettling voice, There's nobody there. I want to tell you a story from the part of Romania where I was raised, in a quiet little village tucked deep in Transylvania. Around there, people pass this story down the way they pass down prayers or warnings. Some say it sounds exaggerated. Maybe it does. But where I come from, nearly everyone knows it, and even now, all these years later, it still leaves a cold feeling in my chest. This happened about 50 years ago, maybe a little more. Back then, haymaking was a big part of village life. Families would cut the grass, leave it spread beneath the summer sun, then gather it into huge haystacks taller than a man, each one built around a thick wooden stake driven through the middle to hold it steady. The story was about a young, newlywed couple, Elena and her husband, who had gone up to one of the hills beyond the village to finish bringing in their hay. It was the kind of place that felt beautiful from a distance, but lonely once you stood in it. Open slopes, tangled brush, old trees at the edge of the forest, and not another person anywhere nearby. They worked side by side for a while, until, suddenly the husband told Elena he needed to hurry back to the village for something urgent. Before leaving, though, he grew strangely intense. His face changed. He warned her that once he was gone, something might come out of the woods. Maybe wild dogs, maybe wolves. He handed her a wooden pitchfork and told her very firmly, As soon as I leave, climb to the top of the haystack, and if anything comes for you, don't hesitate. Hit it as hard as you can. So he left, disappearing down the path and into the trees. And then, just like that, everything went still. A few minutes later, Elena heard the brush shaking. Out from the thicket came a huge, ragged animal. Something like a dog, but not right. Too large, too wild-looking. Its fur was patchy, its body gaunt, and the sound coming out of it was more than a growl. People always said it sounded almost human in its rage. It threw itself at the haystack, clawing and snapping, trying to climb up to her. Elena screamed, cried, fought with everything she had. She jabbed at it with the pitchfork, kicked at its muzzle, struck at its head again and again. At one point, it lunged high enough to catch the bottom of her dress, tearing the red cloth before she finally drove it back. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it stopped. It looked up at her for one long, awful moment, then turned and slipped back into the trees. A little later, her husband came back. He asked what had happened, and Elena, still shaking, told him everything. He held her, soothed her, told her it was over now, that she was safe, that nothing was going to hurt her anymore. After a while, they sat down in the grass to rest. He seemed perfectly calm, even cheerful. He stretched out and laid his head in her lap, smiling up at her, making little jokes, trying to make her laugh again. And for a moment, she almost believed everything was fine. Then he laughed, a real open laugh. And there, caught between his teeth, were little strands of red thread. Tiny frayed fibers, bright as fresh blood, the exact same color as the fabric torn from her dress. That was the moment she understood. Whatever had attacked her on that hill had not been a wild animal at all. Or at least, not only that. Transylvania is a beautiful place. The hills are lovely, the forests are deep and ancient, and the villages can feel untouched by time. But stories like this stay with people for a reason. Because sometimes the thing that means you harm doesn't come out of the woods. Sometimes it walks home beside you. I want to tell you something that's been passed down in my family for generations. Something people in my village never treated like a joke. I grew up in a small, remote village deep in Transylvania, where old superstitions still breathe right alongside everyday life. Some of the stories people tell are easy to dismiss, and some of them feel more like tired folklore than anything else. But there was one rule nobody in my family ever broke, especially around the summer solstice. My grandmother, my parents, everyone raised me with the same warning. If you're crossing a bridge over water on a June night, never look back. No matter who calls your name. No matter what you think you heard. Just keep walking. People believed that if you turned around, you might catch sight of the dead, especially the souls of those lost during the coldest part of the year. The story I'm about to share happened to my grandfather, Stefan, back during the communist years, when the countryside felt even darker than it does now. Electricity was unreliable, and most nights whole stretches of the village disappeared into blackness. A few homes still burned kerosene lamps, but outside of that, there was almost no light at all. He was only a teenager then, walking home sometime after 2 in the morning from his sweetheart's house. In our village, a wide river divides one side from the other, and there's an old bridge crossing it, maybe 10 meters long or so. Back then, that whole area was nearly empty. No streetlights, hardly any houses. Just darkness before the bridge, darkness after it, and the river moving beneath. That night, the moon was full and bright enough to light the path. He didn't need a lantern. But just before stepping onto the bridge, he felt this sharp, unnatural cold wrap around him. Not the kind of chill you get from night air, but something that seemed to come from nowhere. He kept going. All he could hear at first was the water below him. Then, when he reached the middle of the bridge, he heard his mother's voice behind him, clear as day, calling his name. Now, Stefan was young and stubborn. He didn't believe much in spirits or warnings, and because of that, he made the one mistake everyone had warned him about. He turned around. There was nobody there, and the second he looked back, everything changed. The river went silent. The wind stopped. Even the night itself seemed to freeze. He said it was like the whole world had suddenly held its breath. In that moment, he knew he had done something terribly wrong. He still had a long way to go before reaching home, close to 2 miles, and much of that path cut through an open field with only a few scattered trees. He kept walking, but fear had already gotten into him. His heart was hammering, and every few steps he felt the urge to look around. Then, at one point, he looked ahead and stopped cold. A short distance in front of him were 2 little girls, maybe 7 or 8 years old, walking hand in hand. They wore long white dresses that covered their feet completely, so from where he stood, it looked as though they were gliding over the road instead of walking. They never turned to face him, not once. Then they began to sing. He told us it was in a language he had never heard before. Not Romanian, not Hungarian, not anything he could recognize. The sound of it made his skin crawl. He stayed to the right side of the road, and so did they at first. Then slowly, the 2 figures drifted toward the left side, and as they moved, Something about them began to change. He said that was the moment real terror hit him. But he also knew he couldn't stop. Somehow he understood that if he froze, if he gave in to panic, he might never make it home. So he kept walking and began repeating the only prayer he knew, over and over in his mind, while making the sign of the cross again and again. He didn't run. He just kept moving. And just before he reached the house, the two figures crossed back to the right side of the road. As they moved, they shrank down again, becoming child-sized once more. Then they let go of each other's hands and ran off in opposite directions, one into the darkness on the left, the other into the dark on the right, both of them screaming words he could not understand. Stefan got inside and shut the door behind him. What shook him almost as much as everything else was the clock on the wall. He swore the walk had felt normal, maybe a little longer because of fear, but nothing impossible. Yet when he looked up, it was already 6 a.m. 4 hours gone. And to this day, in my family, nobody looks back on a June night when crossing water. Nobody. I want to tell you about a few strange things that happened to me growing up, and even now, I still can't explain all of them. The first one goes back to when I was about 14. I had invited a few friends to our vacation house for the weekend. It's a big old place, the kind with too many rooms and corners that always seem a little darker than the rest. There was one bedroom in particular with a narrow door half hidden behind the wall, and behind it we kept boxes of ornaments, winter blankets, and all sorts of forgotten things. We were playing hide and seek, except backwards, with one person hiding and everyone else searching. So a few of us went into that room to look around, and then one of my friends suddenly said, "Do you remember that time, right here, when we heard a baby crying?" And I just looked at her, completely confused, because no, I did not remember that at all. But 2 other friends immediately agreed and said it had happened during one of my birthday weekends. They even claimed they had recorded it. I never actually saw the recording, so I can't swear it happened exactly the way they said. But what really stayed with me was the fact that there was definitely no baby in the house. The second thing happened in our old house. My parents had already left for work by the time I woke up, so I was alone. I always used to leave my bedroom door cracked open a little so my cat could come and go. But that morning, when I opened my eyes, the door was wide open. At first, I thought maybe my parents had pushed it open before leaving, so I didn't think too much of it. I got up, went to shower, and left the bathroom door slightly open too. There was a towel hanging in front of part of the doorway, so I couldn't really see it while I was inside. But when I stepped out of the shower, the door was standing open all the way again. My cat wasn't there. And honestly, even if she had been, there's no way she could have pushed it that far. Maybe a window was open. Maybe there was a draft. That's the explanation I still try to give myself. But after that, things started feeling harder to explain. One Wednesday afternoon, in that same old house, I was home alone before theater club. I was in my room playing Roblox and talking to a friend on the phone. Then, out of nowhere, I heard these huge thuds from the room above me. Not little noises, I mean real heavy booms, like someone was dragging a bookcase or slamming furniture across the floor. 5 times in a row. Boom, 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 boom. Then silence. I actually stood up and started toward the stairs, but halfway there I stopped. I just had this awful feeling and decided I wasn't brave enough to check. So I left early for theater instead. Later that night, nobody in my family mentioned anything broken upstairs. No shelf had fallen. No furniture was out of place. Nothing. Then there was the doll. This one was short, but I still hate thinking about it. I was at my grandparents' house with my best friend. In one of the upstairs rooms, there was a closet with this old doll inside. Its eyes had been melted years earlier when my grandmother was a child, which somehow made it even worse. I remember joking with my friend, saying, "There's a terrifying doll with ruined eyes in that closet." And right after I said it, the closet door opened a few inches on its own. That was enough for us. We ran downstairs so fast I'm surprised we didn't fall. We were just standing there talking, and then suddenly we heard this scream, loud, sharp, and coming from the direction of the buildings. I turned to Maëlle, and she was already staring at me with this terrified look. We didn't even need to ask each other if the other one had heard it. We both knew. We just froze for a second, then ran back as fast as we could. We asked one of the camp leaders what had happened. She had no idea what we were talking about. We asked other people too. No one had heard anything. That part still unsettles me most. Not the scream itself, but the fact that it felt so real to both of us, and somehow nobody else noticed it. And then there's the story we ended up calling the squatter. This one happened last summer at the vacation house. I was in my room around 11 at night, waiting for my dad to come home because he usually came to say goodnight. The house has 2 main floors, and my room is upstairs. My brothers were away, so I was the only one sleeping on that level. A little after 11, I heard the front door close and my parents talking downstairs. A few minutes later, I heard footsteps in the upstairs corridor right outside my room. Heavy footsteps. I honestly thought it was my dad, because that's exactly what it sounded like. Slow, weighty steps. But then they stopped. Just stopped. I remember lying there, staring at the dark, telling myself not to jump to weird conclusions. Then, a few minutes later, the footsteps started again. A short stretch, then silence. I can't clearly remember whether it happened a third time, but I know I barely slept. The next morning, I asked my dad if he had come upstairs during the night. He said no. My mom didn't really believe me at first, but the name stuck anyway, and we started calling whatever it was, the squatter. A few days later, one of my brothers came home. We were sitting at the table, and somehow my mom brought it up. My dad joked that maybe he should cleanse my room, but my brother immediately said, "It's not in your room, it's in the hallway." The thing is, I had never told him that part. Then my dad mentioned the attic, and both my brother and I said at the same time, "No, not the attic, the hallway." That really got to me. My brother has always claimed he can sense things, energies, presences, whatever word you want to use. My dad says the same. Months later, a family friend came by, someone who also says she can see spirits and feel energies. I told her about the squatter. She walked through the house, paused near the corridor, and told me there was something there, but that it felt neutral, not harmful. She said she cleared it. And the strangest part is that the next time my brother visited, before I said much at all, he told me the hallway felt different, lighter, like whatever had been there was gone. I still don't know what to believe. Some of these things could have ordinary explanations. Maybe the doors were drafts. Maybe the noises were the house settling. Maybe fear made everything feel bigger and stranger than it was. But some moments still stay with me in a way I can't shake. Not because I'm certain they were paranormal, but because I was there, and I know what I heard, what I saw, and what I felt. And sometimes, that uncertainty is the part that lingers the longest. I need to tell you about something that's been messing with my head for the past few days, because honestly, I still can't make sense of it. A couple of nights ago, my friend Lena and I took my dog out for our usual walk. It was the same route we always take, the kind of path you know so well you could probably walk it with your eyes closed. We met up by our regular bus stop, and we're just standing there talking like normal, when I noticed this guy in white run past us. And I mean, completely in white. Hoodie, pants, everything. Lena saw him too, so I know I didn't imagine it. He slowed down near the bus stop for a second, almost like he was deciding whether to stop, and then he was just gone. At first we tried to laugh it off. We told ourselves he was probably just some runner cutting through, but deep down, it didn't feel normal. There was something off about the way he moved, and the way he seemed to disappear so suddenly made my stomach tighten. Still, we kept walking and tried to brush it off. Then the next night, we went back around the same time. I guess part of us wanted to prove it was nothing, just a weird moment we'd overthought. We were talking about it, trying to keep things light, but I could feel that nervous energy sitting between us. Then, out of nowhere, this drunk-looking man came stumbling down the path. He was mumbling under his breath, loud enough to notice but not clear enough to understand. He passed us, and I instantly got that same uneasy feeling all over again. And right after that, another man showed up running. Fast. Not from the same direction either. Totally different side. Lena and I just froze and watched him. And just like the first night, he disappeared. Just gone. Like the dark swallowed him whole. A few seconds later, the drunk guy was nowhere to be seen either. At that point, my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. Nothing about it made sense. This was a route we knew inside and out. There wasn't anywhere obvious for them to go that quickly. So we decided to head home. We said goodbye near this little bridge by the bus stop, the one that goes over the creek by the woods. We were trying to act normal, just dap each other up and shake off the fear, when we heard this sound from underneath the bridge. It was this slow scraping noise, harsh, deliberate, like something dragging across metal. Lena and I looked at each other, and that was it. We didn't even have to say anything. We just ran. And then, when I thought we were finally putting distance between us and whatever was happening, I heard it. Someone running out from the woods. Not random movement, not an animal. Footsteps. Fast, controlled, coming from the side of the trail that leads toward Lena's street. I ran harder than I ever have in my life. My dog was pulling at the leash like he felt it too, like he knew we needed to get out of there. When I finally got close to home, I was already trying to calm myself down, telling myself once I got through the gate, I'd be fine. And I know, without a doubt, that I had locked it before I left. I always lock it. But as I walked up, I heard the gate slam. My whole body went cold. Nobody in my family had gone outside. Nobody had any reason to be near it. But when I got to the house, the gate was standing wide open. I asked everyone inside, and they all said the same thing. No one touched it. No one had been out there. What really gets to me is this feeling that the man in white, or whatever that was, is connected to all of it. Like he isn't just passing through, like he's checking whether we're paying attention. And now, I don't know what to trust anymore. Every time we go near that route, my stomach knots up before we even get there. I feel watched. I feel paced. Like something knows exactly where we walk and exactly when we'll be there. I can't explain it. I just know something is out there. And whatever it is, it doesn't feel far away. I've told this story a few times, and every single time, it still feels unreal coming out of my mouth. Even now, years later, I can picture it like it happened last night. I know how strange it sounds, but I lived it, and another person lived it with me. We went over it again and again, trying to make sense of it, and in the end, we both landed in the same place. It was the most unsettling thing either of us had ever been through. This happened sometime around the mid-2000s, when I was working summers at a little cabin resort tucked away in the Rockies. It was one of those quiet places surrounded by tall pines, cold river water, and long stretches of silence that felt peaceful during the day and a little too deep at night. The first summer I worked there, I got to know a kid about my age named Mikey. His family came up every year, and over time we became friendly. A couple summers later, just before my senior year, I went up early to help the owners with repairs, cleanup, and cutting fallen timber. I stayed on site for a few weeks, working long days and sleeping in one of the cabins. After about a week, Mikey showed up with his family, along with a few other relatives who were supposed to stay for several days. But not long after, most of them headed home. Mikey had driven himself that year, so he decided to hang back. One night, the two of us were sitting outside by the fire, drinking a little, smoking, just winding down the way teenagers do when they think they understand the world better than they actually do. I got tired first and decided to turn in early, while Mikey stayed out by the fire. At some point later, I woke up to the sound of voices. At first, I thought maybe it was one of the owners, or a guest from another cabin, or maybe one of Mikey's family members who had come back unexpectedly. But when I stepped outside, that wasn't what I saw at all. Standing there by the fire was a man I had never seen before. He was dressed in this worn, ragged robe that instantly made me think of some old painting of Jesus, but there was nothing gentle or holy about him. He carried a long walking stick wrapped with bits of cloth and charms, and he had this rough, hardened mountain man presence, like someone who had been living outside for years. He told us he'd been hiking the Continental Divide for a long time, drifting south little by little, working odd jobs in towns when he had to, eventually making his way toward the desert. I was young and reckless back then. If someone offered me something, I usually didn't ask enough questions. At some point, this guy pulled out a carved stone pipe and packed it with something that looked like dried herbs, maybe resin, maybe something darker. I'd already experimented with enough stuff in those years to think I understood altered states. I did not even close. A minute or two after I took a hit, everything changed. I remember reaching for a cigarette and suddenly feeling like it had jumped into my mouth before my hand even got there. That was the first moment I realized something was deeply wrong. I told myself, "Right, okay, you just smoked something weird. Stay calm." Then I reached for my lighter, and it looked like it was floating. Not falling, not slipping, floating. That's when I decided I needed to lay back and ride it out. As I leaned away from the fire, I saw the stranger standing over Mikey. The flames were bending and wobbling in my vision. The crackling sounded warped, almost musical, and the man was chanting something low and strange. Then everything went black. The next thing I remember is waking up alone. Both of them were gone. And that's when the memory came rushing back. The pipe. The chanting. Mikey. The man. I grabbed a flashlight and went back outside. The resort had several cabins spaced through the trees, and because I worked there, I remember thinking I couldn't just start yelling like a maniac in the middle of the night. So I started walking toward the small bridge that crossed the river and connected the property to the main road. By then, I was sober enough to be scared. I swept the flashlight ahead of me, and when I got close to the bridge, I saw them. The man was standing near the railing. Mikey was above him, balanced up on the rail, staring out over the rushing black water below like he was about to jump. I shouted immediately. I didn't even think. I just yelled, "What are you doing?" The stranger snapped his head toward me so fast it barely looked human. Maybe it was the flashlight. Maybe it was the adrenaline. But I swear to you, in that moment, his eyes looked red. Not irritated, not reflecting light strangely. Red, bright and wrong and animal. He looked at me for half a second, turned back toward Mikey, and then took off. He didn't hesitate. He ran across the far side of the bridge, up into the dark, into thick woods and steep ground like it was nothing. I could hear gravel crunching, branches snapping, brush thrashing, and then he was just gone. Completely gone. I never saw him again. Mikey was still up there on the rail, and then he started screaming. Not yelling, not calling out. Screaming. I ran to him and kept asking what was happening, but when he turned and looked at me, the expression on his face stopped me cold. I've seen fear before. Everyone has. But this was different. It was the face of someone who had woken up inside a nightmare and didn't know how he got there. He climbed down, and the second his feet hit the ground, he broke. He grabbed onto me and cried so hard he could barely breathe. I honestly didn't know him that deeply back then. We were just two teenage guys who had spent a few summers around each other, talking about random stuff and passing time. But in that moment, none of that mattered. We just walked back together in silence, both shaken to the core. Neither of us slept. We stayed up until sunrise trying to piece together what had happened. The next day, Mikey told me what he remembered. After I had gone into sleep, he stayed outside feeding the fire. At some point, he stepped away to grab a jacket and another drink. When he came back, the stranger was already there, standing by the flames. At first, Mikey thought it might be me, just from the shape of him and the way he was positioned, but as soon as he got closer, he knew it wasn't. The man started talking to him. At first, it was just strange conversation, the kind where you think somebody's eccentric and maybe harmless. But then it got darker. He said he was searching for Eden. He talked about building some kind of new, holy place. The more he spoke, the less sense he made. Then I woke up and joined them. Mikey remembered both of us smoking from the pipe. He said he saw me lean back like I was fading out, but then, according to him, I sat upright again and stayed there while the man kept chanting over us. He said it sounded like nonsense, but not random nonsense. More like sounds meant to do something. Sharp, clicking, whispering noises that didn't feel human when they came out of his mouth. After that, Mikey blacked out too. And then he woke up on the bridge, staring down at the river, with this overwhelming feeling of dread and certainty that if he moved the wrong way, he was dead. I still don't know what we smoked. I don't know who that man was, what he wanted, or whether he'd done something like that before. Maybe there's an explanation buried somewhere in psychology or chemistry, or the darkness people carry around inside themselves. Maybe there isn't. What I do know is this: there is real beauty in the world, but there is real horror too. Both are closer than we like to admit. So I try to remember that story not just as a warning, but as a reason to stay grounded, stay kind, and hold on tight to the people beside you when the night turns strange. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Paranormal M. I'm happy you're here. Some people have messaged me saying these stories actually help them fall asleep, so if that happens for you too, feel free to share the channel with a friend who has trouble sleeping. And please subscribe if you'd like to hear more stories like these. Tonight's first story is about someone who moved in with their grandparents and started experiencing footsteps, knocking, and other strange things in the house during the night. Get settled in, and I hope you have a peaceful night and sleep really well. I was in that strange, in-between season of life. Not quite a kid anymore, and not fully sure who I was becoming. So I moved in with my grandparents out in the country. Their place had this huge backyard, a swimming pool, and power lines not too far off. People who study hauntings always seem to care about details like that, so I remember them clearly. What I want you to understand is that living with something haunting a house is nothing like those ghost shows people love to watch. It is not exciting. It is not fun. You do not get to pack up your gear and leave when it gets too intense. You are already home. You are trying to sleep or make coffee or just get through another ordinary day, and then something happens that should not happen, and you are left sitting there trying to make sense of it. Most of it happened when everyone else was asleep, which somehow made it lonelier. I was always a night owl, and after a while I noticed that almost every night Right around 2:20 in the morning, I would hear footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Not random creaks, not the house settling. Real, measured footsteps, like someone pacing slowly back and forth on the carpet. Then came the knocking. First on my bedroom door, then along the wall by the closets, as if whatever it was wanted me to know exactly where it was. It would go on for more than an hour sometimes, and that was the part that got to me. It did not feel accidental. It felt deliberate. My family mostly explained everything away. They always had some reason. A noise was old pipes. A sound was the house shifting. A feeling was nerves. And I get it, honestly. People want the world to stay sensible. But when you are the one lying there in the dark, hearing footsteps stop outside your door night after night, sensible starts to feel very far away. It was not just the footsteps either. My grandmother had these framed photos hanging in the hallway, pictures of her children. They started falling off the wall over and over again. Usually it was the photo of my mother when she was about my age, and she looked so much like me then that it was unsettling even before everything else. At first, the family blamed vibrations from trucks on the road. Then the frames started ending up thrown across the hallway. One hit hard enough to crack. Eventually, one was hurled at my grandfather and cut his arm badly enough that my grandmother took every single picture down and put them away in the basement. After that, the hallway walls stayed bare. My sister came over one night when we were talking seriously about moving out together. She believed me more than most people did, because she had seen unexplainable things before too. That night, though, it was like the house decided to make its point. A door slammed in her face. Then the kitchen light switched off while the rest of the house still had power. Then we sat in the spare room and watched a computer chair begin to turn on its own. Slowly, smoothly, a full circle, then more, until it finally stopped facing straight toward us. She left right after that. I could not even blame her. Still, I remember feeling abandoned in a way that was hard to admit. For one night, I had hoped I would not be the only one carrying it. There were nights I woke up with the unmistakable feeling that something was standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me. You know that feeling when you can just tell you are being watched? It was that, except heavier, meaner. I would keep my eyes closed and pretend to be asleep because I truly did not know what I would do if I looked and saw someone there. Other things made no sense at all. The old thermostat would somehow trigger both the heat and the air conditioning, which should not have been possible. The vents would thunder with these violent banging sounds, like someone hitting metal with a bat. My things would disappear and then turn up later on the laundry table downstairs. Shoes, medication, a camera once. I started joking with the air out of pure exhaustion, telling whatever was there that if it borrowed my stuff, it could at least leave me something useful in return. Gallows humor, I guess. Humans do love decorating terror with sarcasm. Then I found EVP recordings, and that changed everything. I started leaving a recorder running during the quiet hours when I knew no one else would be home. At first it was awkward, honestly. Talking into an empty room, asking questions you are not sure anyone can hear. But over time, voices started appearing in the recordings. Some were kind, surprisingly kind. If I sneezed, one would bless me. If I set down a cup of coffee before a session, I would sometimes capture what sounded like a polite thank you. That became my little ritual. I figured if I was asking unseen people to speak to me, the least I could do was offer some hospitality. Strange as that sounds, it seemed to matter. And yet, even with those gentle voices, the frightening activity never fully stopped. It was like there were different presences there. Some seemed warm, curious, maybe even protective. Others were not. One night, when the house was especially violent again with the banging and the mechanical chaos, I forced myself to record. Later, listening back through headphones, I heard the most chilling voice I had ever captured. It was mocking, intimate. It said something about whispering in my ear. That was the moment I stopped thinking I was just dealing with random energy or misunderstood spirits. That felt malevolent, intentional, like it wanted me afraid. By then, this had been going on for years. So one Sunday morning, after another session full of the kinder voices, I asked them for help. I remember feeling almost foolish, but also desperate. I told them there was something in that house terrorizing me, and if they could do anything, please do. After that, the worst activity stopped. Not forever, but long enough to feel like relief. And when it came back months later, I asked again, and again it stopped. Eventually, it seemed to give up. Not long after, I left for college in another city. I finally got out of that house. But I still think about those years sometimes, because as frightening as they were also one of the only periods in my life when something impossible seemed to answer back. I did not get every explanation. I still do not know exactly what was there, or why some of it felt caring while one part felt cruel. But I know what I lived through. And for the first time in that house, I also know I was not entirely alone. I need to tell you something that's been weighing on me for a long time, and I still don't fully know what to make of it. A few years back, my family bought a rental property. At the rear of the lot, there was a small house where the previous owner, a man named Wayne, had been living before he passed away suddenly at 64. His relatives sold us the whole property not long after, and when we got it, almost all of his belongings were still there, like he had just stepped out and never come back. So, little by little, we started going through everything. We kept some things, planned to donate or sell others, and tried to make sense of this whole life that had been left behind. Wayne had this incredible collection of vintage stuff. His kitchen looked like something out of an old diner, with a booth instead of a regular table, retro wall signs, old music machines, and all kinds of carefully matched decor. It was charming, honestly. But mixed in with all that were a few things that felt off. The strangest one was this clock that ran backward. About a year after we bought the place, we found someone willing to move into the house as it was and help us clear out and sell what was left. But only a few months after moving in, he also died unexpectedly in that same house. After that, no one else ever moved in. We just kept clearing it out ourselves, slowly carrying more and more of Wayne's things back to my parents' house. I lived about half an hour away at the time, so I'd come by now and then to visit or house sit. And not long after my parents started bringing more of those things into their home, I started feeling uneasy there. I kept trying to brush it off, telling myself I was being dramatic, but the feeling never really left. It was like the air in the house had changed. By then, the rental house had been sitting empty for about a year, and that's when everything seemed to get worse. My mom had 2 pet birds and a cat. The birds were young and healthy, but they both died suddenly within days of each other. Then, not long after that, our cat passed too. He was older, sure, but it still felt abrupt. And then, only a few weeks later, my mom died unexpectedly in our family home, not in the rental house, but in our own home. That alone would have been enough to shake anyone. But there was more. My mom ran a business out of the house, and one of her employees worked with her there regularly. About a week after my mom passed, that employee also died unexpectedly in her sleep. Then after my mom's funeral, we started finding dead opossums in the backyard, several of them. At that point, it stopped feeling like a string of unrelated tragedies and started feeling like something darker was attached to us. My dad and I couldn't help connecting the dots. We started wondering if there was something angry, something heavy, something not at peace tied to that other house, or maybe to the things we had taken from it. Eventually, my dad got rid of most of what he had brought home, and over time, that awful feeling in my parents' house seemed to ease up. But here's the part that still has me on edge. Over the years, I kept a few of Wayne's things for myself. Nothing especially dramatic, or so I thought. Just an old pair of work boots, a couple of worn work shirts, one faded band tee, and some old beanbag chairs. Small things, harmless things. At least that's what I told myself. But about 6 months ago, that same feeling I used to get at my parents' house started showing up in my apartment. But now the feeling is back, and it's stronger than before. The only real change I can point to is that I recently added Wayne's old work boots to my regular shoe collection instead of keeping them tucked away. That might sound small, and maybe it is, but it's the one thing that shifted before everything started feeling worse again. Other than that, nothing changed. The rest of his things have been with me for years. I even looked into the history of the building, hoping maybe there'd be something there that could explain any of this, but I found almost nothing. I know the house itself was built sometime in the 1970s, and beyond that, I've hit a wall. So that's where I am now. I'm trying to understand what I'm dealing with, whether this is grief, coincidence, something spiritual, or something attached to the things we brought home. More than anything, I want to know how to make it stop for good. Because whatever this is, it doesn't feel finished. And I can't shake the feeling that somehow it followed us. So I need to tell you about what's been happening, because honestly, I'm exhausted and a little shaken. My partner Adrian moved into this old apartment building a little over a year ago. Pretty early on, people told us the place had a reputation. They said it was haunted, but in that casual way people say things when they don't have to be the ones sleeping there. Supposedly the spirit was harmless, maybe even the former property owner, just lingering around out of curiosity. At first, I tried to take that in stride. In the beginning, it was subtle. You know that awful feeling when you can tell you're not alone, even when the room is empty? It was like that. We'd catch little movements out of the corner of our eyes. My dog would suddenly start barking into blank space like someone was standing right there. I'd tell myself it was just nerves, just an old building settling, just my imagination filling in the blanks. But then it stopped feeling explainable. We started hearing loud knocks and bangs with no clear source. Lamps would flick on by themselves. A picture frame slid off the wall for no reason. Small things would disappear and turn up in strange places. And then one night, I saw something I still can't fully process. Not a vague shape, not a trick of the light. A full figure. Dark, human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Just a solid shadow standing where no one should have been. I've never seen anything like that before. A couple of weeks ago, I even felt something touch me. It startled me so badly that I just said out loud, "Please don't do that. I mean it." I didn't scream. I didn't panic. I just set a boundary, I guess, which is a strange thing to have to do with something you can't even prove is there. What makes this harder is that both Adrian and I have always been a little sensitive to this kind of thing. We used to stay with his grandmother, and her house had its own energy too. But that never felt threatening. Strange, yes. Heavy sometimes. But not cruel, not invasive. This place feels different. At one point, a friend of mine came by. She's also sensitive, and the second she stepped inside, she got quiet. Later she said, "There are several of them here. They like staying out of sight." Then she refused to explain what she meant. So that was comforting in the least helpful way possible. Eventually we talked more with Adrian's roommate, and that opened a whole other door I really wish had stayed shut. He collects haunted objects. Not one or two odd antiques. I mean a whole collection. Items with stories attached to them, things people believed carried spirits or energy. Suddenly, a lot of the tension in that apartment started making more sense. His roommate also has intense mood swings, and at first I figured that was tied to his mental health and drinking. But lately, Adrian has started changing too, especially after the roommate has been gone for a few days. That's what scares me. It feels like whatever is in that apartment doesn't just stay in the background. It presses on people. It lingers. It affects the whole atmosphere until you can hardly breathe in there. And tonight was the moment where it all really tipped over for me. Adrian had been home alone all day, sick with a bad cold, totally congested, barely able to smell anything. When his roommate got home, he immediately asked if Adrian had left the gas stove on. Adrian told him no, because he hadn't touched it once. Not all day. And this is not the first time this has happened. That's the part I can't shake. Because spooky noises are one thing, lights flickering are one thing. But this felt dangerous. Real world dangerous. The kind of thing that makes you stop treating it like a creepy story and start asking whether someone is actually safe in that space. So now I'm stuck. I don't know what the right move is. Part of me wants to do some kind of cleansing, but I also don't want to go barging in with fear and make everything feel more hostile. Not all of the energy there feels bad. Some of it feels neutral, maybe even old and sad more than malicious. I want to be respectful if there really is something lingering there. But respect only goes so far when the person you love is afraid to be in his own home. His lease ends in May, and we're supposed to move in together after that. I'm counting the days, honestly. But between now and then, I'm worried about his safety, his stress, his sleep, his peace of mind. I'm worried that whatever is in that apartment, or whatever is attached to those objects, is feeding on fear and instability. And I hate saying that out loud, because it sounds dramatic, but living through it has been worse than it sounds. At this point, I'm just trying to hold on to what's true. Adrian is scared. The atmosphere in that apartment feels wrong. The gas being turned on is not something I can shrug off. And whatever the explanation is, paranormal or not, something has to change. I just want him out of there safely. That's really all I care about now. I want to tell you about something that happened to me that still gives me chills when I think about it. Back in college, I was in a deeply unhealthy relationship with a man who was much older than me. There was a big power imbalance in more ways than one, and at the time, I didn't fully understand just how damaging it all was. He was married, though supposedly separated, and the whole situation eventually collapsed in a spectacular mess. After everything came out, he more or less disappeared from town, and after I graduated, I moved away and never spoke to him again. That was nearly a decade ago. I'll call him Stefan. And my closest friend from those years, the one who stood by me through all of it, I'll call Maya. She matters later. For the last 5 years, I've been living with my wonderful, very age-appropriate partner in a tiny apartment. Recently, while we were doing a big kitchen clean-out, I found something in the back of a cabinet among old glasses and random stuff we never use. It was a glass from Stefan's wedding. It had his last name on it, along with the year he got married. And the moment I saw it, my whole body just reacted. I felt sick, shaky, completely thrown. Because I had absolutely no idea how that glass ended up in my home. As far as I can tell, there are only a few possibilities. Either he gave it to me at some point, or I took it from his place at some point. But honestly, both of those feel almost impossible. Why would I want a keepsake tied to his marriage? Why would he hand me something like that? And if it had been mine all these years, how did I carry it through move after move after move without ever once noticing it or remembering it? The last possibility felt both absurd and somehow the most believable. My apartment had come partially furnished when we moved in, and the kitchen already had a bunch of leftover stuff in it. I also know Stefan had some connection to this city. I think family, maybe. So suddenly I was staring at this object and wondering whether he had lived in this very place before me. That thought unsettled me more than I can explain. I showed Maya a picture of the glass, and she immediately said, "You need to get rid of it." She was right, but for some reason, I didn't want to do it alone. So I left it alone for a while. Just let it sit there, which is such a human thing to do with something eerie and emotionally loaded. Pretend it doesn't exist and hope your nervous system files no complaint. Then, about a month and a half later, Maya came to visit me in early February. While she was here, I told her I was finally ready. We put the glass in a thick paper bag, carried it down to the garbage area, and each took a turn smashing it. Then we threw it out for good. And I can't really explain this part without sounding dramatic, but the second it was gone, I felt lighter. Not in some huge theatrical way, just clearer, looser, like something stale had finally left the room. We burned a little incense afterward, just to mark the moment, and went back upstairs feeling strangely calm. The thing is, for the past few years, I felt stuck in my life. Trapped, almost. My partner and I have been crammed into this tiny, cluttered apartment, trying to stay afloat, trying to make plans for a better future. And it's felt like this low, gray heaviness has followed me around for a long time. Now, rationally, I know the apartment was too small and frustrating whether that glass existed or not. We had already outgrown it. We were already hoping for change. But still, I can't ignore the timing. I can't ignore the weirdness of finding that object, not knowing how it got there, and then feeling something shift after finally destroying it. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was just one of those deeply symbolic moments where your outer life catches up with something your inner life has needed for years. But whatever it was, it felt real to me. And honestly, I think sometimes that matters just as much. I want to tell you about something that has stayed with me for years, and even now, I still do not fully know what to make of it. Back in 2004, I had the chance to visit the Netherlands, and while I was there, I saw Vincent van Gogh's Wheat Field with Crows in person. It left a deep impression on me. I was such a huge admirer of Van Gogh that I bought a print of it and hung it up in my bedroom when I got home. At the time, it just felt like bringing back a piece of something beautiful and powerful. Not long after that, though, life became very difficult. In 2005, I was in college, and that year was one of the hardest seasons I can remember, both emotionally and academically. At first, I brushed it off as life simply being hard, but later, after reading more about Van Gogh's mental and emotional state around the time he painted Wheat Field with Crows, I started to wonder whether keeping that image so close to me had somehow affected the atmosphere around me. Maybe that sounds strange, I know. Still, the feeling was strong enough that I took the print down, rolled it up, and tucked it away. The following year, things began to ease. I felt steadier. My studies improved. My personal life became lighter too. Whether that had anything to do with the painting, I honestly could not say, but I noticed it. Then, in 2025, while sorting through old belongings, I came across that same print again. I stood there holding it, and I remember thinking, surely an object cannot carry that kind of weight. Surely a print is just paper and ink. So I decided to hang it in my office. But even that felt odd from the start. It would not stay up. I used different pins, repositioned it more than once, and somehow it kept falling down. Part of me laughed it off, but another part of me quietly wondered if I was making a mistake. Eventually, it stayed on the wall. And then, little by little, everything seemed to unravel. I was in a major car accident. The car was completely totaled, though somehow I walked away without an injury. Then a close family member passed away, and not long after that, my friend Daniel died unexpectedly. He was far too young, and his loss shook me deeply. Around the same time, I also lost both of my dogs in a terrible accident. My mother had to undergo a minor operation as well, though thankfully she recovered well. After all of that, I took the print down again. I rolled it up, put it away, and left it there. And once again, in time, life seemed to settle. I know how this sounds. I know there are logical explanations, and maybe this was all nothing more than coincidence stitched together by grief and memory. I am not claiming the print is cursed, but I cannot deny that the pattern has stayed with me, and I still find myself wondering whether there was some connection, however impossible that may seem. What makes it even stranger to me is that I love Van Gogh's work. I have other prints, including Starry Night, and they have never brought me anything but peace and admiration. I am deeply drawn to his art and to the story of his life. So I suppose what I am really asking is this: have you ever had an experience like this with a painting, a print, or even just an ordinary object that seemed to carry an energy you could not explain? You know those places that feel strange the second you step inside? Mara's house was like that for me. Years ago, when my husband was still my boyfriend, we stayed there for a couple of nights to house sit and pet sit while she was out of town. We were young, no kids yet, and she even left us her card so we could grab breakfast in the morning. Naturally, we accepted, because apparently free breakfast is enough to make people ignore every bad feeling in their body. The house was old, the kind of old that seemed to hold on to things. People in the family always talked about odd activity there, and even before that night, I'd felt like something in the house was watching. Nothing dramatic, just a presence. Heavy, quiet, waiting. What made it even stranger was the history around it. A few years later, my husband told a coworker about what happened to us there, and the man went pale. He said he'd actually gone to that exact house with a paranormal investigation team, and they had to leave because of the basement. That basement had a dirt floor, which somehow makes everything worse, because apparently human beings built stairs into nightmares and called it architecture. Before our stay, Mara had told us how the little kids in the family used to talk about seeing 3 figures there: an old woman, a little girl, and what they called the Dragon Man. They were all around toddler age at the time, just old enough to talk clearly, and they kept describing those same 3 figures over and over. That stayed in the back of my mind. So we got there that evening, and the first odd thing happened right away. Mara had this dog, a red-nosed pit bull, sweet with her, but usually not good with men. I remember telling my boyfriend to wait while I got the dog settled first. But the second we walked in, that dog completely ignored me, ran straight past, jumped up on him, and started licking his face like they'd known each other forever. I just stood there staring, thinking, well, that's not normal. I showed him around the house after that. In the kitchen, there was this one exact spot on the floor where every dog Mara had ever owned would scratch for no reason. Different dogs, same place, every single time. The house itself had a strange layout too, especially upstairs. And at the time, the bathroom didn't even have a real door, just a curtain hanging in the doorway. She was fixing up the place while living in it, doing her best, but the whole house had this unsettled feeling to it. That night, we stayed on this big couch in the living room, watching a movie until we fell asleep. And that's when everything started. We kept waking up at the same time, not once, over and over. No loud noise, no dog barking, no reason at all. We'd both just open our eyes, look at each other, and then look toward the kitchen. After the first couple of times, the dog had moved and was practically pressed against my boyfriend, almost like he was guarding him. I remember noticing the bathroom curtain moving too, slowly, even though there wasn't any fan running and no window open. Every time I woke up, I had the same awful feeling. It felt like something was standing in that kitchen, just staring at us. Not moving, just watching. By the last time we woke up, I was already on edge, but then I looked at him and my stomach dropped. He'd been wearing a silver chain all night. I had seen it every single time we woke up, but now it was gone. Just gone. And on both sides of his neck were bruises, long and dark, shaped like fingers. It looked like someone had grabbed him by the throat. The second we walked in, she looked at his neck and panicked. She asked what happened, and we told her everything. Then we told her which house it was. She stopped cold and said, "Wait, the one that sits back off the road by itself? Across from where the drive-thru is now?" We said yes. Then she told us something that changed everything. That house had belonged to my husband's family generations earlier. It was his great-grandparents' home. His grandfather had grown up there with his siblings. There was even an old family photo of them standing in front of that very house. And then the pieces started falling into place. His mom told us his great-grandmother had died choking in that house. The old woman. She also told us one of his grandfather's sisters had died there as a little girl from pneumonia. The little girl. When we told her about the dragon man the children kept seeing, and about the spot in the kitchen where the dogs always scratched, she got quiet. Then she told us a darker part of the family story. Years before, while my husband's great-grandfather was away working, his great-grandmother had been assaulted and became pregnant. The baby was kept and raised by the family, but the man responsible disappeared. No one knew what happened to him. And maybe this was just us trying to make sense of something senseless, but all of us had the same thought at once. What if the dragon man was him? What if he was somehow still there? That thought got even harder to shake later on. At one point, another cousin and my husband's mother went down into the basement and found a pile of things that had gone missing over the years. Random stuff people had looked for and never found. And mixed in with it was his silver chain. They said when they got closer, something growled at them from the darkness, and they ran right back out. Frankly, a sensible decision for once. Even that paranormal team I mentioned earlier barely lasted a minute in the basement before leaving. So when I tell you this story, I know how it sounds. I really do. If I hadn't lived through it myself, I'd probably be the first person trying to come up with a logical explanation. But I saw that chain around his neck every time we woke up. I saw those bruises. I felt that presence in the kitchen. And some things are a lot harder to dismiss when you've been the one lying there in the dark. I want to start by being honest with you. I'm 68 years old, and I'm living with advanced multiple myeloma throughout my body. On top of that, I've also been dealing with a few other serious health conditions. So the truth is, I know my time is limited. Of course, in a way, that's true for all of us. We're all moving toward the same ending. The only mystery is when it comes and what carries us there. I joined this group because I've had experiences in my life that I still can't explain. And I guess I'm in a strange place spiritually. I'd call myself mostly agnostic, but I also can't shake the feeling that there's something beyond all of this, something bigger than what we can see. Then again, maybe part of that is just me being human, not wanting to believe everything simply goes dark when we die. When I read through the posts here, I find myself relating to so many of you. Over the years, I've taken those personality tests people hand out at work and in different programs, and I always seem to land right in the middle, half drawn to logic and evidence, half drawn to mystery and faith. It's been a real struggle inside me. I want clarity. I want something solid to hold on to, especially now. There are a couple of questions I've been carrying, and I hope you'll hear them in the spirit they're meant. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm sincerely trying to understand. If you believe in God, what is it that makes you believe? When I asked myself that question, I had to be very honest. A lot of what I once called belief seemed deeply tied to how I was raised and what my parents believed. And when I stripped all that back, I realized I wasn't always sure what was truly mine. Then I asked myself why I still feel there's something more out there, and why it's so hard for me to accept the idea that death might simply be the end. The best answer I could come up with was this. Part of it comes from the things I've experienced that I can't explain, and part of it comes from my own sense of self, that deeply human part of me that wants to continue somehow. I think a lot of us carry that. Maybe it's ego, maybe it's hope, maybe it's something deeper. I honestly don't know. And yet, some people seem able to accept that this life is all there is, and that when it ends, it ends. I don't fully understand how they make peace with that, but I know some do. So I'm asking you, sincerely, what do you believe and why? Maybe something you say will give me a new path to explore. Maybe your words will help me understand myself a little better. Maybe something will click in a way nothing else has. I'm not looking for a perfect answer. I don't think there is one. I'm just hoping for an honest one. And truly, I mean no offense by any of this. I believe there's room here for every perspective. There's no wrong answer. Have you ever had a feeling so strong it didn't seem like a feeling at all, but more like your whole body knew something before your mind could catch up? That's what it's been like for me for as long as I can remember. I've always been really sensitive to people's emotions. I can pick up on someone's mood, their pain, the energy around them, sometimes even from something as small as a text message. At times, it's so intense that I actually feel it physically, like this deep ache in my chest that comes out of nowhere. A few years ago, before my father passed, I had this heavy, awful sensation sitting in my chest for days. I didn't understand it at the time. I just kept thinking, over and over, that death was near. The strange part was, I wasn't in contact with my father then, and I had no idea he was so close to the end. But something in me seemed to know. I've also had moments after people passed where I felt them around me so clearly it was hard to explain away. After my brother Rowan died, I felt him near me one night, as if he'd come just to let me know he was there. I remember feeling what seemed like a gentle squeeze on my arm. Another time, I set 2 chairs facing each other in my living room, and I just sat there with this overwhelming sense that we were having a real conversation somehow. At my father's funeral, I could see him so vividly in my mind. It felt as though he was standing right there in front of his casket, calm and present, telling me everything was proper, that everything was as it should be. A few days later, I felt him again in my kitchen, so strongly that I stopped what I was doing and just stood there. There have also been a couple of moments that still unsettle me because they felt so specific. Once, my dog was completely fine, healthy as far as anyone knew, and out of nowhere, I got this sinking certainty that he was going to die the next day. And then he did. It was heartbreaking. Another time, I had the phrase "heart attack" stuck in my head all day. It kept repeating, almost absurdly, like a song lyric I couldn't get rid of. I even joked about it without understanding why it wouldn't leave me alone. That evening, Rowan died from a heart attack. That one has stayed with me in a way I can't really describe. I don't love having experiences like this. They've scared me, and at one point the feelings became so overwhelming that I had to start medication just to quiet everything down and get some rest. I was exhausted, overstimulated, and even waking up frightened in the night. so I had to take a step back and protect my peace. I still don't know exactly what to call all of this. Maybe it's clairsentience. Maybe it's grief, intuition, sensitivity, or some combination of things nobody fully understands. I just know these experiences have felt real to me. And I guess what I really want to know is this. Has anyone else ever felt like they sensed a death before it happened? Has anyone else carried something like that? So, this happened about 3 years ago when I moved with my family into a small apartment building. At first, everything felt completely ordinary. It was quiet, nothing unusual, just a normal place to live. Then, about a year later, a new neighbor moved into the room right next to ours. She was an older woman, maybe in her late 50s or 60s. For the first couple of weeks, nothing really stood out about her. She kept to herself, and life went on like usual. But one afternoon, my mom and I saw her doing something outside her door that honestly unsettled us. She was holding a broom, and she had this container with some yellowish liquid in it. She would step out of her room, pour a little of the liquid onto the floor, then start sweeping in this repetitive way. Then she would go back inside, come out again, pour more, and sweep again. She repeated it over and over, almost like she was performing some kind of ritual. When she was done, she just walked back into her room as if it were completely normal. A few minutes later, she left the building, and I remember standing there with another neighbor, just talking about how strange it all was. That was only the beginning. The next week, things started getting a lot worse, especially at night. We began hearing her shouting inside her room, like she was having a full-blown argument with someone. It wasn't just talking loudly either. It sounded intense, like a real fight. There was yelling, swearing, and sometimes noises that made it sound like she was hitting someone or throwing things around. The disturbing part was that, as far as anyone knew, she lived alone. People in the building got curious and nervous, so a few neighbors tried to check from outside near the window where you could sometimes see into part of the room. And every time, there was no one else there. No visitor, no second person, nobody. But the sounds kept happening, and enough people heard it that it became something everyone whispered about. People were genuinely scared. This went on for around 2 months while she was living there. Then one of the neighbors said they'd been seeing her almost every night around 3 a.m. up on the terrace. They said she would run back and forth with a broom in her hand, her hair completely loose, moving in this really unnatural way, bent forward like her posture wasn't quite right. I never saw that part myself, so I can't claim it as something I witnessed directly. But a lot of nights we did hear footsteps running across the terrace around that same time. Eventually, she moved out, and just like that, the shouting stopped. The running sounds stopped. Everything went quiet again. But the part that still bothers me didn't end there. Ever since that time, I've been seeing something in the apartment that I still can't explain. It looks like a pale, human-shaped figure, almost like the outline of a woman, maybe someone in her 20s. It isn't dark like a normal shadow. It's white, or kind of faintly glowing. I only ever see it in darker parts of the apartment, and whenever it appears, it stays there for several seconds, sometimes 7 or 8, before fading. Sometimes it even seems to shift slightly, like it's moving just a little. And this is not a one-time thing. It happens a lot. Honestly, almost every day. Just yesterday, I was alone on the terrace, talking to friends, and I was sitting near the staircase by this brick support next to the water tank. Out of nowhere, I saw that figure come up the stairs, move close to where I was, and then disappear. It happened so suddenly, but clearly enough that I know I saw something. It also usually happens when I'm alone. I can be distracted, in the middle of talking to someone or doing something else, and I'll still suddenly notice it. This has been going on for about 2 years now, and I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not saying it's a ghost. I honestly don't know what it is. But after everything that happened with that neighbor, and the fact that I keep seeing this figure in the same place over and over again, it's hard not to feel unsettled. I still catch myself wondering whether it's just my mind playing tricks on me, or whether something about that time never really left. I want to tell you about my Nana's house, because honestly, it feels like the heart of our whole family. The place is more than a century old, sitting right in the historic part of town where every street seems to carry some old story. Nana and my pop have lived there for well over 60 years, and for as long as I can remember, that house has held all of us together. They raised 5 children there, and later all of us grandkids seem to grow up inside those walls too. Birthdays, holidays, grief, laughter, all of it somehow ended up in that house. But there was always one room that felt different. We used to call it the Violet Room. It was impossible to miss. The walls, the trim, even the high ceiling were all painted in this faded lavender shade, and it was filled with old furniture, family portraits, and the kind of quiet that made you lower your voice without even thinking about it. Every time you passed by, you had this strange feeling that someone was already in there, just watching quietly. Not in a cruel way, not even in a threatening way. It was more like you had stepped into a place that belonged to someone else, and they weren't thrilled about being disturbed. The first time anything ever really happened to me in that room, I was 13. It was not long after my mother's funeral. I was sitting there alone, crying into my hands on a little settee near the wall, just completely overwhelmed. Then I felt the cushion dip beside me, like someone had come in and sat down close. I heard the soft shift of weight. I remember thinking it was Nana coming to comfort me, so I turned and reached out to hug her. But there was no one there. I can still remember the feeling of my arms just falling into empty air. At the time, I told myself maybe it was my mother. Maybe that was wishful thinking. Maybe grief does strange things. I still do not know. But after that, even when nothing happened for years, I never lost the feeling that the room was never truly empty. Then years passed. 14, maybe a little more. A few weeks ago, my sister and I went to stay with Nana after she had a health scare. By then, the old settee had been replaced with a narrow iron bed, and for the first time in my life, I ended up sleeping in that room overnight. I tried not to let the old memories get to me. I told myself I was too grown for that kind of fear, and eventually, I drifted off. The first time I woke up, I heard this faint rustling sound. Soft movement, like someone shifting their feet. I was too sleepy to think much of it, and I just sank back under. The second time it happened again, only louder, nearer. I cracked one eye open and honestly assumed it was my sister. She was pregnant at the time, and I figured she was wandering the hallway or coming in to ask me something. But the door was closed, completely closed, and the moment I looked toward it, everything went still. I lay there for a minute, listening, then convinced myself it had to be something in the hallway. An old house makes noise, right? That is what I told myself anyway. Then it happened a third time. There was a soft tap against the metal bed frame, followed by the long groan of a floorboard right beside me. That sound pulled me fully awake. I pushed myself up on my elbows, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stared at the door first, still shut. Then I listened. The floor creaked again. Slowly, not faded, not trailed off. Stopped. And in that moment, the strangest thought hit me. It did not feel like I had been threatened. It felt like I had been looked over, studied. I barely slept after that. The next morning, I told my sister everything, and she got this look on her face that made my stomach turn. Then she said, "You know, no one slept in that room since it was Mom's room back in the 70s. You're the first one in all that time. Maybe it just wanted to see who was in there." I hated how much that made sense. I still do not think whatever was there meant me harm. I really do not. But I also know this much for sure. I will never spend another night in the Violet Room. I live in a house that was built in 1969, and it was the very first one on the street. My family bought it from the original owners in 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. And honestly, during that first year living here, I went through two experiences that completely changed the way I think about the paranormal. The first one still gives me chills when I talk about it. It happened in the middle of the night, around 3:15 a.m. I was asleep in bed, facing the wall, because my bed was pushed right up against it. Out of nowhere, I heard my bedroom door handle turn, and then I heard the door slowly creak open. I froze. I remember glancing back over my shoulder, still half asleep, trying to figure out if maybe it was my mom or my stepdad coming in for some reason. But when I turned all the way around to look, the door was shut. Completely shut. I cannot explain the fear that hit me in that moment. I just sat there staring, too scared to move. After a minute, I got out of bed and stood by the door, trying to build up the courage to open it. When I finally did, the hallway was empty. Every door was closed. No one was there. Even my cat, who usually follows me everywhere and always seems to be underfoot, wasn't around. I still don't know how I managed to go back to sleep after that, but somehow I did. The next morning, I asked my mom if she had opened my door during the night. She said no. My stepdad said no too. That was the moment I stopped brushing things off. That was the moment I really started to believe something in this house might not be easy to explain. The second experience happened not long after that. I was sitting at my desk, just working on my computer, totally focused on what I was doing. Then suddenly, a cotton ball dropped right in front of my face. Not off to the side, not from across the room, right in front of me. It startled me so badly. I just sat there in shock, trying to understand how that could have happened. I did have some cotton balls nearby, and there was a fan in the room, so I tried to be rational about it. I thought maybe the fan had somehow blown one toward me. But the thing is, that didn't make sense. I actually tested it afterward. I tossed a cotton ball toward the fan, and it just fell. I even threw one up into the air to see if the airflow would catch it, and it still just dropped. There was no way that fan could have made one float out and land like that right in front of my face. Since then, other things have happened in the house too. My stepdad has woken up after hearing what sounded like screaming right into his ear. My mom has seen someone walk past her room more than once, even when no one was there. And me, I still hear little things at night sometimes. Small sounds in my room, like something shifting or moving when everything should be still. I've gotten so used to it that it doesn't scare me the way it used to, which is probably the strangest part of all. So that's my story. I wanted to share it with you because these experiences felt real, and they've stayed with me. Maybe it's one spirit. Maybe it's more than one. I honestly don't know. I just know this house has never felt completely empty. I want to tell you about something that happened to me more than 30 years ago, and even now, I still don't know what to make of it. I was 6 years old, spending the summer in the countryside with my grandmother when I disappeared for 2 days. That Sunday morning, The house woke up early like it always did. My grandmother and uncle had gone out to feed the animals before church, and when they came back to get the rest of us ready, I was gone. My shoes were still there by the bed. The only things missing were the clothes I'd slept in. Everyone panicked. The police were called. My parents were contacted from hundreds of kilometers away, and people searched the area with dogs, but there was nothing. No trail. No explanation. 2 days later, some hunters found me deep in the woods, around 11 kilometers away from my grandmother's house. What unsettled everyone was that I didn't look like a child who had been lost in a forest for 2 days. I wasn't dirty. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't crying. I was calm. I was carrying a book, and I was wearing clothes that were too small for me, like they belonged to another child. And the strangest part was this. I had shoes on my feet, even though the shoes I had worn before disappearing were still back at the house. When the police questioned me, I said things no 6-year-old should have been saying. I told them I had come from a school, but not the kind children normally go to. I said they had taught me how to be myself, who I was supposed to be, how I should act. I said there were many children there, boys and girls together, and that we slept in one room and ate simple food, mostly vegetables. I remember saying that when we looked through the windows, it was like seeing water everywhere, as if we were underwater, except there were no fish. All the adults looked alike, and we called each of them only teacher. I also told them that each child had been given a life to learn. We were shown families on screens, and we had to study them. The book I was found holding apparently had photographs of my relatives, neighbors, family friends, even people from the daycare I had attended. I could identify them by name, but I couldn't say anything personal about them. It was as if I had memorized a role without living any of it. The hardest part came when I was brought home. My mother looked at me and said I was not her son. She said the birthmark on my left ear was gone, a mark she knew well because she had refused to let doctors remove it when I was born. She went back to the police with photographs, insisting that the child they had returned to her was not me. They filed her complaint, but no one truly listened. And it wasn't just her. My grandmother had several dogs around the house, and they no longer recognized me. They barked and snarled until my uncle had to keep them locked away for days. My mother still took care of me after that, but there was always a distance in her, as if she were waiting for someone else to come back. A few months later, another strange detail came up. Before I vanished, I'd had a small procedure on my tongue because it was affecting my speech. After I returned, the doctor checked and said there was no sign it had ever been done. My tongue tie was there again, thicker than before. I had also once cut my foot badly on broken glass, and that scar was gone too. My mother never forgot any of this. Neither did I. As I grew older, that feeling never left me. The feeling that I had arrived in the middle of someone else's story. I knew people, but I didn't feel connected to them. I spoke when spoken to. I was quiet, distant. My mother would sometimes look at me and ask, "Who are you?" or "Where is my son?" Those words stay with a person. Later, I built a life. I studied, joined the military, became a pilot, and served for many years. Flying gave me peace in a way nothing else did. Being alone felt natural to me, almost necessary. I lived normally on the outside, but underneath that, I always carried the same question. If a child really was taken that night, why was I the one left behind? Years later, after a relative found parts of the old police file, I tried to investigate it myself. I read transcripts. I looked for records. I followed every thread I could. Some of it led nowhere. Some of it only made things stranger. The hunters, for example, told police they thought they had seen another figure with me in the woods just before they reached us. Maybe a woman, maybe older, wearing something dark green. They said that person seemed to wave, and then vanished. Near a creek, they found barefoot prints larger than mine, not a child's. Then there was something else. Before deployment overseas, I went through routine medical testing. The doctors found that I had no measurable immunity from my childhood vaccinations. They repeated everything. That alone proves nothing, I know. But it was one more loose thread in a story already full of them. At one point, I even tried hypnosis. It wasn't supposed to be about the disappearance at all. I went because I wanted to stop smoking. But during the session, when the therapist called me by my name, I corrected her. I told her that wasn't my name. When she asked what she should call me, I said, "Call me by my real name. I'm B72. Not B71, B72. I still don't know why that was the number that came out of me. I told her a nun had given me that name, a woman in a dark red robe with her hair covered, someone who taught me how to dress, wash, eat, and behave. The therapist stopped the session soon after. I never went back. So that is what I'm left with. A vanished birthmark. Missing scars. No memory of my early childhood. Strange statements on police tapes. A mother who believed until the end that I was not the child she gave birth to. And somewhere inside me, a quiet certainty that something happened in those 2 days, something no one ever truly explained. I can't tell you exactly what it was. I can't point to one theory and say, that's the answer. But I've lived my whole life with the sense that I was placed into a family that was waiting for someone else. And sometimes I still wonder about that other boy. If he was real, if he remembers anything, if he ever missed us, or if he also woke up one day in a life that did not feel like his own. I still think about this sometimes, and even now it gives me that same feeling in my chest. This happened about 6 years ago, back when I was living alone in a small apartment on the second floor of a pretty ordinary building. There was nothing especially eerie about the place. It looked normal, felt normal, and the neighborhood was usually so quiet at night you could hear the hum of the hallway lights. One night, I woke up suddenly to 3 loud knocks on my front door. Knock, knock, knock. I remember lying there for a second, trying to figure out if I was still half asleep. Then I grabbed my phone and saw it was 3:07 in the morning. And right away, that felt wrong. Nobody knocks on your door at that hour unless something's happened. So I got up and walked to the door, still groggy, and looked through the peephole. There was no one there. I just stood there, staring down the hallway, waiting to catch someone turning the corner or heading for the stairs. But the hall was completely empty. My apartment faced a long, straight stretch, so there's no way someone could have knocked and disappeared that fast without me seeing them. I told myself maybe I'd dreamed it. You know how your mind tries to smooth things over when something doesn't make sense. So I went back to bed. About 15 minutes later, it happened again. 3 knocks, same rhythm, same force. This time, I got to the door almost immediately and looked out again. Still nothing. No footsteps, no doors closing, no sound from the elevator. Just silence. That was the moment it really got under my skin. I didn't even consider opening the door after that. I went straight to the couch and sat there with all the lights off, just watching the entrance like that was somehow going to make me feel more in control. Human beings really do love pretending a couch turns them into a security system. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night. The next morning, I mentioned it to the woman across the hall. I asked if she'd heard anyone knocking on my door in the middle of the night. She looked at me for a second and said, "Was it 3 knocks?" The second she said that, my whole body went cold. I told her yes. And then she said the person who lived in my apartment before me had complained about the same thing. Same pattern, same time of night, 3 knocks, and no one there. I stayed in that apartment for another 7 months after that. It never happened again. But I'll tell you this, and I mean it. I never once went near that door after a late-night knock without my heart pounding. Some things only have to happen once or twice before they stay with you. I want to tell this carefully because I know how this sounds, and believe me, I have tried very hard to explain it in every rational way first. Before I get into the strange part, I need you to know this. We are not the kind of family that ignores mental health or jumps straight to wild conclusions. We talk openly with each other. We stay in touch with doctors. Several people in this house are veterans, so PTSD, stress, sleep issues, all of that has been taken seriously and talked through. I have already ordered security cameras. I am getting a carbon monoxide detector too, and I have even put little bells on a few doors just to keep track of movement. I am doing my best not to let fear get ahead of facts. The house itself has been part of my life for a long time. It belongs to my parents, and I lived here through my teens before I moved out. A few years ago, after my husband left the military, we moved back in to save money and help out, because the house is big enough that we can all fit without living on top of each other. So right now it is me and my husband, my parents, and my grandfather all under one roof. And honestly, the house has always felt a little off. For years, it was mostly small things. Objects would disappear and show up later in odd places. Cabinet doors would be left hanging open when no one remembered touching them. Every now and then, one of us would think we heard our name or catch a shadow in the corner of a room. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that felt impossible. We always brushed it off. Background noise, stress, tired eyes, the brain making patterns where there are none. You know, the usual tricks a mind plays on itself. One important detail is my mom has a disability, and during bad flare-ups, she cannot always get comfortably into her bed. When that happens, she and my dad often sleep in recliners in the living room for days at a time because it is just easier on her body. That matters because over the past year, things have gone from mildly unsettling to genuinely hard to explain. A glass dish was knocked right out of my hands one evening. I mean swatted, not slipped. It hit the floor and shattered, even though it was one of those heavy, supposedly unbreakable ones. More than once, we have come home and found every cabinet in the hallway standing open. Lately, the whole house has been waking up at almost the exact same time in the middle of the night, usually somewhere around 2 or 3 in the morning. Not one person, not 2 people, everybody. And there has never been any obvious sound or disturbance that we can point to. Even my sleep tracker shows nothing unusual when it happens. The bathroom light has switched on and off by itself. I have stood in the hallway and seen what looked like a man just standing there. Not moving, not speaking, just there. That alone was enough to rattle me for weeks. And things vanish constantly now. Not just misplaced keys or a missing sock. Important things. One of the strangest examples was my grandmother's Social Security card turning up inside an old wallet in the garage, tucked away in a place she never would have put it and never even used. But the thing that finally pushed me to tell this story happened tonight. My mom is in another flare right now, so my parents have barely been using their bedroom. She has been keeping a few changes of clothes nearby so she does not have to make the trip back and forth. It has been several days since either of them really spent time in that room. Sitting right in the middle of the bed was a full bag of cat food. Not an empty one, not a torn one the cats dragged around somehow. A full, unopened bag we had only bought recently. The cats are not even allowed in that room, and no one had any reason to carry it in there. No one admits to moving it. No one remembers touching it at all. And that is the part I cannot shake. It was not a tiny object someone could absent-mindedly set down and forget. It was a heavy bag of cat food, placed dead center on a bed in a room nobody had been using. My grandfather lives on the opposite side of the house in his own little suite, and he is not mobile enough for that to make sense either. So that is where I am with this. I am still trying to be practical. I am still looking for real explanations. But I cannot lie to you. I am scared now. What started as little oddities has turned into something that feels deliberate, almost like the house wants to be noticed. And I do not know what to call that. This happened about 6 years ago, when I was in 8th grade. I still remember it so clearly because, at the time, life already felt heavy in ways I didn't really know how to explain. My family was going through some financial problems, and at school, you had to pay for the required gym clothes. I didn't have them yet, so after gym class, I stayed behind to talk with the teachers about it. Because of that, I ended up being the last one left in the locker room. I was just finishing getting changed when I started hearing this strange whistling sound. At first, I honestly thought it was another student messing around, but within a few seconds, I realized it wasn't normal at all. It was this awful, high-pitched whistle, almost melodic in a weird way, like it rose and fell in a sing-song pattern. The strangest part was that it didn't seem to come from one spot. It felt like it was bouncing off every wall, like the whole locker room was making the sound. I tried to ignore it and headed over to where everyone else was waiting by the door for the lunch bell. But the whistling seemed to follow me. So I asked somebody, "Do you hear that?" And they just looked at me like I was confused. Nobody knew what I was talking about. No one else seemed to hear anything at all. That's when it really started to get under my skin. When I got home, I told my friend Mason about it. He was really into paranormal stuff, ghost stories, all of that. He listened, but I could tell he wasn't fully sure whether to believe me or not. Somehow, and I honestly don't even know why, I convinced myself that what I'd heard was some kind of death whistle. I know that sounds dramatic now, but back then I was a kid, and once that idea got into my head, I couldn't shake it. For the next week, I was genuinely scared that something terrible was going to happen to me. Then one night, things got even stranger. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, probably around 2 or 3 a.m. The room was dark and still, and as I was waking up, I heard what sounded like a woman humming softly under my bed. It only lasted maybe 3 seconds, but it was enough to make my whole body freeze. Then it stopped completely. I just lay there, trying to make sense of it. After maybe 20 minutes, I started telling myself it had to be my imagination. I had LED lights running along the bottom of my bed frame back then, so I could actually see underneath it if I leaned over. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to check. There was nothing there. I finally fell back asleep, but then I woke up again around 5 a.m. This time, I heard growling under my bed. Not a small sound either. It sounded deep, almost like a large dog, or even something wilder. I checked again, heart pounding, and once again there was absolutely nothing there. And that was it. Nothing like that ever happened again after those nights. No more whistling, no more sounds, nothing. But I still think about it sometimes, because even now I can't really explain any of it. Maybe it was stress. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Or maybe it was something I'll never understand. All I know is that, for a little while, it felt like something unseen had attached itself to me, and I've never forgotten how real that fear felt. I'm 24, and I live with my boyfriend Marcus, who's 26, in this old townhouse that was built sometime in the 1920s. It has a lot of character, which used to feel charming. Lately, though, it's just been feeling unsettling. For the last several weeks, I've been having these really strange experiences, mostly when I'm either falling asleep or just starting to wake up. I'll see figures in my room. Usually they look like people, just standing there, but sometimes they seem off somehow, almost twisted or dark in a way I can't really explain. They never stay long. Usually it's only for a minute or two, and if I turn on a light or fully wake myself up, they disappear. That was already creeping me out. But then one night, something happened that honestly scared me more than anything else so far. My boyfriend wasn't supposed to be home that night. He had stayed over at his parents' place because he had to be up early the next morning. I was in bed, just starting to drift off, when I heard someone coming up the stairs. I could hear quiet talking too, like someone was on the phone. It sounded enough like Marcus that I didn't panic. Our bedroom doesn't have a proper door, just a heavy curtain, and I heard it move open like someone had stepped into the room. I was half asleep and facing the wall, and then I felt the mattress sink behind me, like someone had climbed into bed. A second later, I felt what seemed like an arm wrap around my waist. I remember thinking it was him, so I didn't question it. I just started relaxing back into sleep. Then, all at once, it hit me. Marcus wasn't supposed to be there. I went completely awake in an instant. My whole body locked up. I was staring straight at the wall, too scared to even turn around, but I could still feel the weight behind me on the bed and that arm resting around my waist. I was suddenly convinced someone had broken into the house and gotten into bed with me. I lay there frozen for what felt like forever, probably 30 or 40 seconds, trying to decide what to do. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. Finally, I thought, I have to do something. So I spent another few seconds just trying to work up the nerve, and then I threw my arm back as hard as I could to hit whoever was behind me. And the second I did, the weight vanished. There was no one there. No one at all. Since that night, I've started noticing things even when I'm fully awake during the day. I'll catch these quick glimpses of someone-shaped figures in the house, usually near my bedroom, by the staircase outside the room, or near the bathroom attached to it. It's always just for a split second. I'll think I saw a person standing there, but the moment I turn and look straight at it, it's gone. They've never spoken to me. They've never touched me again. But some of them look deeply unsettling, and I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. I'm not taking any new medication. Nothing major in my life has changed recently, and my stress level is pretty normal for me. That's part of why this feels so hard to explain. I'm planning to see a doctor soon because whatever this is, it's starting to scare me in a real way. I don't have a primary care doctor right now, so I'm still figuring out where to start. I just know I can't keep pretending it's nothing. I'm lying here under the blankets while I say all this, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. And honestly, I'm scared to go to sleep. But I needed to tell someone exactly what's been happening, because I don't know what to make of it anymore. Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M. Thanks for joining me tonight. Before we start, please subscribe if you haven't already, and turn on notifications so you'll know when a new video goes up. The first story tonight is about a boy who was grieving his grandfather and then saw something during the funeral rituals that has stayed with him ever since. It's the kind of story that feels simple at first, but gets more unsettling the more it unfolds. So lie back, get comfortable, and let's begin. Wishing you a calm night and a good sleep. I'm 17, and I live in India. I'm sharing this because something that happened a little over a week ago has been weighing on me in a way I can't shake. My grandfather, Dadaji, passed away at home on the 3rd of March. I still remember standing near him afterward, staring at his face, feeling completely shattered inside. But the strange part was that I couldn't cry. It was like all the grief was there, heavy and sharp, but my body just stayed still. In our family, there is a final ritual where we bathe the body before the funeral. I was there in the room while everyone was gathered around him. It was quiet, crowded, and yet everything felt far away, like I was hearing and seeing it all through a wall. And then I noticed something I still can't explain. His eyes moved. At first, I told myself I must have imagined it. I was overwhelmed, exhausted, and in shock, so I tried to brush it aside. I didn't want to say anything and have people think grief had gotten to my head. But then it happened again. This time, I looked straight at my sister, and she was already looking back at me with the exact same expression. That was the moment I knew I hadn't imagined it. She had seen it too. Neither of us said anything. I just quietly checked for a pulse. Nothing. I checked for breathing. Nothing. Later, when I told my cousin, he dismissed it right away and said we were probably just disturbed in seeing things. But that wasn't the only thing that unsettled me. That same day, I noticed a man in the room who looked almost exactly like my grandfather. Not just similar, I mean eerily close. At the time, I assumed he must have been one of my grandfather's brothers, because I don't know every branch of my father's side of the family very well. So I let it go. But a few days later, my grandmother said something that made my stomach drop. She told me my grandfather had 4 brothers in total, and after his death, only 3 were still alive. I already knew those 3. So I asked her about the man I had seen. She looked at me and said there was no other brother, no 4th man, no one in the family who matched the person I described. And that's when everything started to feel wrong, because I know what I saw. And the more I think about it, the more certain I become that this man did not just resemble my grandfather. He looked almost exactly like him. Even stranger, I keep feeling like I remember little moments with him, as if I've seen him before somewhere in my life, even though that makes no sense. By the next day, I couldn't leave it alone. I started asking the elders in my family one by one. Every single person either denied knowing anything or tried to avoid the conversation in this strange, uncomfortable way. Nobody wanted to talk about him. It felt less like confusion and more like silence on purpose. Then later, the same cousin I had told suggested I look through my grandfather's brother's old diaries and photo albums. He's the kind of man who records everything: photos, notes, albums, memories. He isn't exactly strict, but he's never been especially warm either. When I asked him for the diaries, he refused. When I asked for the photo albums, he refused again. I finally made an excuse and said my father needed an old picture of his brother for a ritual, and that I'd search for it myself. After some hesitation, he agreed. I took the album to my room and started going through it carefully. At first, everything looked normal, just family photographs, old gatherings, familiar faces. But then I noticed some strange pictures mixed in. Random corners, unfamiliar places, odd angles that didn't seem important enough to photograph. I kept turning pages, looking for anything unusual. That unsettled me more than I want to admit. At the very end of the album, I found a faded photograph of 6 little children playing together. I didn't recognize most of them, but one of the children looked so much like my grandfather as a boy that I felt sure it was him. I wanted to take a picture of it, but my phone had died. So I left the album there for a moment and went to get my mother's phone. When I came back, my grandfather's brother was already walking away with the album in his hands. I told him I wasn't finished. I said it more than once, but he just kept smiling at me all day in this way that felt playful on the surface and mocking underneath. He never gave it back. There's something else I should say, because maybe it matters. My family has a history of things happening that no one really knows how to explain. My little sister, who is only 6, sometimes wakes up in the middle of the night screaming at nothing. She talks in nonsense words, cries like she's terrified, and then goes back to sleep as if nothing happened. In the morning, she's completely normal. We took her to a doctor, and they found nothing wrong. Later, someone spiritual told us she was being disturbed by my late grandmother, my grandfather's first wife, who died by suicide many years ago. There have been other incidents too. Too many, honestly. So now I'm left with all of this in my head. The movement in my grandfather's eyes. The man who looked exactly like him. The faded photo of 6 children. The missing pictures from the album. The way my family shuts down every time I ask. I still don't know who that man was. I don't know whether only my sister and I noticed something strange that day, or whether others saw it and chose to stay quiet. I don't know who the other children in that photograph were. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder whether I'm chasing something real, or whether grief has simply opened a door in my mind that I can't close. About 10 years ago, I was living in northern Canada, near a stretch of road called the Highway of Tears. Even on a normal day, that highway carries a heaviness to it. There is so much pain tied to that place, so many people lost there, and you can feel it when you drive through. It always left me unsettled. One night, my husband, who was my boyfriend at the time, and I drove to the next town over for a friend's housewarming party. It was just over an hour from where we lived. We stayed pretty late, and by around 1 in the morning, we decided to head home. I was driving my little pickup, and he was in the passenger seat. The second we got back onto the highway, it felt like we had the whole road to ourselves. No cars, no semis, nothing. Normally, I might have liked that, but it was pitch black and pouring rain, so honestly, it just made everything feel even more eerie. I was taking it slow, just trying to get us home safely. A little while into the drive, I noticed an orange light way behind us. At first, I thought maybe it was a motorcycle, which seemed ridiculous in that weather, or maybe just a car with one headlight out. But then a second light appeared. Then a third. I remember staring at them through the rain, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My first thought was that maybe it was a few bikers traveling together, but something about it felt wrong. Then the middle light suddenly rushed forward until it was almost right behind my truck. A second later, it darted back again toward the other two. Then it came forward again. It kept doing that over and over, closing the distance at a speed that just did not seem possible. At the same time, the other 2 lights would move up on either side of us, one to the left and one to the right. And whenever all 3 pulled away, they would come close together and then shoot upward into the sky. Then they would come back down and do it all again. By then, I was terrified. Nothing about it made sense. I started crying and asking my boyfriend, "What are those? What do they want?" He was trying to stay calm, but I could hear it in his voice too. He was shaken. He just kept telling me to keep driving. I have always been open to things people cannot easily explain, whether that is UFOs, spirits, or anything else. But my boyfriend, he was never like that. He always had to have a practical explanation for everything. That night, though, even he had nothing. He could not explain what we were seeing any more than I could. Those lights stayed with us for almost the entire drive home. They trailed us, rushed us, circled us, then shot back into the sky again and again. It felt deliberate, like they were playing with us, like they knew we were afraid. It was only when we started getting closer to home, where the highway became a little more populated, that they finally disappeared. All 3 of them lifted up and vanished into the sky, and that was it. They never came back. I remember the relief I felt when they were finally gone, but even then, I could not shake the feeling that we had been in real danger. Whatever those lights were, it did not feel harmless. It felt like we had been watched, followed, tested somehow. And honestly, I still think about it. I still wonder whether those lights had some deeper connection to that highway and all the sorrow tied to it. Were they spirits? Were they something not of this world? I do not know. I just know what we saw, and I know how it felt. So this happened the year I graduated high school. Back then, we used to go out partying in the hills behind the dump in the next town over. Very tiny town behavior, honestly. To get there from my town, you had to drive about 10 minutes through these winding bluffs and back roads. That night, my two friends and I had driven separately, so each of us would have a car to sleep in if we decided to stay. One friend, Amber, and I had taken ecstasy, and our other friend, Danny, had only been drinking. Around 4 in the morning, we decided we were done and wanted to head home. Amber and I were still feeling a little high, but we thought we were okay to handle the short drive back. So we left together, kind of in a little line. Amber was in front, I was behind her, and Danny was following in the back. We got into the bluffs, and it was one of those strange early summer mornings where everything feels really still. The sky was already getting bright, the air was cool, and there wasn't another car anywhere on the road. I was watching Amber's car ahead of me when I suddenly saw her jerk to the left like she was avoiding something. Then I saw it too. There was this older man standing right in the road. He looked rough, kind of dirty, almost homeless, which was already unusual for that area. He was pushing a shopping cart, and there was a big blue tarp draped over it. I swerved into the other lane to miss him, just like Amber had. And even in the moment, I remember thinking, what on earth is he doing out here? People just didn't walk around those roads, especially not at that hour, and especially not someone like that. But I was tired, and still a little out of it, so I kind of let it go. I just thought, well, that was weird. Then we all got home, and a little while later Danny texted me and asked, "Why did you and Amber swerve like that?" I remember staring at my phone, completely confused. I wrote back, "What do you mean, why? Did you not see the old man with the cart in the middle of the road?" And she said no. She said she didn't see anyone, nothing at all. That's when the whole thing got under my skin. So I messaged Amber, and before I could even explain, she asked me, "You saw that old guy with the shopping cart and the blue tarp too, right?" Same description, same place, same exact thing. To this day, I still don't know what to make of it. Amber and I had both taken something, so sure, maybe that had something to do with it. We had hallucinated before while rolling, but never the same thing, at the same time, in that kind of detail. Not before then, and not ever again after that. And honestly, that's the part that has stayed with me. Not just that I saw him, but that Amber saw him too, and Danny saw absolutely nothing. I've gone back and forth for years about telling this story. Even now, it stays with me. It sits quietly in the back of my mind, almost every day. I guess I'm sharing it now because part of me still wants answers, and part of me just wants to believe there's some way to keep something like this from ever happening again. A lot of this happened to both me and my wife, Mara. Some moments only happened to one of us, but there were plenty of times when we both heard or felt the exact same thing in the house at once, which made it harder to brush off. It started gradually, sometime around the beginning of 2020, when the lockdowns had everyone stuck at home. At first, it was easy to dismiss. Little things. A doorknob trembling when no one was nearby. A sound in another room. Something sliding or dropping off a counter for no reason we could figure out. The kind of thing you explain away because you want to. But by the summer, it had changed. The house didn't just feel strange anymore. It felt occupied. At night, we started hearing voices. Sometimes it sounded like a man, sometimes a woman. A few times it felt like they were arguing with each other somewhere just beyond the walls. The weirdest part is that even though the voices sounded clear, neither of us can remember a single word they said. Not one. Then came the footsteps, movement in the hallway. That feeling where you suddenly know, with complete certainty, that something else is in the room with you. We had kids in the house, so every time it happened, we checked on them first. Again and again, they weren't the cause. That same year, I lost my job. While I was home, I threw myself into studying, trying to prepare for whatever came next. The activity in the house kept distracting me, so I started wearing headphones and playing white noise while I worked. Strangely enough, that helped. When I had the headphones on, the house went quiet. By the end of the year, I'd found a remote job and turned one of the spare rooms into a home office. I kept the same habit, headphones on, white noise in my ears, trying to stay focused. And then one day, while I was working, something happened that I still can't explain. I looked up, and for maybe a second, maybe less, I saw two beings standing in the room, facing me, staring directly at me. I bolted. I jumped up so fast I nearly sent my laptop and monitor crashing off the desk. I ran straight out of that room and found Mara in another part of the house. I told her what I'd seen, half expecting her to look at me like I'd lost it. Instead, she looked relieved. She told me she'd seen them too before, but never said anything because she thought maybe she was imagining it. I didn't get a long look, but I remember enough. They were human-shaped, roughly our height, but they were not human. Their faces reminded me of hairless animals, almost like a cat, maybe a dog, but wrong in a way that's hard to put into words. One had skin so dark it looked nearly black. The other was more of a charcoal gray. Their eyes were the part that hit me hardest. They didn't glow, but they stood out sharply, like they didn't belong on the faces they were set in. We went through the house praying, sprinkling both through every room and around the property. For a little while, it worked. The house became still. No voices. No strange noises. No pressure in the air. We finally breathed again. But it didn't last. Not long after that, my brother died unexpectedly. That loss cracked something open in all of us. I still miss him. I probably always will. I only mention him because of what happened next. One night, before bed, we heard the voices again. Sometime later, I woke up because I felt movement beside me. It felt like Mara had rolled toward me and leaned over, almost like she was reaching across the bed. But then the weight settled onto me, and it kept getting heavier. My wife is small. What I felt on top of me was not small. It was crushing. It pressed me deeper and deeper into the mattress. The blanket was over my face, and I couldn't see anything. I tried to move, tried to speak. Nothing. Then panic hit. I managed to move one arm just enough to reach over and touch Mara, and she was still beside me, exactly where she had been, asleep. That's when terror really took over. I tried to shake her awake, but she wouldn't respond. The weight stayed on me, pinning me down. It probably lasted 20 seconds or so, but in the moment, it felt endless. Then suddenly, it was gone, and right at that same instant, she woke up. She sat up immediately. I was too frightened to pull the blanket away from my face. I just asked her if someone was in the room. She looked around and said no. I told her it must have been a bad dream, because I didn't even know how to explain what had just happened. Eventually, somehow, I fell asleep again. Later that night, close to morning, I had a dream. I know it was long, but almost all of it is gone now. The only part I remember clearly is the end. In the dream, those same beings were there again, and I knew I was under attack. Then suddenly my brother was standing in front of me. He looked exactly like himself. I was about to speak to him when I noticed two figures behind him, farther off to the side. I couldn't make out who they were, but I knew they weren't the same entities from the house. They were with him. Then I looked back at my brother, and he changed into a small, white, fluffy dog. I remember staring at him and thinking, "Is that him? Where did he go?" Then I saw the two figures behind him had changed too. They were dogs now as well. The three of them turned and walked away together. And that was the end. I woke up crying so hard I could barely breathe. Mara woke up and asked what was wrong, but I couldn't even answer her at first. She just held me while I tried to get control of myself. It took several minutes before I could speak. And when I finally could, the first thing I said was, "It's over. We've been saved. It's not going to happen again." Then I told her everything. The pressure on my chest, the dream, my brother. From that moment on, it all stopped. No more voices. No more footsteps. No more strange movement in the house. No more presence. Nothing. It took me a long time to understand one part of it. More than a year, actually. I kept wondering why my brother had appeared as that little white dog. Then it hit me. My brother was incredible with kids. He loved making them laugh. One of the silly things he used to do all the time was bark like a little dog. He'd make this playful "arf" sound whenever he walked into a room, and the kids would burst out laughing. He did it so often that some of them even started calling him by it. When I remembered that, something in me settled. I think that was his way of saying hello to me one last time. Or maybe goodbye. Maybe both. I still think about that night all the time. It's been years now, and it hasn't left me. We feel deeply grateful, because whatever was happening in that house was getting worse. It wasn't staying in the shadows anymore. It was starting to feel physical, and that's the part that still chills me. What I still don't know is this. How can I be sure something like that won't ever happen again? And if it does, would we be protected the same way? I don't pretend to know what those beings were. I only know what we lived through, what we saw, and how suddenly it all ended after my brother came to me that night. That's the story. So, to give you a little background, my family comes from very old Sicilian nobility. I mean the kind of lineage where your ancestors were moving in circles with kings, cardinals, and people who helped shape history. Over the past year, I've been digging deep into our family records, and I became especially fixated on one ancestor from the 1500s. His name was Baron Matteo, though in some branches of the family, the name later shifted slightly to Mattia. And honestly, the man sounds less like a nobleman and more like something out of a dark Renaissance chronicle. He had connections to some of the most feared and powerful figures of that era, families tied to popes, political schemers, emperors, and conquerors. Everywhere I looked, his story was stained with violence. The records paint him as a cruel, ruthless man. There are stories of executions, of vendettas carried out without mercy, of young women forced into convents, and of acts so brutal they barely feel human. He held a baronial title in his lifetime, and later his descendants were elevated even further. So his shadow never really left the family. It just changed shape over time. What's strange is that we know almost everything about his life, but not how he died. The documents go silent. They tell us he died in his 60s, but not what happened. The only detail that survived is that he was buried in an elaborate black marble sarcophagus beneath a basilica in Sicily. Then, during the war, Bombing destroyed the basilica, and whatever remained of his tomb disappeared under stone and ash. Just gone. Now here's where it starts to feel personal. I'm living now in an old family villa that stands on land that once belonged to his estate. Not nearby, right on it. A little over 3 weeks ago, I woke up in the middle of the night. My bedroom door had been locked before I went to sleep. I'm absolutely certain of that. I couldn't move, which made me think it was sleep paralysis, but my mind felt completely awake. I could see the room clearly, and then I watched the door slowly open. A man stepped inside. He wasn't enormous, maybe around average height, but there was something commanding about him. He was dressed in full 16th century noble clothing, dark fabric, a sword at his side, gloves on his hands. The gloves looked wet with blood. His skin was pale in a way that didn't look alive, and his eyes, that's the part I can't shake. They were white. No pupils, no expression I could read, just these empty, staring eyes. He came to the bed, put one hand on the post, and stood there looking down at me. I was terrified. I couldn't even breathe properly. And then he spoke to me in an old Sicilian dialect, the kind you don't hear now except in fragments. What I understood was this: "You know my story. You carry my blood. I am still here, beneath the ruins. You, who have listened to me, must find me. I am waiting." I shut my eyes. When I opened them again, he was gone. The room was still. I could move. And I told myself it had to be a nightmare, or stress, or my own mind turning family history into something monstrous. But it didn't stop. It's happened every night for 22 nights. And there are two things that really shook me. The first is the portrait. I had never seen an image of him before because hardly any survive. Then recently, a regional archive sent me a scan of an uncatalogued portrait they had found. The second I opened it, I felt sick. It was him. The same face, the same features, the same man I'd seen standing at the foot of my bed. I had no way of knowing what he looked like, so now I'm stuck with this feeling that something is trying to close a circle through me. Part of me thinks I've just immersed myself so deeply in this man's history that my mind has started turning it into visions. But another part of me feels, very honestly, like he is asking not to be remembered, but to be found. And I don't know what to do with that. I don't know whether this is grief reaching backward through blood, obsession turning into fear, or something I can't explain at all. I just know I haven't felt at peace since it began. So, this happened earlier today, and honestly, I am still trying to make sense of it. I wasn't in my room at the time, and normally, if someone had told me they heard weird noises coming from there, I probably would have brushed it off right away. But my younger sister Lila actually recorded a couple of videos, and after watching them, I have to admit it is hard for me to just dismiss what happened. In the first video, my electric guitar starts making sound completely on its own. That has never happened before. It was not plugged in, and the sound was way louder than you would expect from an unplugged guitar just vibrating a little. To me, it almost sounded like two strings ringing out together, kind of like harmonics, maybe on the higher and lower strings at once. I could be wrong about the exact notes, but it was definitely coming from the guitar area. My sister even checked the other equipment in the room, and in the recording, you can hear pretty clearly that the sound is coming from where the guitars were resting. Then, after a little while, not long before I got back, it just stopped. The second video unsettled me even more. I was out of the house then, and my sister heard more strange noises coming from my room, so she started recording again. At the beginning, you can hear her say something like, "There's some weird noise in here." Then, near the end of the clip, a bottle falls off one of the upper shelves. What makes that so strange is that she was standing nowhere near it. She could not have reached it, even by accident. Later, we actually tried recreating it, just to see if maybe the bottle had been unstable or too close to the edge. But every time we tested it, the bottle bounced when it hit the floor. In the video, though, it drops almost straight down, which felt really odd. The bottle had also been sitting well back from the edge, so it should not have just slipped off on its own. And there is another detail that bothers me. Right before the bottle falls, if you listen closely, there is a sound that almost seems like something scraping or dragging it toward the edge. Then, when my sister leaves the room, after the door closes, you can hear this sharp little popping sound. We still have no idea what that was. We ruled out some obvious things. The windows were closed, so it was not a draft. Nobody was moving around in the other rooms at that moment, and there were no vibrations that we noticed. My sister also said she had heard footsteps and some knocking sounds coming from my room around the same time. There is another video of that too, though that one is less convincing because the sound could maybe have come from somewhere else. The thing is, I do not believe in paranormal stuff. I really do not. I want there to be a normal explanation for all of this. But because it all happened on the same day, and because the videos make it harder to shrug off, I have to admit it left me feeling uneasy in my own room. More than anything, I just want to understand what could have caused it, because I think having a rational explanation would help me calm down. Right now, I honestly do not know what to think. Hey, I wanted to share something that's been bothering me for a while, because I honestly do not know what to make of it. I'm in my teens, and I live with my family in a quiet little village just outside Vienna, Austria. It's the kind of place where not much usually happens. There's one main road, and along it are a few narrow lanes with houses tucked away. Our home is on the very last lane, so it feels even more isolated, especially at night. We've been living in this house for a little over 2 years now. It has 3 levels, plus an attic above the top floor. The attic is one of those places nobody really goes unless there's a reason. It's cold, dusty, and full of old things left behind by the people who lived here before us. Mostly boxes, bits of wood, and random storage. There are no windows up there, just a light switch and an old sink that doesn't even work anymore. As far as we can tell, there isn't any obvious way for animals to get in. We've checked for gaps and openings, and we've even put things in place to keep pests away, so that explanation never really felt convincing. What unsettles me is that, every so often, when someone is near the attic or standing in the hallway below it, we hear strange noises coming from up there. Sometimes it sounds like footsteps, or something being dragged lightly across the floor. Other times it's scratching. A few times, though, it has sounded like crying, or soft sobbing. And what really gets to me is that once in a while it almost sounds like whispering. Not just vague noise, but actual words, like someone is speaking too quietly to fully make out. It's not constant, and that almost makes it worse, because it happens just often enough to stay in your head. My sister has heard it too, so I know I'm not imagining it. And every time it happens, it seems tied to that attic area somehow. Whenever we check the rest of the house, everything feels completely normal. Nothing is out of place, nothing looks damaged, and there's never any clear sign of what could have caused it. It's quiet right now, and maybe that should make me feel better, but honestly, it doesn't. It just leaves me wondering what we've been hearing all this time. So I guess I'm asking whether anyone else has ever dealt with something like this in a house. Could an attic somehow create noises that sound eerily human, like whispers or voices? Could it be the structure, airflow, pipes, wood settling, or something else entirely? I'd really appreciate any serious thoughts, because I'm genuinely curious, and, if I'm being honest, a little frightened too. I want to tell you about something that happened to me when I was a teenager, somewhere around 16 or 17, and even now I still cannot explain it in any clean, logical way. It all seemed to center around the mirrors in my house. I know that sounds dramatic, but being near them felt wrong in a way I could never quite put into words. It was like the glass carried this strange pressure, almost like walking too close to someone who was staring at you without blinking. Whenever I was alone, I had this constant feeling that something was watching me through the reflection instead of simply copying me. Around that same time, I started having the same nightmare again and again. In it, I would be standing in front of a mirror doing something completely ordinary, fixing my hair, washing my face, brushing my teeth. Then my reflection would stop following me. It would pause, turn toward me in this unsettling way, and become something colder, something meaner. And then my nose would start bleeding. What made it so much worse was that I would wake up and the nosebleed would be real. At first, I tried covering the mirror in my room before I went to sleep, and for a little while that seemed to calm things down. But it did not last. The dreams came back harder, and sleep stopped feeling like sleep. I could be in bed all night and still wake up feeling like I had been dragged through something heavy and dark. There were nights when I would wake up needing the bathroom, but I would lie there trying not to move because I knew I had to pass the mirror in the hallway and the one in the bathroom. Most of the time it was around 3 in the morning, and more than once, after walking past them, my nose would start bleeding again. I know how unbelievable that sounds, but when you are the one living inside it, fear becomes very simple. You stop asking whether it sounds ridiculous and start asking how much more of it you can take. One night, I got so desperate that I lit a candle and started reading Bible verses out loud. I just needed something steady, something good, something that felt stronger than whatever was crowding around me. While I was reading, the lights in the house began flickering. Then I heard pounding at the back door, loud enough to sound like someone wanted in. I remember seeing what looked like a human shadow shift across the wall. I set the candle down to check the door, and the moment I stepped into the hallway, the glass holder shattered. After that, other things started happening too. I saw a mug slide off the kitchen counter by itself. My dog, Rusty, would suddenly growl at empty corners of the room and refuse to sleep by himself. More than once, I went to bed with the lights off and woke up with them blazing. Most nights, I was alone in that house. My dad was working away for stretches of time, so I stayed there to look after the dog. My grandparents were nearby, which helped a little, but inside that house, it was usually just me and whatever that feeling was. And eventually, it stopped feeling contained. Even when I left, it seemed like the dread followed me. I had a friend named Maris who was into witchcraft, or at least she said she was sensitive to things most people ignored. She came over one evening and told me, very matter-of-factly, that mirrors could act like portals. She lit a candle, turned off the lights, and started moving from mirror to mirror, placing her hand against the glass as if she were listening for something. That alone rattled us, but we kept going. Later, we checked the dresser mirror in my dad's bedroom. Nothing happened right away, so we left the house to get food. But when we came back, there was a dark handprint inside the mirror. Not on it, inside it. It looked trapped beneath the glass, and no matter what we used, it would not come off. In my room, the vanity mirror ended up with 3 long scratches across the surface. Maris also told me the mirror in my sister's room felt wrong in a different way, like there was some black, shapeless presence lingering around it. The truth is, I had disliked those mirrors long before any of this started. The worst dream came near the end of it all. In that dream, a transparent figure stepped out of the mirror in my bedroom and touched my leg. It spoke in my own voice. That was the part that really got to me. Not loud, not monstrous, just familiar. It said, "Let me in." I remember feeling too exhausted to even scream. In the dream, I just kept thinking, "No, no, no." Then it said, "That's all right. I'll take over when you die at 27 anyway." After that, I would not go back into the house. Eventually, I told my grandmother everything. Between her prayers and some protective things Mara showed me, it finally stopped. Just stopped. No more nightmares, no more nosebleeds, no more sense of being watched through glass. Nothing like that has ever happened to me again. Funny enough, I love horror now. I really do. But films where reflections move when the person is not looking still get under my skin in a very specific way, because that part is almost exactly what those nightmares felt like. Back then, I honestly thought I might be losing my mind. Later, someone told me it could have been what they called a clinger, some kind of parasitic energy that latches onto people during painful seasons and feeds on fear and grief. My parents had just split up around that time, and I was carrying more than I knew how to say out loud. Maybe that explanation fits. Maybe it does not. All I know is that I am grateful it ended. Then, years later, something happened again, but only once. I had been researching my family history, trying to learn more about my great-great-grandmother who had been adopted. There were all these missing pieces in the story, and I had become a little obsessed with finding out why she had been given up in the first place. That night I went to bed early, with a small tabletop fountain running in my room, one of those little electric ones meant to sound peaceful. I remember feeling uneasy before I fell asleep, but I brushed it off. At some point in the night, I woke suddenly with that old, unmistakable feeling that someone was in the room with me. I looked toward the corner, and there was a man standing there. He was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, something like a dark suit and a top hat. Water was pouring from his mouth as if he were trying to speak through drowning. There was seaweed tangled in it. His eyes were red and strained, and when he reached toward me, he looked less angry than desperate. Then the choking got worse. His lips had this bluish tint, and his skin looked drained of life. What unsettled me most was that I was not fully terrified. When I woke the next morning, the fountain had shut off. And in the exact corner where the man had been standing, there was a puddle of water on the floor. I just stood there staring at it, because that was the moment I knew. It had not felt like a dream only because I was half asleep. Something had happened. Later that same day, I kept digging through family records and finally found the answer I had been looking for. My great-great-grandmother had been put up for adoption after her father died, and her mother could not support the children alone. He had died in a shipwreck. He drowned. I should probably start with a little context. I'm Mexican, but growing up, my family never really did much for Dia de Muertos. That only changed after I moved in with my partner around 2022. That was when we began putting up an altar every year for the people and pets we've lost. If you're not familiar with the tradition, every year around November 1st, many families in Mexico make altars to honor loved ones who've passed away. We place their photos there, along with candles, flowers, and foods they loved most. The idea, at least the way I've always understood it, is that for a brief window, their spirits can come back, visit us, enjoy what we've prepared, and rest with us for a little while before that doorway closes again. I know that's a simplified way of putting it, but that's the feeling of it. On my altar, I always include a few very important souls. One is my aunt on my dad's side. Another is one of my old dogs. But the person at the center of this story is my grandfather, my dad's father. He died when I was very young, so I barely knew him. And still, for as long as I can remember, I've carried this quiet feeling that he's looked after me somehow, protected me, kept me safe, sent me a little luck when I needed it. I know that may sound like magical thinking, especially since we were never close, but it's just something I've always felt in my bones. The first year I ever helped set up an altar, I was sitting alone in the apartment that evening. It was November 1st, and the place was quiet. Then, out of nowhere, I heard bubble wrap start popping by itself. My partner had left a sheet of it nearby, untouched. No one was near it. It was strange enough that I immediately noticed. At first, I thought maybe it could have been my aunt. She had Down syndrome, and something about the randomness and playfulness of it made me think of her. Later, I told my dad what happened, and without missing a beat, he said, "That was probably your grandfather." I asked him why, and he told me his dad loved popping bubble wrap so much that, when he was a kid, they'd sometimes hide it from him because he couldn't resist it. I had never heard that story before. No one had ever told me that. So hearing it shook me a little. Then, years later, sometime in 2025, my dad told me more about who his father really was. Not just the version people soften with time, but the harder truth. He told me my grandfather had been dishonest, that he'd conned people, stolen from them, lied, and hurt my grandmother in ways that left deep marks. It changed the picture I had of him, or at least complicated it. That same Dia de Muertos season, the night I placed his photo on the altar again, I had a dream that I still can't fully explain. In the dream, I was standing guard outside this place that felt grimy, rusted, and half underground. The lighting was dim and dirty, and everything about it made me uneasy. I somehow knew I was there to keep watch, and I also knew that my grandfather had already gone inside, somewhere deeper in the building, behind the door I was guarding. Then someone approached. At first, she looked like my grandmother. She acted like my grandmother too, calm and casual, like she belonged there and had every right to go in. She said she had something to take care of inside, just a quick errand, nothing important. But the second I looked at her, I felt this deep, instant distrust. Not confusion, not hesitation, certainty. I knew, somehow, that it wasn't her. That's when I shoved her back and held my ground. And the moment I did, her face began to change. It was still wearing my grandmother's features, but they started to warp, like wax softening near a flame. Her expression twisted into something furious and unnatural. Her face looked melted, angry, wrong. Not human anymore, not really. That was the moment it became completely clear to me that whatever was standing there was not my grandmother. It was something else, something pretending to be her so it could get inside. I shut the door on it. On the other side, it became frantic, angry, desperate. It wanted in so badly. When it realized it couldn't force its way through the door, it started peering through the windows, trying to look inside, trying to find another way in. But it couldn't enter. And somehow, even in the dream, I understood what was happening. I felt like my grandfather had come to rest for a while, just as we believe our dead can do during Dia de Muertos. But I also felt that something else had come looking for him. Maybe someone he had wronged. Maybe something tied to the harm he'd caused in life. Something that hadn't let go. Even now, every time I tell this story, I get chills. Real chills. The kind that come from somewhere deeper than memory. I've told this story many times, and nothing about it has dulled. If anything, it still feels just as sharp, just as unsettling. And that's what stays with me most. It never felt like just a dream. It felt like I was there for a reason. Like I was meant to stand at that door and keep something out. You know, this happened a little over 6 years ago, back when I was living abroad. I was heading home one late afternoon, walking along a broad avenue near the center of the city, just keeping to myself, when I noticed a woman off in the distance suddenly start coming straight toward me. She didn't look homeless or disheveled. She was actually dressed fairly neatly, but there was something about her that felt uncanny, almost old world, and the way she looked at me honestly unsettled me. She was smiling, but not in a kind or comforting way. It was more like she was seeing past me or through me, and there was this strange brightness in her eyes that I still haven't forgotten. The only way I can describe it is that she looked delighted by something I couldn't see, and it terrified me. She stopped me and asked if I wanted her to tell my fortune. I said no, thank you, I was fine. But she kept insisting, saying it wouldn't cost anything, asking if I was sure, and then she told me that I was coming to the end of a cycle in my life. I remember barely hearing the words because I was so focused on her face, especially her eyes. I felt so uneasy that I refused again and walked away, but the encounter stayed with me. It left a mark on me in a way I couldn't explain. At that point in my life, I actually did feel like I was closing out a chapter, and in a positive way. Things seemed to be improving. For the first time in a long time, it felt like life was opening up. Even my creativity, which had been buried for years under pain and survival mode, started returning a few months later in a way that felt real and alive. But then, around half a year after that encounter, everything collapsed. I won't go into every detail, but it felt like my whole reality cracked open. I went through wave after wave of betrayal, not only from people around me at the time, but also through things I came to understand about my past. It was as if the ground under my life had been false all along, and suddenly I could see it. The closest thing I can compare it to is waking up inside a completely different world, where the rules had changed, and I had to become someone else just to survive it. What makes it even harder to explain is that before all of that, things had genuinely been going well. I was building something good. I was finally finding momentum. And then the betrayals, the revelations, all of it, seemed to derail everything. Mentally, it was brutal. I stayed caught in that cycle for years, really, until only recently, when I stopped reacting to every shock and started trying to understand it, piece by piece. Since then, I've been dreaming a lot. Most of the dreams have been symbolic, heavy with meaning but hard to decode. But yesterday, I dreamed vividly about that woman again, like the moment had just happened. And I'll be honest, part of me still feels that she saw something. For a long time, I thought maybe what she sensed was the ending of my suffering and the beginning of a happier life. I had no idea that whatever was ending would come apart so violently, or that the transition itself would be so devastating. Now I keep wondering what that whole period was really about. Was it a necessary fire? Something that had to burn through my life so I could become who I am now? Or was it another kind of breaking? Another way of being pushed back just when I had finally begun to come alive? I just don't know what it meant. And I still think about that day, and about her. And I can't help but ask whether anyone else has ever had a stranger say something over them that later felt hauntingly real. Whether anyone has ever met someone who seemed to carry that kind of presence, or that kind of power. I used to work the late shift at a hotel in a mid-sized city in Bavaria, usually from about 2 in the afternoon until 11:30 at night, so most of the job was just checking people in. On this particular evening, I was working with a colleague of mine, Lena, who I'm still close friends with now, and both of us still talk about this because it was just that strange. It was probably around 6:30, so the busiest part of check-in had already passed. We only had a few arrivals left, which meant Lena and I were mostly standing at reception chatting and enjoying one of those rare quiet stretches. Then this family of 3 walked in, a mother, a father and their son. And I know this sounds odd, but they looked almost unreal in how perfectly they matched these familiar types. The father was really tall and thin, bald, wearing hiking sandals and carrying this huge travel backpack. The mother was shorter, blonde, very put together, with the kind of look that instantly reminded me of a festival postcard version of Bavaria. And their son, maybe 8 or 9 years old, had such a generic little face that he almost didn't seem real at first glance, like someone had designed him to be child in a game. The moment they entered the lobby, the whole atmosphere shifted. It was immediate. Before that, Lena and I had been relaxed and joking around, and then, suddenly we both straightened up without even thinking about it. The family seemed deeply tense, not angry exactly, just stiff and silent in a way that made the whole room feel off. I checked them in, gave them their room details, pointed them toward the elevators. Not one of them said anything beyond the bare minimum. Then they walked around the corner toward the lift, and the second they were out of sight, it felt like the tension in the lobby just broke. Lena leaned toward me right away and whispered, "Did you feel that too?" And I said, "Yes, absolutely." We brushed it off and went back to talking. Then maybe 15 minutes later, another guest came in, just a normal woman traveling alone. I checked her in, and she asked if we had any restaurant recommendations nearby. So I gave her a few suggestions and then pointed her toward the elevator as well. A moment later, we heard the elevator doors open. Then we heard her immediately say, "Oh, sorry," and the doors closed again. At first, I assumed maybe housekeeping staff were using it, or someone had loaded a cart into the lift. But then the woman came walking back to the desk looking confused and said, "There's a family in the elevator just standing there. They're not moving." Lena and I looked at each other like, surely not. We walked over, pressed the button, and the doors opened instantly. And there they were, the same family, just standing inside the elevator exactly as before. Not talking, not reacting, not even really looking at us. They were facing forward, completely still, like mannequins placed in position and forgotten there. We just stood there for a second, probably 3 seconds, maybe less, but it felt longer. Then Lena finally said, very carefully, "Are you all right?" And it was like someone had switched them back on. They all softened at once. The mother smiled politely, like this was the most normal thing in the world, and said, "Yes, we're fine, thank you." Then the father calmly pressed the button for their floor. That was it. No explanation, no embarrassment, nothing. We waited for the elevator to go up, called it back down, and sent the other guest on her way. Then Lena and I walked back to reception and just stared at each other. These 3 people, who already seemed strange from the moment they arrived, had apparently been standing motionless in that elevator for at least 10 minutes, maybe longer, doing absolutely nothing. Not talking, not checking a phone, not reacting to the world around them, just paused. It's been years now, and Lena and I still bring it up sometimes. Our friends do too whenever we see someone acting oddly in public. One friend suggested maybe they were just exhausted and zoned out after traveling, and maybe that's all it was. But I don't know. I've seen tired guests before. This felt different. Even now, I can still picture the elevator doors opening and all 3 of them just standing there, perfectly still, as if we'd interrupted them before the scene was supposed to continue. I want to tell you about something that happened to me years ago on a camping trip in British Columbia, and even now, I still can't explain it. There were 6 of us out there, deep in the woods off an old logging road. We'd all camped plenty of times before, so this wasn't new for us. And just so you know, nobody had been drinking or smoking that night. One of our friends was staying sober, so the whole trip was dry. We were sitting around the fire, just talking like usual, when my friend Mason suddenly went quiet. He lifted his head a little, like he was listening for something. Then he told us, very seriously, to stop talking and listen. And the second I paid attention, I felt it too. The forest had gone completely silent. I don't mean calmer than usual. I mean dead silent. A moment earlier, there had been frogs, birds, all the little sounds you expect in the woods at night. Then, all at once, nothing. No movement, no rustling, no calls. I could only hear the fire cracking softly. It felt like the air had been pulled right out of the forest. Mason worked in forestry and spent half the year out in the bush, so if anyone knew those woods, it was him. He said, "Guys, there could be a cougar or a bear nearby. The forest doesn't go quiet like this for no reason. We should probably move to the trucks." But before any of us could do anything, we saw it. Out near the tree line, maybe 100 feet away, there was this red orb moving between the trees. It wasn't a reflection. It wasn't headlights. It wasn't someone with a flashlight. It looked like a glowing glass sphere, about the size of a beach ball, with fire burning inside it. It gave off its own light. You could actually see a faint red glow touching the trees as it passed. It moved at about walking speed, weaving through the forest, and we could see it slipping behind some trees and in front of others. We just sat there staring at it. Nobody said a word. We were too shocked. It lasted maybe 20 seconds, then slowly faded out. And about 10 seconds after it disappeared, the sounds of the forest came back, like someone had flipped a switch. That was when the fear really hit me. The silence had already put me on edge, but seeing that thing made my whole body react. My stomach dropped. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I've had genuinely dangerous moments in my life, and somehow this felt worse. It was like my brain kept trying to make sense of what I was looking at and just couldn't. We all stood up almost immediately. We barely even talked. A couple of us muttered, "What was that?" and "Did you see that too?" We all had, every one of us. There were 6 people there, and we all saw the same thing. For some reason, maybe because we wanted there to be a logical explanation, we took a quick look around. But there was no road nearby, no other campsite, nothing that could explain a moving red light in that part of the forest. And honestly, checking only made it worse. So we left. We packed up fast and drove about 20 or 30 minutes until we found a paid campsite with other people around. It was probably around 1 in the morning by then. We just needed to be somewhere that didn't feel so isolated. The next morning, the campsite owner came by because people usually didn't show up that late. We told her what happened, half joking, because saying it out loud made it sound unreal. But the second we described it, her face changed. She went completely serious.
I don't know what I believe.
I'm not going to pretend I have answers. All I know is that it happened. We were experienced campers. We'd heard strange noises before, seen weird flashes in the sky, run into sketchy people in the bush. But those things always had some possible explanation. This didn't. Mason was so shaken by it that he didn't even want to talk about it for a long time. And going back to work in the woods messed with him for months. Even now, all these years later, we still bring it up sometimes when we're together. And every time we do, it gets under my skin all over again. I still get that same cold feeling thinking about how the woods went silent, and then that red light appeared. And to be honest with you, even telling you this now gives me the creeps. Something happened to me about 4 years ago, and honestly, I still think about it sometimes late at night. I live in a house right next to a stretch of forest. The front has a big metal gate, and both sides of the property are enclosed by high walls, so the only part that really opens toward the woods is the back. I also have several dogs, all labs, all pretty big, so it's not like they scare easily. One night, sometime around midnight, I woke up because every single one of them started barking at once. But it wasn't their usual barking. It was intense, sharp, the kind of sound dogs make when they know something is wrong. At first, I figured maybe one of them had gotten left outside the gate, or there was some animal wandering too close to the house, so I got up to check. I opened the door and stepped out into the yard. It was one of those nights where the dark feels heavier than usual. When I looked to my right, I saw all my dogs grouped together, barking non-stop. They were all facing the same spot, almost like they had something cornered. At first, I couldn't tell what they were looking at. Then, after a few seconds, once my eyes adjusted, I realized there was something standing in the middle of them. It had the shape of a dog, or at least something close to one. What unsettled me right away was its size. My dogs are Labradors, solid animals, and this thing was still much larger than they were, easily twice the size of one of them. And even though it was dark, I could still make out my dogs clearly enough. This thing was different. It was so black that it didn't look natural. I couldn't make out its face, its eyes, or even the exact outline of its body. It looked less like an animal and more like a patch of shadow that had somehow taken shape. I must have made some small sound, because after a moment, it slowly raised its head and turned toward me. And the second it noticed me, it moved. It suddenly lunged toward one of the walls, like it was trying to climb over and get out. It jumped up against it, but it didn't make it over, and all the while my dogs kept barking like mad. That was the moment I really felt fear hit me. I backed into the house and grabbed my phone so I could use the flashlight. But before I could step outside again, I heard my dogs tear off all at once toward the back of the property, toward the woods, barking like they were chasing whatever that thing was. Their barking got farther and farther away until it faded completely. Then everything went silent. And I mean completely silent. No insects, no leaves moving, no night sounds at all. That silence scared me even more than seeing the creature itself. I stayed inside after that and shut the door. After a while, my dogs came back on their own. None of them were hurt. No scratches, no blood, nothing. It was like they had run whatever it was back into the forest and returned. I still don't know what I saw that night. Where I'm from in Mexico, there's a well-known belief in beings called nahuales. People say they're witches who can take the form of animals and move through the night unseen. Maybe that's what it was. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Something that came out of the forest that night and somehow found its way into my yard. You know, the two properties I mentioned have been in my family for well over a century. Back in the early 1900s, when rural Canada was still so spread out that neighboring settlements could be a full day's horseback ride apart, it was pretty common for farmers to open their homes to travelers passing through. The original house on my parents' land sort of worked like an informal bed and breakfast for people who needed a place to rest for the night. The first strange thing my family ever talked about happened when my stepdad, who I'll call Ray, was just a kid. One night, he woke up and wandered into the living room, and there was a man standing by the wood stove. Ray said he was wearing a short-brimmed hat and looked like he was either warming himself or tending the fire. What makes it eerie is that Ray actually spoke with him for a bit, like it was completely normal, and then just went back to bed. The next morning, he found out there hadn't been any guests in the house at all that night. Later, when he described the man, the family realized he matched someone who used to stop there years before, a man who had already died. And then there's the part that honestly unsettles me the most, what I can only describe as a mimic. I really do believe there's something here that can imitate people. Too many separate people I know have had experiences with it for me to brush it off. My mom has had full conversations with what she thought was Ray, only to learn he wasn't even in the house. And the reverse has happened too. The strangest one for her was when she was trying to nap on the couch. She said Ray had been talking to her before she laid down, and even after she settled in, she could still hear him and kept responding in her head, getting more and more irritated, thinking, "Please, just let me rest for a minute." But the whole time, he was actually outside in the garage working and had never come back in. Another time, Ray was out in the backyard doing chores when he heard several hard taps on one of the windows from inside the house. He turned and saw the outline of my mom through the glass, so he went in to see what she needed. But when he got inside, she wasn't there. She hadn't been in the house for hours. One of the creepiest stories happened when my friend Jonah stayed over when we were teenagers. He slept on the couch under the big front window that looks out into the yard. The next morning, he looked completely rattled. He told me that during the night, he felt me shaking him awake, urgently telling him I needed to show him something. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and realized I wasn't in the room at all. Then he looked out the window and saw what he swore was me standing out in the yard near the woodshed, maybe 100 feet away. The thing is, he had no idea about any of the stories connected to the property. He also couldn't have known that the woodshed sits almost exactly where the old guest house used to stand. If he'd gone to my room, he would have found me asleep the whole time. That's the only time I know of that whatever this is has copied me. Over the years, my friends have heard screams in that house, cupboards slamming on their own, and voices with no one there. One night during a party, everyone in my family was outside while my friend Stefan went in to use the bathroom. On his way back out, the kitchen cupboard started banging shut over and over, violently. He didn't even stop to think. He grabbed his shoes, bolted outside, tossed them onto the lawn, and stood there trying to put them on with shaking hands. I want to tell you about a place near Woodvale, Manitoba, in Canada, where people have been seeing strange lights for years. There's a stretch of railway tracks just east of town that a lot of locals avoid after dark, especially around the middle of August. That's when the sightings seem to happen most often. People talk about glowing orbs appearing out there at night, moving in ways that don't feel random at all. The story I grew up hearing was about a railway worker named Daniel, who used to walk the tracks carrying a lantern. One night, he was struck by a train and killed, and ever since then, people say his spirit comes back as those lights. There are different versions, of course, like there always are with stories that get passed around for generations, but that's the one that stayed with me. And the unsettling part is that these lights don't just appear. People say they react. They follow. They chase. My uncle and two of his friends had an experience out there that shook them badly. They had parked near the tracks one night, just sitting there, watching the tree line, when they noticed a glowing orb in the distance. At first it was weaving between the trees, almost lazily, but then it seemed to lock onto them. It changed direction and started coming straight toward their truck. They panicked. All three of them scrambled inside, and my uncle tore out of there as fast as he could. But the light didn't stay behind. It followed them. He said it kept pace with the truck, and then, for a few seconds, hovered right over the bed in the back before suddenly disappearing. Even years later, the fear in that story still feels real when it's told. I've heard other accounts too, and they all carry that same feeling, that same sharp edge of terror, like whatever people saw was aware of them. At one point, researchers from a university in Manitoba, maybe the University of Manitoba, maybe the University of Winnipeg, came out to investigate. From what my family was told, they actually witnessed the lights and documented what they could. But what really stayed with people was what they found afterward. While searching the area, they reportedly came across animals that were eerily still. Rabbits, deer, squirrels, all motionless and unresponsive, almost as if time had stopped around them. Apparently, a report was written, and locals talked about it for years, but it's no longer something anyone seems able to track down. All of that already would have been enough to stay with me. But there's one more story, and this one happened at my parents' home. One evening, they were in the living room watching TV. The sun had gone down, but there was still that dim blue light of late twilight hanging outside. From where they were sitting, they could see into the kitchen, and the kitchen window looked out over the backyard. Then, this orange orb came drifting in from outside. It didn't stop at the glass. It passed straight through the window and into the kitchen. My mom said it hovered there, glowing with this deep, unnatural color, and then it started to expand, almost like it was breathing. As it swelled, it gave off a low vibration, a hum or pulse that they could actually feel in their bodies. Not just hear, feel. The whole thing lasted only moments, and then it moved back out the same way it came, slipping through the window and vanishing into the yard. So that's why I can't shake these stories. They've followed my family for years, and now I'm planning to go out to those tracks this August and see for myself. I want to document whatever's there, if anything shows itself. I don't know what I'll find, but I do know this has lived in people's memories for a very long time, and once you hear the stories, it stays with you. I had a really unsettling dream out of nowhere, and honestly, it shook me more than I expected. I do not dream very often, and when I do, it usually feels like one of two things. Either it is showing me something I need to reflect on and heal, or it turns into a nightmare. But this felt different from the usual kind of bad dream. It stayed with me. I have always believed in spirits and energies, especially the kind that feel heavy or low. Just the day before this happened, I had learned how to properly ground myself, and for the first time I had a meditation that felt truly calm and deep. I have never really felt like my house was haunted or anything like that. I have never seen shadows or had some obvious experience that made me think something was trying to scare me. But I will say this, I have always felt strangely uneasy in the bathroom, especially when taking a bath. I usually brushed it off as regular anxiety. The dream itself was actually simple, which somehow made it even creepier. I was on the balcony, playing hide and seek with my cats, and there were a few unfamiliar men there too, people I had never seen before. Then I looked toward the balcony door and suddenly something rushed in. It looked almost human, but not fully. It came straight through me. The second it passed through me, I felt this horrible twisting sensation in my stomach, and a wave of fear hit me so hard that I jolted awake with my heart pounding. I got up right away and went to check on my cats. One of them was staring directly at the balcony door from the dream. Maybe that was just a coincidence, but in that moment it scared me even more. Like I always do when I am shaken up, I went straight to my mom's room. It was around 1 a.m. I told her I had a nightmare, but I did not tell her what it was really about because I did not want to frighten her too. Around the same time, my younger sister, who is autistic, was unusually agitated. That was strange too. I helped calm her down and got her settled back into bed. After that, I grounded myself again, tried to release the fear, went back to my room later, and somehow managed to sleep peacefully. What really got to me was what happened the next morning. My mom told me that after I left her room, she had a nightmare too. She said she was standing near a doorway, and something rushed into her. She felt frozen and numb in bed afterward. The way she described it sounded disturbingly close to what I had experienced. She said she started playing holy recitations, but at first it did not help. Then she played something stronger, and she felt an immediate sense of release. She told me this had never happened to her before either. That is why I am sharing this. I am honestly scared, and I do not know what to make of it. Part of me wants to know whether experiences like this are normal, or whether dreams can somehow pass from one person to another. This is the first time anything like this has happened to me, and the fact that it came right after I opened myself up spiritually and had such a deep meditation makes me uneasy. Now I keep wondering if I should stop for a while, or if I am stepping into something I do not fully understand. Maybe I need guidance. Maybe I need someone experienced to help me make sense of it. I just know this whole thing left me feeling rattled. Hello everyone, welcome back, and thanks for joining me tonight. Before we get into the first story, turn on notifications so you do not miss any future videos, and if you have your own paranormal experience, you can always send it to me. Tonight's first story is about a woman who says these kinds of things have followed her since she was young, even through all the different places she has lived. What makes it even stranger is that the experiences kept happening after she became an adult too. All right, let's begin, and I hope you sleep well tonight. You know, for as long as I can remember, strange things have followed me from place to place. I'm 37 now, and ever since I was a kid, no matter where I've lived, there's always been some kind of paranormal activity around me. My parents split up when I was young, and after that, we moved a lot. Every couple of years it seemed like we were packing up again. So I grew up in more houses than most people ever do, and somehow, that eerie feeling always came with me. Even after I moved to a different state about 10 years ago, the experiences never really stopped. It's not constant. It's not like every day is haunted or anything like that. But every so often, I'll hear voices when no one's there. I'll catch odd noises in the next room, or see someone out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing. Sometimes it's shadowy figures, just black shapes moving where they shouldn't be. I've seen objects shift on their own in plain sight. I've felt something brush against me when nobody was near. And more than once, I've had that heavy feeling of being watched, like I'm not alone even when I know I should be. There have even been unexplained bruises and scratches that I couldn't account for. One of the earliest things I remember happened at my grandma's house. My youngest uncle, Darren, is only about 8 years older than me, so growing up, we were more like cousins or siblings than anything else. We spent a lot of time at grandma's, and that old house had history. I was told it had been built sometime in the 1940s, and over the years, different people had added rooms onto it, so it had this pieced-together feel, like it had grown in strange directions. My uncle's room had this closet with old wooden sliding doors, and for some reason, whenever those doors were left open, I could not stay in that room. I can't explain it in a logical way. I just felt it. The second I saw that closet open, I'd get this deep, uneasy feeling in my stomach, like something was wrong in there, like something bad might step out if I stayed too long. It only happened in that room, and only when those doors were open. Another time, when I was old enough to stay home by myself, we were living way out in the country. It was quiet out there, the kind of quiet that makes every sound feel bigger. One afternoon, my mom had gone into town to pick up groceries, and I was stretched out on the couch taking a nap. I woke up suddenly to the sound of voices, like people were talking nearby, and I could hear dishes rattling in the drainer in the kitchen. Not crashing, just shaking enough to make noise. I remember lying there, half awake, trying to convince myself I was imagining it, but I knew what I heard. Then there's the experience that still gets under my skin when I think about it. By then, I was an adult, and after my grandma had a series of mini strokes, I moved in with her for a while to help take care of her. One day, it was just the two of us in the house, and I wasn't feeling well, so I went to my room to lie down. I was turned toward the wall, just resting, and then I heard what sounded exactly like the front door opening and closing, like someone had come inside. A second later, I heard footsteps moving down the hallway. I always kept my bedroom door slightly cracked in case Grandma needed me, so I was listening, waiting to hear her call out. but the house had gone completely still. Then I heard my bedroom door slowly open a little more. It paused, then it shut. And just a couple of seconds later, right beside my ear, like someone was leaning over me, I heard a loud voice yell, "Hey!" That's the part that stays with me. Not just the fear, but how real it always feels in the moment. I still don't really know why I've had these experiences my whole life. I've asked myself that more times than I can count. Most of the time, it doesn't truly bother me. It surprises me more than anything. It startles me, yes, but it's also become this strange thread running through my life, something I can't ignore because it keeps happening. I've always been drawn to the paranormal, maybe because of everything I've experienced. I'm genuinely interested in that world, in the questions around it, in the things we can't explain. But when I tell some people what I've seen or heard, they look at me like I've lost my mind. And honestly, maybe I've gotten used to that too. But when you've lived it, when you've heard something breathe close to you in an empty room, or felt a presence you can't explain, you know how hard it is to just brush it off. I was 5 when my parents split up. Most of the time, I stayed with my dad because getting to my mom's place meant a long drive, almost 2 hours each way, so I usually only saw her every other weekend. Around that same time, my grandmother was getting very sick. Everyone around me knew she didn't have much time left, but I was only a little kid, so I didn't really understand what was happening. I just knew I loved her deeply. My dad and I were never especially close. He mostly kept me occupied by giving me one of those tiny old Android phones, and I spent a lot of time on it because, honestly, he didn't do much with me. One night, I remember crying and begging to go to my mom's house. I was screaming, completely upset, and eventually my dad had enough. He packed a bag, put me in the car, and started driving. What he didn't tell me was that my grandmother had died that same night. My mom wanted him to tell me. I know that now. While we were driving down the highway, they were on the phone arguing, both of them yelling. It got so heated that my dad pulled over to the side of the road because he didn't want to crash. He told me to stay in the car and said he'd be back in a minute. Then he got out and walked off into the dark. I remember just sitting there alone. It was around midnight, and I could barely see anything. Across the highway there were distant lights, and on the other side of the car there were woods. I was crying hard, tugging at the door handle, the way any 5-year-old would be in that moment. And then I heard voices. Low, hushed voices. I looked up toward the trees, and that's when I saw it. There was something standing at the edge of the woods. A man, maybe, but impossibly tall. Not just tall in a normal way. I mean at least 7 feet, maybe more. I didn't feel panic exactly. I didn't feel calm either. I just froze and stared. Its legs seemed endless, and I couldn't make out a real face. Where its face should have been, there was only this blackness. Just a void. No features, no eyes, nothing. I don't know how long I looked at it. Then I heard the car door open. My dad got back in. I looked away for 1 second, and when I looked back, it was gone. Years later, I got really into horror stories, creepy internet stuff, all of that. Getting a phone so young meant I found things way too early. And once you know where to look, the internet will show you anything. But this didn't feel like imagination. For as long as I can remember, I've had this feeling that I'm never really alone. I've always felt drawn to the woods, too. When I was younger, I'd go there constantly, sometimes several times a day, and I'd stay out ridiculously late, sometimes until 1, 2, even 3 in the morning. And every now and then, just at the edge of my vision, I'd catch it again. That same thing. I tried telling friends, but no one took me seriously. Since I already liked horror, They just assumed I was making it up or freaking myself out. I stopped blaming them after a while. I get how it sounds. A lot of the homes I grew up in had dark histories too. Places where people had died. Places where terrible things had happened. So I got used to that heavy feeling in certain rooms, that sense that something might be lingering. But even then, it always came back to this one figure. It's hard to describe in a way that feels believable. It's so tall I have to tilt my head back just to imagine where its face should be. And still, I never actually see one. No matter the angle, no matter the distance, it's always just black. Empty blackness, so I gave up trying to explain it. It's never hurt me. That's the strange part. It doesn't attack. It doesn't chase. It just stands there, watching. And the older I get, the more often I see it, the closer it seems to be. I'm almost 19 now, and I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not exactly scared, but I'm not unaffected either. It's more complicated than that. It feels like living with a question that has been standing just outside my life for years, waiting for me to understand it. I still think about that first night a lot, the night my grandmother died. That was when it started. And sometimes I catch myself wondering something I don't even want to say out loud. That thing, it couldn't be her, right? I drew it once after I first saw it. I thought maybe if I put it on paper, someone would finally understand. But people just laughed. So now I'm saying it here, as plainly as I can. Has anyone else ever seen something like this? Has anyone else lived with something they can't explain? Something that never leaves, just waits? Because I still don't know what it is. And after all these years, I still haven't stopped looking. This happened around 16 years ago, when I was about 13. I was out riding my bike, distracted, and I turned the wrong way without really checking the street. I didn't notice the truck coming from the other side until it was too late, and it hit me head on. What happened in the instant after that is the part that has stayed with me all these years. Time didn't exactly slow down. It was more like my mind suddenly became intensely clear, like it was working at full speed to make one decision as fast as possible. Right at the moment of impact, I became aware of something that felt like a voice, though voice is not quite the right word. There wasn't any sound. It was more like a thought was placed gently into my mind, almost like a suggestion. What came to me was, go soft. And strangely, I understood exactly what that meant. I didn't picture anything stiff or rigid. What came to mind was something loose and limp, almost like a cloth doll. The meaning felt immediate. Don't fight this. Don't tense up. Don't resist what's happening. Just let your body give way. What still amazes me is that it felt like a choice. I remember thinking very clearly, all right, I'll do that. And I did. The next thing I remember is being thrown through the air. Every instinct in me should have been screaming to brace myself, to protect my head, to tighten up. But I didn't. I stayed completely loose. I let my body go slack and free, and when I hit the pavement, I kept rolling with the force instead of fighting it. I didn't tense a muscle, not once. Even now, I don't think I could deliberately do that again. It felt peaceful in the strangest possible way. Not pleasant exactly, but calm. There was something almost still about it, even in the middle of all that violence. I've never really found the right words for that feeling. When I finally stopped moving, I sat up. The worst pain at first was in my right arm because the skin had been scraped badly by the road. I tried to stand, but then I saw my left leg bent at an angle that made it instantly obvious something was very wrong. That was where the truck had struck me directly, and both bones in my lower leg were broken. After that, everything moved fast. The ambulance took me to the nearest hospital, and they ran all kinds of tests because the accident had looked so severe. I'd been thrown several meters through the air and then rolled even farther across the asphalt. Given that, the doctors expected much more serious internal damage. But there wasn't any. No head trauma, no spinal injury, no hidden damage beyond the road rash and the shattered leg. My parents still talk about how stunned the doctors were. The bones in my leg were badly damaged, not just broken, but splintered badly enough that they had to use metal rods to stabilize everything instead of relying on a normal cast. Even so, about 2.5 months later, I was almost fully recovered. The only lasting reminders were the scars on my leg where the rods had been. For a long time, I didn't think too deeply about that moment, about that silent suggestion to go soft. I always told myself it was probably just survival instinct expressing itself in an unusual way. But years later, when I got into martial arts, I started hearing ideas that felt deeply familiar. Things like rolling with impact, absorbing force through relaxation, not meeting power with stiffness. Different systems use different words, but the principle is similar. Sometimes the body takes less damage when you stop trying to resist every bit of force and let it move through you instead, which is why I still can't fully explain what happened that day. Maybe it was just instinct, but instinct acting in a way I'd never known was possible. Or maybe it was something else entirely. I still don't know. I just know that in the worst moment of my life, something inside me told me exactly how to survive. And for some reason, I listened. This happened about 9 years ago, back when I was still living at my parents' house. I was staying in a basement bedroom, and there were several nights when I had a hard time falling asleep because I kept hearing, "in my room." I could never make out the words, but I could tell it sounded like a young girl's voice. It scared me more than I wanted to admit. After a while, I started asking my sister Lena to sleep in my room with me some nights. I told her I'd been hearing things, but I kept the details to myself. I didn't mention the whispering or that it sounded like a little girl. I didn't want to frighten her, so I just said I was feeling uneasy about sleeping alone downstairs. Later that year, I left for college, and Lena ended up taking over that room. When I came home on break, she said something to me that stopped me cold. She looked at me and said, "I hear a little girl whispering sometimes. Was that the voice you heard too?" I hadn't told her that part, not once. A few months after that, she hosted a youth group gathering at our parents' house. There was one boy in the group who had apparently told people he believed something dark had been following him around. I don't know what everyone thought about that, but that was his story. After the gathering, he pulled Lena aside and asked her, "Why are there 2 little girls playing in your backyard?" He wanted to know if she knew anything about them. That summer, Lena and I were sharing the room again. One night, we were both lying in bed, each scrolling on our phones, when the whole room lit up for a split second. It looked exactly like a camera flash from the far side of the room, near the bedroom door. We both ignored it in the moment. I think each of us was hoping the other had somehow caused it by accident, and neither of us wanted to say out loud what we were both thinking. The next morning, we finally talked about it. The flash had come from high up near the ceiling by the door, but the door had been shut. There weren't any windows there, no outlets, nothing that could have explained it. The blinds on the other side of the room were closed, and it definitely wasn't headlights from outside. We'd seen car lights spill into that room before, and this was nothing like that. This was sharp, sudden, and bright, like a camera going off right in front of us. A few nights later, we brought it up again before bed. Then, while we were both awake on our phones, it happened a second time. The same flash, the same area of the room. Neither of us said a word. We just grabbed onto each other, pulled the blankets over our heads, and called our dad to come downstairs. He checked everything, but there was no explanation. After that, we finally told our parents the whole story, everything that had been going on. My mom asked a priest to come bless the house. On his way over, he told her he had a strong feeling that something was trying to keep him from coming that day. Hearing that only made everything feel more real. One detail that always stood out to us was that this bedroom had been part of a basement extension that had been dug out a few years earlier. What makes that part especially unsettling is that she had no idea about any of our experiences when it happened. She had never heard our stories, and we had never heard hers until much later. I need to tell you something that happened a few years ago, and even now, it still unsettles me in a way I can't fully explain. I was living near the Jacksonville area at the time, in a small trailer with a pretty simple layout. The living room and kitchen were one open space, and a narrow hallway led back to the bedrooms and bathroom. My younger sister's room was at the very end. One afternoon, I got home from school, dropped onto the couch, and was just starting to relax when I heard this awful sound. It was this slow, uneven breathing, wet and ragged, like something struggling to stay alive. At first, I honestly thought maybe some animal had gotten hurt outside, so I stood up to check the window, and that's when I saw it. At the end of the hallway, standing near my sister's doorway, was this thing about the size of a large wolf. Its head was turned just enough that I couldn't make out its face, which somehow made it worse. Its limbs looked wrong, bent at angles that didn't seem possible, like its joints were slipping out of place every time it shifted its weight. And its body, I still hate thinking about it. It looked raw, almost skinless, with slick yellowish patches across it, and I could see the muscles underneath twitching and pulling in different directions. It was making this chewing motion over and over, like it had something in its mouth. I froze. I had this sick feeling that it knew I was there, that it knew I was looking at it. I didn't go closer. I left the trailer and stayed away until more of my family got home. When we all went back inside later, there was nothing there. No tracks, no mess, no sign that anything had been in the house at all. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined it, but after that, the whole place changed. Over the next several days, little things started happening. Objects would fall or get knocked over for no clear reason. We'd hear noises in empty rooms. Our dogs would suddenly start growling or barking at corners, windows, or the hallway, like they were seeing something none of us could see. Most of it was easy to brush off one piece at a time, but together it felt wrong. Then one night, about a week later, my sister started crying from her room. We ran in, and she was terrified. She said something under her bed had grabbed at her feet and started biting them. She kept saying it was big, not a rat or anything small. We tore the room apart looking. Under the bed, in the closet, behind furniture, everywhere. Nothing. The week after that, things got worse for me personally. At night, I started feeling watched, especially from my bedroom window. Then came the tapping. Soft at first, then whispering, or at least something that sounded close enough to whispering that it made my skin crawl. I would lie there completely still, trying not to react, hoping whatever it was would move on. One night I heard footsteps outside, right next to my room, moving slowly along the side of the trailer toward the back. Then I heard this scraping sound, like a fingernail or claw dragging across the outside wall. I got up and started toward my parents' room to wake my dad and have him grab his shotgun. Before I could get there, 3 heavy bangs slammed against the front door. Not knocks, bangs. loud enough that I really thought the door might split open. My dad checked outside with the shotgun, but there was nothing there. When I went back to my room, I looked toward the window, and there it was again. Then, sometime the following week, I woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like people screaming. It felt completely real, except somehow it was only inside my head. That's the only way I know how to explain it. I was exhausted and confused, and eventually I fell back asleep. The next morning, I woke with this sharp pain in my foot. When I pulled the blanket back, I found bite marks. They were narrower than a person's bite, but the pattern was disturbingly similar. The skin around them was red and bruised, like something had clamped down hard. I still don't know what I saw. I've looked into animals, folklore, regional stories, all of it. I changed details over the years in my own mind, trying to make it seem less real, less impossible, but nothing ever fit. And honestly, what stays with me most isn't even the way it looked. It's the feeling that it noticed me first. That it was already there, already watching, before I ever understood I wasn't alone. I was pretty young when this happened, and to this day, I still cannot say for certain what it was. I think it was probably sleep paralysis, but even now, remembering it gives me chills. It was very early in the morning, somewhere around 5 a.m. Back then, I had this phase where I would wake up before sunrise to study. My parents had already gone out for their usual morning walk, and I was alone at home. I remember being unusually tired that day, and at some point in between studying, I must have drifted off without realizing it. Then, after who knows how long, I became aware of this strange feeling in my body. My arms and legs felt icy and numb, like all the strength had drained out of them. I wanted to move, I really did, but I could not. I remember struggling against it, trying to shift myself on the bed, and the only thing I could manage was dragging or rolling myself a little farther toward the middle. Across from my bed was the door that led out to the balcony. It was shut, and right beside that door, I saw something. Most of the details are gone now, blurred out by time, but a few things stayed with me. I remember its skin looking dark blue, almost unnatural, and I remember the way it was looking down at me. That stare is the part I never forgot. I do not know how long it lasted. It could have been seconds, maybe longer. But eventually, I felt the strength return to my body, and when I fully woke up, I realized I really had moved from where I first fell asleep. I had ended up in the center of the bed, exactly the way I had felt myself moving during that half-dream, half-paralyzed state. Nothing like that ever happened to me again. No other strange experience in that house. Nothing I could point to and call paranormal. But the reason this stayed with me is because, years before my experience, my mother had her own unsettling story about that same balcony door. She told me that one night she had a dream, or at least that is what she called it. She always made a point of locking the balcony door before going to bed. But in that dream, somehow the door was open, and something came into the room. She described it as completely black, shapeless, and unfamiliar, and she remembered a cold gust of air coming in with it. The detail that really got to me was this. The floor had newspapers scattered all over it that night because I had been working on something earlier. In her dream, she could hear the exact crisp, crinkling sound of footsteps pressing down on the papers, as whatever it was moved through the room. That experience was hers alone, and I never got many more details out of her. She does not like talking about these things at all. She is the kind of person who believes there are things we do not understand, but absolutely hates discussing them. Even when I was growing up, she would warn me not to stand out on the balcony too late at night, especially after dark, because it was outside, and to her that meant something. What unsettles me is not just my own experience, or hers by itself. It is the fact that both of us, completely separately, connected something strange to that exact same balcony door. And I never told her what happened to me. I knew she would shut the conversation down immediately. She always preferred to say, "There are no ghosts," even while clearly wanting certain things left alone. That was the attitude she raised me with too, so I mostly kept quiet. So maybe all of this really was coincidence. Maybe her experience was just a dream. Maybe mine was just sleep paralysis and a frightened mind filling in the blanks. That is what I still choose to believe. But even so, there is something deeply unnerving about the fact that years apart, both of us imagined, dreamed, or saw something coming through the same door. A long time has passed since then, and nothing else has ever happened to either of us. Still, every now and then, I think about that morning, that cold heaviness in my body, and that figure standing by the balcony, and it all comes back as clearly as if I were still lying there, unable to move, just staring. I've been dealing with sleep paralysis for close to 20 years now, and it still unsettles me every time. It usually happens maybe once or twice a month, sometimes more if I'm stressed or not sleeping well. Most of the time, it's the same pattern. I wake up just enough to realize I'm stuck. I can't move, I can barely breathe right, and I know exactly what's happening even though I'm still trapped in that half-asleep state. Usually, I don't see anything strange. For me, it's mostly just the physical feeling of being frozen. Over time, I kind of taught myself how to break out of it. I focus all my energy on trying to move the smallest part of my body, like a finger, my foot, whatever I can manage, and if I keep at it long enough, I can finally snap myself awake. But this time was different, and honestly, that's why I'm telling you about it. A couple hours ago, I had fallen asleep on my couch after watching a movie. My couch sits almost in the middle of my apartment, so from there I can usually make out most of the place. The television and my little work desk are off to the right, the bedroom door is straight ahead, and the kitchen and front door are off to the left. When I slipped into sleep paralysis tonight, I became aware of it right away. But instead of darkness or that usual blank feeling, I could see everything. Not vaguely either. I mean, I could see my whole apartment clearly, almost too clearly, like my eyes were fully open. It was almost like I had this wide, sweeping view of the room, more than I should have been able to see from where I was lying. And then I heard something. It sounded like an old television program playing somewhere nearby, like dialogue from a late-night rerun. My first thought, and this makes no real sense now, was that my mom must have the TV on in her room behind me. But that's impossible. My mom, Marlene, lives across town, and behind me was just the wall of my apartment. There was no room back there, no sound source, nothing. Eventually, I managed to pull myself out of it. I did the usual thing, tried to move, fought through that heavy frozen feeling, and finally woke all the way up. The second I did, the sound was gone. Completely gone. The apartment was quiet, and of course I was alone. I grabbed my phone and texted my mom, mostly because I was rattled and needed to tell someone. It was late, so I expected her to be asleep, but she answered almost immediately. She asked if I was okay because I never text that late at night. Then she told me she was still awake because she couldn't sleep either, and she'd been watching an old sitcom. So I called her. I told her what had just happened, and I could hear the shift in her voice when she realized I wasn't joking. Then she said, "Wait, were the voices kind of like this?" And she held up the TV so I could hear part of the show she had on. It was exactly what I heard. Not kind of similar, not close. It was the exact same dialogue, word for word. I just froze. My whole body got that prickly, hair-standing-up feeling the second I heard it. And then, as if that wasn't strange enough, I started getting acid reflux during the call, completely out of nowhere. I haven't dealt with heartburn in years. I quit drinking about 2 years ago, and since then it's basically disappeared. But in the middle of talking to her, I suddenly felt that familiar burning rise up in my chest. Then my mom said, almost casually, that she was sorry for the noise in the background because she was digging through a drawer looking for antacids. She told me she'd started having really bad heartburn just before I called. I'm wide awake now, and honestly, I can't stop replaying it in my head. I keep trying to come up with a reasonable explanation, and maybe there is one, but right now, it just feels deeply strange, and I needed to say it out loud to someone because keeping it in my head was making it even worse. I spent about a decade on active duty in the U.S. Army, and my final posting was at this base that had been around for well over a century. It had that kind of old, heavy history to it. The housing area there was dated too. Most of the homes had originally gone up in the 1950s, and even though ours had been renovated, it still carried that old house feeling. At the time, my daughter Ellie was about 5, full of energy, always keeping us on our toes. I was working as a military police officer, mostly on night shift, so my schedule was upside down compared to everyone else's. This happened sometime in the dead of winter, probably late January, maybe early February. I just remember how bitterly cold it was. We also had 2 German shepherds, and they were very protective. Whenever I was at work, they'd sleep in the master bedroom with my wife. One morning, I got home a little after 6. I pulled into the driveway and immediately saw something that stopped me cold. Both garage doors were open. The front door was standing wide open too. Even the door from the garage into the house was open. That alone made no sense. We only really used the garage for storage, and I never came in that way. So I went inside, and the whole house was freezing. I mean freezing. But what really threw me was the dogs. Both shepherds were just sitting calmly in the living room. These dogs were not especially well trained, and if a door was open, they usually took that as an engraved invitation to bolt outside. But that morning, they were just sitting there, quiet, almost like they didn't even register that every exit in the place was standing open. I woke my wife and asked her why all the doors were open. She looked completely stunned and said she hadn't touched them. We checked the doorbell camera later, and it showed both garage doors opening at around 2:20 in the morning, at the exact same time. Not one after the other, together. And to make it stranger, the back door had also been left wide open. At the time, I brushed it off. I really did. I told myself there had to be some explanation, even if I couldn't come up with one. Then about a month later, something happened that changed everything. My wife and I were sitting up late one night in the kitchen area, which opened into what we'd turned into a second little living space with a couch and TV. My daughter's room was down a long hallway across from the kitchen, not directly visible from where we were sitting. It was around 11:30 at night, and we were just watching TV, winding down. Then one of the German shepherds stood up and walked toward the hallway. She started growling. Not barking, not restless, just that low, serious growl dogs make when they're focused on something. I got up and looked down the hall, but I didn't see anything. I told the dog to settle down and came back to sit with my wife. A moment later, we both heard it. It sounded exactly like our daughter laughing and running up and down that hallway. She had school the next morning, so I got annoyed more than anything. I stood up and called out, "Ellie, go back to bed." But the laughing didn't stop. It got closer. That's when the irritation dropped right out of me. I went into the hallway, expecting to catch her sneaking around, but there was no one there. So I opened her bedroom door, and she was in bed flat on her back, completely asleep. Dead asleep. I touched her arm and told her it wasn't funny, that she needed to stay in bed, but she didn't even stir properly. She was out. After that, things in the house started feeling worse. The dogs would growl at dark rooms, at corners, at spaces where there was nothing there. Certain rooms would turn so cold you could actually see your breath. Sometimes these awful smells would show up out of nowhere and then disappear just as fast. Eventually, we put in a request with base housing to move. It took some pushing, but after enough complaints, we were approved for another house. Later, after we were out of there, I did a little asking around. I found out we weren't the first family in that area to report strange things happening. And the family who'd lived in that house before us had moved out after only about a month. I didn't learn that until after we were already gone. I never felt like whatever was there wanted to harm us. That wasn't the feeling. It was more like we weren't alone in that house. Like something else had been there long before us, and for whatever reason, it was still there. Over the years, I've worked in a few houses that felt wrong in a way I still can't fully explain. Not just old house noises either. I'm talking about things moving when no one was around. Voices with no source. Footsteps where there should have been silence. Knocks coming from empty rooms. And, in one case, someone I saw with my own eyes who simply wasn't there. Every place had that same heavy feeling too, like the air itself was warning you to leave. The first one was in Los Angeles, back in 2014. It was an old place, built in 1901, originally owned by a well-off family. The current owner lived across the country in Boston and had hired me to restore the fireplace brickwork and repaint most of the first floor. He'd barely spent any time there himself, so he had no idea anything strange was going on. A couple of days into the job, I started hearing footsteps upstairs. At first, I thought somebody had gotten in somehow, maybe a squatter. I dropped everything and ran up there, ready to confront whoever it was. But there was nobody. The attic was locked, the windows were sealed, and there wasn't anywhere a person could have hidden. I checked everything twice. After that, it kept happening. I'd hear footsteps moving across the floor above me, sometimes even coming down the staircase behind me. Every time I turned around, nothing. No one there. I really started wondering if stress was getting to me. I tried to brush it off and keep working. Then one evening I had to stay later than usual, and that night was the worst of it. The whole house seemed alive with noise. The footsteps were constant, and at one point they sounded like they stopped right outside the room I was in. I didn't sleep a wink. Later, I managed to get in touch with a contractor who'd done structural work on the place years before, and before I could even finish describing it, he told me he'd experienced the exact same thing. I can't even tell you whether that made me feel better or worse. The second house was in rural Ohio in 2016. It had sat empty for years before an investor bought it. No one had really touched it since the previous owner lost it, and I got hired to handle a big renovation job that was mostly surface work. New paint, repairs, cleanup, that kind of thing. It was a great contract, honestly. Too good, maybe. About 3 weeks in, I looked up and saw a man standing on the second floor landing, looking down at me through the railing. He looked middle-aged, dressed in clothes that felt strangely out of time, like maybe late 70s or early 80s. I figured he was a prospective renter or someone connected to the property, so I waved and introduced myself, told him I was the one working on the house. He didn't answer. He just turned and walked into the bedroom behind him. Something in me said, "Follow him." I don't know why, but I went upstairs right away and stepped into that room. It was empty. Completely empty. Dust everywhere, untouched. No open windows, no back stairwell, no place for someone to slip out unseen. The man I'd just spoken to was simply gone. Because of what had happened to me before, I wasn't even shocked in the way I probably should have been. More unsettled than anything. Oddly enough, that was the only major incident there. Nothing else happened after that, and I never said a word to the owner. I figured he either wouldn't believe me or wouldn't want to. The third house was in Pittsburgh in 2021, when everything was shifting after COVID and people were moving all over the place. I'd relocated too, and I was juggling work on my own little fixer-upper while renovating a client's old Victorian home. One afternoon, I was redoing the bathroom when I heard voices downstairs. It sounded like two people having a quiet conversation. I assumed it was the owner and his wife stopping by, so I headed down to say hello and give them an update. No one was there, and the voices didn't trail off like people leaving. They just seemed to vanish into the house itself. By then, I'd already had enough strange experiences to force myself back upstairs and keep going. But when I got back to the bathroom, every single one of my tools was gone. For about 2 seconds, my brain just froze. Then I found them, neatly stacked in the room across the hall. Not scattered, not knocked over, stacked. Like someone had carefully picked them up and moved them. That one got to me. Really got to me. I left immediately, got in my truck, and called the owner. And that's when he admitted that he and his wife had also felt there was something off about the place. He said they'd noticed odd things too, but the house had been such a bargain that they overlooked it. He also admitted he hadn't said anything because he thought talking about it might scare off contractors. That was enough for me. I told him I was done, packed up what was left of my stuff, and took another job not far away in a house that, thankfully, kept its ghosts to itself. I still don't know what to make of any of it. Maybe there's an explanation for all three. Maybe there isn't. All I know is I've trusted my instincts a lot more ever since. Some houses creak, settle, and sigh. And then there are some that feel like they're watching you. I still do not really know how to talk about this without sounding completely unhinged, but I am going to try. A couple of nights ago, I went to New Orleans to meet up with some friends for St. Patrick's Day. I should say right up front, I have never been the kind of person who believes in the supernatural. No ghosts, no demons, none of it. At least, that was true before that night. I was out with friends. I will call them Dean, Jennifer, and their friend Mason. We started at a smaller parade in the French Quarter, and after that we drifted through a few bars. The last place we ended up was this little bar that felt strangely quiet for a holiday night. It was barely after midnight. St. Patrick's Day was still in full swing, and yet the place was almost empty except for us and one other table. At first, I just thought it was odd. Then the whole atmosphere started to feel off. Not dramatic at first, just wrong in a way I could not explain. I noticed this tall man in flashy gold boots come through the door. He walked in, made this slow loop around the room, and left. Then a minute later, he did the exact same thing again. Same path, same pace, same everything. The third time, he came in with a few other people, and they lined up near the wall and started moving together. I guess you could call it dancing, but it did not feel natural. It was too synchronized and too empty at the same time, like people trying to imitate being alive and almost getting it right. That was when the fear really started creeping in. I told my friends something felt wrong, but they brushed it off. They thought I was just tired or overwhelmed. Then I saw a guy come in carrying a pizza box and sit down at the bar. A little later, I saw him do it again, and again. And I do not mean someone who looked like him. I mean the same man, the same box, the same motion, like the room had hit some kind of loop and was replaying the scene over and over. At first, I tried to explain it away. I thought maybe I was missing something. Maybe people were messing around. Maybe I had too much to drink. But there was no variation. None. It felt like watching a moment get rewound and dropped back in place. Around then, another man at the bar started gesturing toward Dean like they knew each other. The way he acted was so familiar, so overly excited, like he had just spotted an old friend. Dean kind of laughed it off and played along, but later he told me he had never seen that guy before in his life. By that point, I was not just uneasy mentally. I felt sick, heavy. My whole body felt like it was picking up on something before my brain could make sense of it. I went to the bathroom just to get a second alone, but even there the feeling kept building. When I came back out, I told my friends we had to leave. They did not move right away, so I started toward the door by myself. And that was the moment everything tipped from strange into terrifying. As I walked out, I glanced toward the bar and caught the eyes of a couple of people inside. The second that happened, I felt this blast of fear that did not feel like normal fear. It felt cold and targeted, like something had noticed me noticing it. I stepped outside, and there was a small cluster of people standing there. I looked at one woman, just for a second, and this thought hit me so hard it almost knocked the breath out of me. Those are not people. And somehow, even worse than that, I felt absolutely certain they knew I had realized it. Once we finally left, I noticed the street was almost completely empty. That should not have been possible. A holiday night in the quarter should have been loud and crowded and full of people. But suddenly, it felt abandoned. I started crying and I could not stop. It was not embarrassment or stress. It was this crushing, oppressive feeling, like the air itself had turned hostile. Dean had his arm around me, trying to calm me down, when the man from the bar, the one acting like Dean's long-lost buddy, suddenly pulled up beside us in a black car. It came out of nowhere. He rolled up, screamed at us for a few seconds, then slammed on the gas and shot down the street so fast it barely looked real. As we got farther away from that bar, the heaviness started to lift. I could breathe again. I stopped crying. Then a few blocks later, it hit me one more time. Not as strong, but enough to make my stomach drop all over again. And then it passed. There were a few other things that happened too. Little details I still cannot fully explain, but even saying this much makes me feel ridiculous. Still, I know what I felt. I know how real it was. I have never experienced anything like that before, and honestly, I am still scared thinking about it now. Hey, I've been meaning to tell this story because even though it happened a long time ago, it still sticks with me in this really unsettling way. It's one of those things that your brain randomly pulls back up late at night, just to make your skin crawl all over again. So, back then, I was 18, and I had gone over to my boyfriend Adrian's house to spend time with him. He was 18 too. The whole atmosphere that day already felt wrong. He and his family were having a rough time, and the mood in the house was heavy from the moment I got there. It's hard to explain, but his house had always felt off to me. Not haunted in the dramatic movie way, just strange. Like the energy in there was never fully settled. Later that night, after I got home, I called him to check in and see how he was doing because I knew things had been with his family. We talked for a bit, and after a while he got sleepy. He asked if we could stay on the call while falling asleep because it made him feel better, and, of course, I said yes. We were on Messenger on my laptop, and I had a YouTube video playing quietly in the background to help me fall asleep too. I was also on my phone, half playing a game, half trying to wind down. Everything felt normal for a few minutes. Then, I suddenly heard a girl's voice say, very clearly, "Hello?" At first, I thought it came from the YouTube video. That was the only explanation that made sense. But the weird part was, the video had literally just ended. So I replayed it to check, thinking maybe I missed something or maybe it glitched. There was nothing. No voice. No hello. Nothing even close. And what made it worse was that the voice had an American accent. We're from the Philippines, so that detail really stood out to me. It made the whole thing feel even stranger, even more unnatural somehow. And this is the part where I probably made it worse for myself. I answered. I said, "Hello? Babe?" I honestly thought maybe Adrian was messing with me, or maybe he had woken up and said something weird into the mic. But after I answered, there was just silence. No response at all. That's when the fear really hit me. I checked Messenger right away. For some reason, my mind jumped to the most irrational possibilities, like maybe he was talking to someone else, maybe another call was open, maybe there was some explanation I just wasn't seeing. But there was nothing. Everything looked normal. I hung up, and I swear panic just rushed through my whole body. I'm the kind of person who genuinely cannot handle scary things. Horror stuff doesn't entertain me. It wrecks me. Adrian knew that better than anyone. So after I ended the call, I messaged him right away and told him something creepy had happened. I was so shaken that I didn't even sleep in my room that night. I went and slept beside my mom because I just could not be alone. The next morning, I called him again and told him everything. And then, he told me something that made it even worse. He said that at around that exact same time, he had opened his eyes just slightly and saw some kind of figure move fast across the mirror in his room. Not standing there, not lingering, just this sudden motion, like something darting past. He also said that the entire night, he had this strong feeling that something was watching him. Nothing ever happened after that. It's been about a year now, and there hasn't been any other incident since. But every once in a while, my mind replays it, and I get that same cold feeling all over again. I still don't know what it was. Maybe there's some explanation for it. Maybe there isn't. I just know that in that moment, it felt real, and it scared me more than I can really put into words. I need to tell you about something that happened last night, because honestly, I still can't make sense of it. I went to bed a little after midnight, but I wasn't tired at all, so I just stayed up scrolling on my phone and half watching a show. It must have been around 1:45, maybe closer to 2, when the power suddenly cut out. Everything went black in a second. At first, it was just quiet. Then, maybe a few minutes later, the rain started. And not light rain either. I mean the kind that slams against the windows, with thunder shaking everything and flashes of lightning now and then. My door was locked. I was alone in my room, and even with my phone flashlight on, I just couldn't relax. Every time I tried to close my eyes, I got this awful feeling, like someone was staring at me from the dark. At one point, I even pictured a face in my mind, so clearly that it made me open my eyes right away. After that, there was no chance I was sleeping. Then I started hearing something. At first I thought it was just the storm messing with my head, but the sound got clearer. It sounded like two people talking, then laughing. I went completely still because I recognized the voices almost immediately. They sounded exactly like my friends Talia and Tessa. So clear, so normal, like they were right outside my room in the hallway, just sitting there talking like it was any other night. And weirdly, for a second, I actually felt relieved. I remember thinking, okay, they're awake too. I almost got out of bed. I almost unlocked the door and went to sit with them. But something about it didn't feel right. I can't explain that part properly. The storm was so loud, the whole house was dark, and still those voices sounded close and calm and familiar. But deep down, I just didn't want to open the door. So I stayed where I was, sitting on my bed, listening. The voices went on for a while. I can't say exactly how long, maybe 10 minutes, maybe longer. Long enough that it stopped feeling like a random sound and started feeling real. They kept talking and laughing like nothing was wrong. At some point, I must have drifted off for a little while, because when I woke up again, it was around 5 in the morning. The power was back, the fan was running, but the light in my room was off, and that unsettled me immediately because I clearly remembered the room light being on before the power cut. I do not remember turning it off, not at all. So I got up and stepped into the hallway. The hall light was on, and Talia was asleep on the sofa. Tessa wasn't there. Everything looked completely normal, like the night had reset itself and erased whatever had happened. I woke Talia up and told her to go sleep inside, and that was it. No weird voices, no strange feeling, nothing. But the next morning, I asked Tessa what they had been doing in the middle of the night, because I heard both of them talking and laughing for a long time. She just looked at me, genuinely confused, and said she never woke up. She told me she didn't even know the power had gone out. That's the part I can't stop thinking about, because I know what I heard. It wasn't distant. It wasn't unclear. It was their voices, clear as anything. And for one moment, I was this close to opening the door. I still don't know what I would have found if I had. I was 18 when I was drafted and sent to stay in military housing. I live in a country that still carries the bruises of an old dictatorship, and from the moment I arrived, that place felt like one of those bruises had been left open. The building was crumbling, damp, half-rotten, and so cold it felt personal. It looked like nothing inside had changed since the 1950s. Sleeping there was almost impossible. Time felt wrong in that building. You could lie down convinced you'd slept for hours, then check the clock and realize only 20 minutes had passed. None of us rested properly. There were sounds everywhere. Footsteps, knocks, murmurs, things that would wake you up and then vanish the second you tried to make sense of them. On my first day, we were walking in line in broad daylight when I felt my hand jerk backward, like someone had grabbed me. I turned around, annoyed, thinking somebody was messing with me. But I was at the very end of the line. There was no one behind me. No one close enough to touch me at all. The fear in that place didn't arrive all at once. It built itself slowly, then all at once, it was everywhere. In the first few nights, panic started spreading through the barracks. A couple of the others were terrified, truly terrified, saying they'd seen a man in some kind of mask. One of them swore he heard voices in another soldier's room, people talking about taking one of us away and torturing us. When they checked the room, it was empty. At first, I thought it was just stress, a joke, nerves, anything but real. But the fear became too serious to laugh off. Some of the guys set up little noise traps over the doors so they'd know if anything came in during the night. Nobody really slept. The cold was brutal. It didn't matter how many blankets you pulled over yourself. It never seemed to touch it. Then another endless night passed, and the next day everything somehow got worse. A friend of mine, Matteo, had the key to my locker for a while, and suddenly it was gone. Just gone. The whole day turned into this frantic, miserable search. We had to get that locker open, and the pressure in the room felt unbearable. While we were looking, someone found an old, rusted dagger. I still don't know how to explain that. It shouldn't have been there. It made no sense. We handed it over to the sergeants, and they gave us a lecture, accused us of bringing it in, but nothing more came of it. In the end, we had no choice but to force the locker open. And there it was. The key was inside. Inside the locker we had been trying to open the whole time, after we had all sworn it had been with us before. After that, I started falling apart. My arms and legs ached constantly. I barely slept. I had vivid dreams that clung to me long after I woke up. I started getting intrusive thoughts, dark ones, the kind I had never had in my life before. It didn't feel like myself. It felt like the whole place was soaked in dread, and some of it was getting into me. I tried to stay strong, but I got to the point where I could barely eat. My teeth hurt. My eyes watered for no reason. Food made me nauseous. Every training exercise seemed to wear my body down further, and nothing helped. Not the medicine, not the shots, not the rest I wasn't really getting. Then came the last night. I turned away and froze. I was trying not to bolt, trying not to make noise, trying not to alert the guards or wake anyone else. I kept telling myself it had to be sleep paralysis, exhaustion, stress, anything that would explain it. Anything except what it felt like. But it kept happening. He drifted backward slowly, and then I sensed more of them. Shapes gathering behind the bunk beds, leaning in as if they were watching me. Little by little, they moved toward the wall, and then they were gone, dissolving into that black, rotten-looking haze. The next morning, I was sent home. My legs were injured badly enough that I couldn't continue training. What happened after that is the part that still stays with me the most. While I was recovering at home, I started searching out of curiosity, trying to find out whether anyone had ever died in that housing complex. I found a record of one case. During the dictatorship, sometime in the 1960s, a mayor from another city had been imprisoned there, tortured, and found dead with steel wire around his neck, tied to a wall valve. Then I kept scrolling, and I saw the crime scene photo. It was the same face. The exact same face I had seen that night. The same sadness, the same expression. I couldn't get it out of my head for days. But after a while, I stopped thinking of it as something that had come to threaten me. I started thinking maybe it had come to warn me. Like whatever remained there wasn't trying to harm me, but to show me what that place had been, and what it still carried. My friend Mateo stayed longer and finished that part of his service. He didn't come out of it untouched. It left marks on him that had nothing to do with bruises or uniforms. He struggled with alcohol afterward. He saw awful things there, people trying to hurt themselves, people unraveling, nights filled with torment, and that same presence moving through the bunk room. So no, this isn't a story with a neat ending. It isn't the kind where everything gets explained and everyone walks away whole. What happened there felt bigger than one haunting. It felt like the violence of my country's past had soaked into the walls and stayed alive in some form, echoing through the people forced to sleep there. I still hope the souls tied to that place find peace one day. I hope the living do too. Because ever since then, I can't sleep in complete darkness, and Mateo can't either. And even now, sometimes it feels like those presences are still close, not always cruel, maybe not even evil, but restless in a way that time never healed. Their suffering outlived their bodies. And some nights, it still feels like it knows exactly where to find us. I've never really known how to explain this properly, but I want to tell you exactly how it's been for me. When I was little, maybe 6 or 7, I used to wake up in the middle of the night sobbing, telling my family there was a little boy standing in my room. I was absolutely sure he was there, just watching me. It happened so often that my mom became really frightened for me. She had the house blessed, walked from room to room with holy water, burned sage, did everything she could think of to make whatever it was go away. But even after that, I still carried this awful feeling that I was being watched. As the years went on, we moved a few times. Some houses felt completely normal, but in others, that same feeling followed me. I'd hear quiet whispering now and then, catch shadows slipping past the corner of my eye, notice small things disappearing and then turning up in strange places. After a while, I almost taught myself to live with it. I stopped reacting. I told myself it was easier not to. Then, when I was about 13, things got worse again. At the time, my sister and I were sleeping in a converted shed at the back of the garden. It wasn't just somewhere we hung out, it was actually our bedroom. To get to the main house, we had to step outside and walk around, because there was no door connecting the two. The whole garden was fenced in, the gate stayed locked, and there were sensor lights outside. From the very first night, I felt uneasy. I remember lying there unable to settle, convinced someone was outside the window watching us. I kept hearing little sounds outside and checking the door over and over before I finally fell asleep. But the next morning, the door was standing open and the key was gone. Later, we found it in the far end of the garden, lying in the grass. That made no sense at all. My sister and I tried to laugh it off and come up with explanations, but honestly, none of them felt right. After that, strange things kept happening. The sensor lights would flick on and off for no reason. I'd hear whispers. The whole place felt wrong, like something was always just outside my view. Sometimes I got so unsettled that I'd go sleep inside the main house. One night, my sister was staying over at a friend's place, so I was alone out there. Earlier that evening, I'd left a plate on the counter. I was lying in bed, trying to drift off, when I suddenly got this crushing feeling that something was wrong. It felt like someone was standing just outside the window, staring in. I forced myself to look, but there was nobody there. Still, the feeling stayed. Then I heard the plate move. I turned and looked straight at it, and it was spinning on the counter like someone had just lifted it and dropped it. I didn't even think. I climbed out through the window, ran around the side of the house, and slept on the sofa inside. Even after that, it didn't stop. There were noises on the patio, footsteps outside, things shifting on their own. Eventually, we moved again, and for a while, everything went quiet. Later on, I lived in a few more places. Some were completely fine. In others, I still had the whispers, the shadows, things vanishing and turning up somewhere odd. But it never felt quite as intense as it had back then. Then, when I was 16, I moved into an old country house with a family friend. The house sat in a tiny village, very isolated, and I was helping her at a riding stable during the day and watching her children in the evenings. Out of everywhere I've ever lived, that house was the worst. When I was there alone, it was worse. I'd hear a baby crying upstairs in an empty house. Other times it sounded like heavy footsteps, or something huge being dragged across the floorboards. There was one bedroom where I kept hearing voices, a man and a woman, low and muffled, but I could never make out a single word. Things disappeared and came back. Decorations turned up in different rooms, and for some reason, I kept finding black feathers inside the house, in places no bird could possibly have reached, like the bathroom or closed bedrooms. Then one afternoon, I took a photo in the hallway mirror. The mirror faced a window behind me, so you could see the reflection of it in the picture. A few days later, I looked at the photo again and saw a little boy standing in that window behind me. He had fair hair, skin so pale it almost looked gray, bright red cheeks, and no eyes. The window was on the second floor. There was no possible way anyone could have been standing there. About a week later, I went to show the photo to a friend, and it was gone. Not just deleted from one place, gone from everything. It wasn't on my camera roll, it wasn't on Snapchat, and I'd even sent it to the woman I was living with, but it had vanished from our messages too. It was like it had never existed at all. What still unsettles me is that when I moved out, the activity in that house stopped for her too. Everything just went quiet again. And now, recently, something has started again. A couple of nights ago, I was staying in a hotel. I had this incredibly vivid dream about an elderly woman I'd never seen before. We were sitting together talking quite calmly, and then I heard this rattling sound. She looked straight at me and said, very clearly, "Someone is trying to get into your room." I woke up instantly. The door handle was shaking. I got out of bed and went to the peephole, but the second I reached it, the noise stopped. There was nobody there. Since that night, the whispers have come back stronger than before. The shadows don't always stay at the edge of my vision now. Sometimes it feels like I see them properly. For most of my life, I learned to live with this. It stopped scaring me the way it used to. But this feels different. Heavier. Closer. And honestly, when I tell you all of this, I still don't know what I believe. Part of me wonders whether something has been with me since I was small. Part of me thinks there must be another explanation I just can't see yet. I only know that whatever this is, it's followed me for years. And lately, it feels like it's found me again. I've just come back from spending a week at this beautiful old country manor, and honestly, I still can't stop thinking about it. The house dates back to around the mid-1500s, so it carries that kind of deep, lived-in history you can almost feel in the walls. I was there with my husband, our 2 children, and my mother and father, and because it sits way out in the countryside, the nights are unbelievably still. The kind of silence that feels heavier once the sun goes down. We'd actually stayed there once before. During that first visit, there was only one moment that really stood out. In the middle of the night, both my husband and I heard what sounded exactly like one of the children coming to our bedroom door. We both noticed it, but when we checked, there was nobody there. Other than that, it was mostly just this strange feeling at night, like the house changed character after dark. But this last visit felt different. Stronger somehow. It started with me waking up at around 3 in the morning because I was sure my husband was tapping me lightly on my side. But when I turned, he was fast asleep, facing the other direction. I told myself not to overthink it, rolled over, and tried to forget about it. Then it happened again. And again. A few nights in a row, I kept waking to that same feeling, like someone was trying to get my attention. Around the same time, the bathroom light started making this sharp buzzing sound and flickering whenever I went in there. I tried to be practical about it. The manor is ancient after all, and old houses have their quirks. Faulty wiring felt like the sensible explanation. Then came the part that really unsettled me. One night, I had this incredibly vivid experience, somewhere between sleep and being awake. I could hear someone calling for me. Not casually, but with real urgency. And at the same time, it felt like something else was with me, warning me not to respond. It was so strong, so clear, like I was being told, "Do not go, no matter what." Even though I desperately needed the bathroom, the feeling was almost commanding me to stay where I was and wait until morning. It left me shaken, but I kept it to myself. I didn't want to frighten the children or make the whole house uneasy. The next day, though, I was talking with my mom, and she told me that during the night she had heard someone calling, "Mom, Mom," as if a child needed her. She got up, checked on everyone, looked in on the children, and they were all asleep. She couldn't find anyone who'd made the sound. That was when I told her about what I'd experienced. And the moment we compared notes, it stopped feeling like imagination and started feeling like something we couldn't easily explain. Then, on the final night, I was lying near the edge of the bed, half asleep, with one shoulder slightly uncovered. And I felt it, very clearly. Something touched me and slowly traced a finger from my shoulder down along my arm. My husband was still asleep beside me, turned away. I didn't scream. I didn't move straight away. I just pulled myself further onto the bed, tucked myself in tightly, and lay there until sleep finally came back. I can't really explain any of it. Maybe there's a reason for every moment. Maybe there isn't. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard. and I know I've never experienced anything quite like that anywhere else. Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M. Hope you're doing well. Before we start, I just want to say that some people have told me these stories help them fall asleep. So if you know someone who has trouble sleeping, feel free to share the channel with them. And if you enjoy the video, please give it a like. The first story is about a staycation that went completely wrong when a woman started noticing that something about the hotel didn't feel right. All right, let's get into it, and I hope you sleep well tonight. I want to tell you about something that happened a few years ago when my ex, Rohan, and I were still in our early 20s. We'd planned a little staycation for ourselves, nothing extravagant, just a short escape from the city. I asked him to handle the hotel booking because I didn't want anything too obvious showing up in my payment history. At the time, I trusted him completely. We'd been together for over a year, and I honestly thought, he's got this. We met near the station in the afternoon and took a cab to the hotel. The whole ride, I never even asked for the name of the place or where exactly we were going. I just assumed he'd picked somewhere decent. But as the drive kept going, maybe 35-40 minutes, I started feeling uneasy. At first, I told myself it was just traffic, just the city dragging out the trip like it always does. Still, something about it felt off. By the time we got close, I noticed the surroundings had changed completely. The roads were quieter, there were barely any buildings around, and the hotel stood in this strangely isolated area with overgrown trees and almost no signs of life nearby. I remember stepping out of the cab and just staring at the place. It was huge, easily a 60-room property, maybe more, but it looked worn down and abandoned in a way that made my stomach tighten. It had this faded grandeur to it, like it had once tried very hard to be luxurious and then just stopped. Inside, there was this giant lobby with a chandelier and polished floors and all the usual dramatic hotel details. But it was unnervingly empty. No families, no tourists, no staff bustling around, no sound except the echo of footsteps and the low voices of a few other couples checking in. That was it. No one seemed to be leaving either. And even then, even with all the warning signs piling up, I kept trying to convince myself that I was overthinking. We got our room keys, and one of the staff members led us upstairs. As we walked down this long, dim corridor, it really hit me that this massive hotel was almost completely empty. Not quiet in a peaceful way. Quiet in a way that makes you feel like you shouldn't be there at all. I could feel my chest tightening with every step. Then we got to the room. The second I walked in, something in me just recoiled. I can't explain it better than that. It was like every instinct I had was telling me to leave immediately. The room was drenched in this dark red decor that somehow made everything feel heavier. The bedsheets had marks on them, the carpet looked dirty, and there were cockroaches skittering around like they belonged there more than we did. I was already upset, but what made it worse was this connecting door to the next room. It was locked, but the gap around it was so wide that I could actually see movement on the other side, which meant they could probably see us too. I was furious with him at that point, but I was also embarrassed to say how scared I felt. I thought maybe he'd brush it off, maybe say I was being dramatic. So I stayed quiet. He told me to relax and went to take a shower. I lay down on the bed for a moment, trying to calm myself, eyes closed, facing away from the bathroom. And then, very clearly, I felt the mattress dip, like someone had climbed onto the bed beside me. I really thought it was him. I turned around and said his name, but no one was there. The room was empty. The shower was still running. When it finished, I was done pretending everything was fine. I was angry, tense, and completely on edge. He suggested going downstairs to get some food, but even while he was gone, I stayed near the door because I didn't feel safe anywhere else in that room. I also became convinced there were hidden cameras somewhere. I made him help me check everything when he came back, and I looked too, but we couldn't find anything. Still, I never stopped feeling watched. Finally, I said, as calmly as I could, that I wanted to leave. I didn't care if it was inconvenient or wasted money or made no sense to anyone else. I just wanted out. To his credit, he agreed. We booked a cab, packed our bags, and headed downstairs. I remember taking one last look around as we checked out, and the place still felt just as wrong as it had the moment we arrived. What made it worse was the way a couple of staff members glanced at each other and smirked while looking at us. It sent this final chill through me. The second we got into the cab and pulled away, I felt like I could breathe again. And when we finally reached the main road, with traffic and people and noise all around us, I felt this huge wave of relief. I didn't care where we went next. I was just grateful we had listened to that instinct and left. I have something in my life that I still cannot fully explain, and honestly, I have been carrying this question with me since I was a child. When I was around 8 or 9, I saw a photograph of a woman for the first time. The moment I looked at her, I felt something so immediate and so deep that it startled me. It was this overwhelming sense that I had known her forever. Not in an ordinary way either. It felt like love, like safety, like belonging. It was almost like recognizing someone my heart already knew, even though my mind had no explanation for it. As the years went by, that feeling did not fade. It actually grew stronger. I started feeling more and more connected to her, and the bond I felt was deeply motherly. It was warm, protective, familiar. Every time I saw her face, it felt like she had always been a part of my life somehow. A couple of years later, I came across that same photo online. This time, I decided to learn more about her. That is when I discovered something that shook me even more. She was from a completely different region of my country, far from where I grew up, and she had passed away about 4 months before I was born. She was somewhat well known in her area, which made it easy enough to find information about her. But the strange part is that no one in my family knows anything about her. No one around me ever talked about her. There was no family link, no shared history, nothing I could point to as a reason. And still, her presence always felt real to me. For years, I truly felt as though she was with me. I do not know how else to describe it except to say that I could sense her. It was as if she made sure I knew she was there. I am 20 now, and this has remained one of the biggest mysteries of my life. The connection I felt with her was never frightening. It was beautiful, pure, and full of tenderness. She was a stranger to the world around me, but to me, she never felt like one. Lately, though, something has changed. Since around 2025, it has been almost a year since I last felt that same strong presence. I do not sense her around the house the way I used to. Before, it always felt so clear, as though she wanted me to know she was near. Now there is only silence, and I find myself wondering why. Even now, I still love her. I still talk to her. I still tell her about my life, and sometimes I cry in front of her photo. The bond I feel has never really left me. If anything, the question has only grown larger with time. So I keep wondering, is it possible to feel such a strong connection, such deep love and belonging, with someone you never met, someone who died before you were even born? I want to be clear that I had a happy childhood and loving parents, so this does not come from loneliness. That is why this has always felt even more mysterious to me. And as unbelievable as it may sound, a part of me still longs to reach her somehow. I still want answers. I still want to understand why this bond felt so real, so powerful, and so alive. Because maybe, if I could somehow connect with her, even just once, the biggest question mark in my life would finally make sense. Hi, my name is Isabel, and this is something I've carried with me for most of my life. It happened when I was about 10 years old, and even now, after all this time, I still can't explain it. I think that's part of why I need to tell it. Ever since that day, I've had this constant feeling that something is nearby, something quiet and patient, just watching. When I was a kid, my parents always told me to say a prayer before bed. They believed it protected you, kept nightmares away, that sort of thing. I usually listened, every night, without fail. But one evening, I just didn't do it. I wasn't upset or anything, I just didn't feel like it. So I went to sleep like that. That night, I had the strangest dream I've ever had. Back then, we lived on a private seaside estate where my parents worked. There was a huge house up on the hill, and we stayed in a smaller cottage farther down. Even as a child, I was sensitive to certain places. Some rooms felt normal, and others felt wrong. That property had a heaviness to it I never really got used to. In the dream, I was inside the main house, sitting on a big sofa in the front living room. Across from me were a couple of pale armchairs, and nearby there was this large revolving door that led into another part of the house. Close to the kitchen, there was a long table decorated like a party had been set up. Balloons, plates, little treats, everything. It was supposed to be my birthday. A bunch of women from my family were there, talking, laughing, fixing the decorations. The whole scene should have felt happy, but it didn't. I remember realizing I couldn't get up from the sofa. I was completely stuck there, just watching everyone move around me. Then, one by one, they all came over and said something like, "We'll be back in a minute." And they walked through the revolving door into the next room, leaving me by myself. The second I was alone, everything changed. I turned my head and noticed someone sitting in one of the armchairs. It was a man, or at least it looked like one. He was extremely tall, maybe well over 6 feet, with this unnaturally long frame. He had no face, not a blank face, not shadow covering his features. I mean, no face at all. His skin was completely dark, almost like it swallowed the light around it. He was dressed in a black suit with faint stripes, polished formal shoes, a deep burgundy tie, and a dark hat with a band that matched the tie. In one hand, he held a cane, and at the top of it was this green stone that caught my eye right away. He didn't move at first. He just sat there, slowly tilting his head from side to side. Then he stopped, and I knew he was looking straight at me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even shut my eyes. It felt like every part of my body had frozen. Then he stood up, but not like a normal person. His body bent awkwardly, like his bones were out of place, and he leaned on the cane as he came toward me. Every step looked unstable, like he might collapse, but he kept coming closer. When he finally reached out toward me, I forced my eyes shut, and then I felt this sudden rush of wind. When I opened my eyes again, the chair had slid back into place, and he was gone. A moment later, the women came back through the revolving door, laughing and chatting like nothing had happened, like I had imagined the whole thing. Then I woke up. I tried to brush it off. I was a kid, so I told myself it was just a bad dream. I went up to the big house like I usually did because I liked watching TV there during the day. I brought my dog with me and turned on the television in that same living room from the dream. I sat on the floor, right near the armchairs, and from the moment I sat down, I had that same feeling again. That awful feeling that somebody was in the room with me, even though I couldn't see anyone. After a while, I went back downstairs to grab some sweets and left my dog upstairs. A few minutes later, I heard a huge noise above me, like a heavy piece of furniture had been shoved or knocked over. I ran back up immediately. When I got there, I stopped cold. The revolving door was slightly open. One of the armchairs had been turned to face the sofa directly, exactly the way it had been in my dream. And my dog was standing there, barking at the chair like there was someone in it. I remember feeling this wave of panic go through my whole body. I went inside, shut the door, pushed the armchair back where it had been before, and sat down on the floor to wait for my parents. I didn't want to be alone, and I didn't want to leave that room either. I just stayed there, terrified. When my parents finally came home, I ran to them crying and told them everything. I can honestly say I was never quite the same after that. Even now, as an adult, I still sleep with the blanket wrapped tightly around me. I hate leaving my feet uncovered, and I hate having my head too exposed, because some part of me still feels like that figure could be there beside the bed, crouched down, watching in silence. That fear never fully left. If anything, it grew with me. And what stays with me most is not just the dream, or the chair, or even the way my dog reacted. It's the feeling that whatever I saw that night didn't begin and end there. Like it noticed me too. I still don't know what it was, and I still wonder whether anyone else has ever seen something like that. You know, a few years after I began working as a medium, I went to stay at a friend's home for several days, and almost as soon as I arrived, I started feeling unwell. It was strange. I felt drained, uneasy, and by the second day, I was already telling my wife, "Something about this house doesn't feel right. It's making me sick." My friend who owned the house told me that ever since we'd arrived, the electrical problems had been worse than usual. She said appliances in the house had always acted up from time to time, especially the media players. She'd already replaced several of them over the years. Naturally, that got us wondering whether something in the house was reacting to my presence. Not long after that, I started noticing what looked like a pale white haze near the kitchen ceiling. Whenever my friend was home, it seemed to grow stronger, almost like a soft cloud gathering above her. I couldn't ignore it. Then, night after night, I became aware of a young girl trying to speak to me. At first, I brushed it off as dreaming, but on the third night, I woke up with a name still clear in my mind: Michaela. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just a dream at all. That evening, when my friend came home from work, I told her gently, "I think there's a young girl here in the house." We were standing in the living room talking about it, right near the television, when suddenly the volume blasted all the way up and the channels started changing wildly on their own. For a second, I honestly thought maybe the dog had rolled onto the remote. But no. We grabbed the remote and tried everything. Lower the volume, switch the TV off. Nothing worked. It just kept going. And I'll be honest with you, I started laughing. Not because it wasn't serious, but because I was completely fascinated. It really did seem like this little spirit was saying, "Pay attention to me." My friend, though, was far less entertained than I was. She gave me a look that said this was absolutely not the time for amusement. I told her, "Michaela is trying to get your attention." In the end, the only way to stop the noise was to pull the plug from the wall. Later on, I spoke with my guides and decided to reach out to the girl directly. That's not something I take lightly, because appearances can be deceptive in spirit work. Just because something presents itself as a child doesn't always mean that's what it truly is. But as I connected more deeply, I became convinced this really was a young girl who had died and somehow remained attached to the house. What I felt from her was not anger, not evil, not malice. She simply wanted to be noticed. She wanted the family to know she was there. Once I explained that to the homeowners, they began acknowledging her. They'd speak to her kindly, almost as though she were part of the household. And after that, things calmed down. A few years later, we visited the house again. My friend told me she hadn't had any major disturbances since then, but every morning before leaving for work, she still said hello to Michaela. She believed it helped, that it made the girl feel included somehow. That day, I had a strong feeling Michaela would make herself known again, and she did. I saw the white mist return. The dog suddenly began barking at a blank wall and refused to move away from it. No matter how much we tried to call him off, he stayed locked onto that one spot. Even when we put him outside, he went straight to the window so he could keep looking back in at the same area. After that, I asked a friend to join me in meditation. Together, we invited our guides to step in and help. As I felt Michaela's presence around us, I asked, "What do you need? How can we help you?" That was when I realized something deeper was wrong. She didn't seem to understand that she had died. She was holding on to that house as though it were still her home. At that point, I knew I was dealing with an earthbound spirit. I also sensed that the guides needed more energy in the room to help her move on, so I asked that some of the people present be used in that process. A moment later, two women in the kitchen, who had simply been chatting together, suddenly burst into laughter. At first it seemed ordinary, but it kept building and building until they were laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. It wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it felt joyful, almost radiant. I chose not to interrupt it. As that energy rose, I felt the guides step closer. Then I became aware of them communicating with Michaela. In my experience, guides and helpers often work with souls who haven't fully crossed over, especially those who are confused or still attached to places in the physical world. Their role is to bring clarity, comfort, and the light needed for that soul to move on. And then I saw it. Michaela was gently led away. I can't tell you exactly where she went. I only know that after that day, she was never felt in the house again. The moment it was over, the laughter stopped just as suddenly as it had begun. The room changed. The energy lifted. The guides were gone, and so was the little girl's presence. That experience stayed with me because it reminded me of something important. People do not have the power to send spirits on by themselves. We live in the physical world. We don't fully understand the spirit world, and we certainly don't control it. Help can come through guides, through grace, through energies beyond us, but I would be very cautious of anyone who claims they alone can remove a spirit from a place. Sometimes, all a soul needs first is to be seen. You know, for years my dad kept insisting that strange little things would happen around our house. Nothing dramatic, just odd stuff. He'd leave a room, and somehow the lights would be back on later. Sometimes the washing machine would start up when no one else was home. Little things like that. My sister used to say she'd hear footsteps moving through the house when she was there alone. My mom always had a more practical explanation. She'd remind us that my sister used to sleepwalk and mumble in her sleep, rambling about school, friends, random things that made no sense. And honestly, I was usually the skeptic in the family. I figured it was probably bad wiring, people misremembering things, or just the reality of living in a duplex where every sound travels more than you think. And the funny thing is, weird little moments like that seem to follow us from one house to another, especially in the last family home before my sister and I had fully moved out as adults. Still, I never really bought into any of it. Not completely anyway. Not until the last time I was ever in that house by myself. By then, my dad had already moved in with my stepmom, but he kept the old place for a while to finish renovations before selling it. Most of the time, it sat empty. though my sister or I would sometimes stay there if we were visiting from the city. That final visit for me was just supposed to be practical. I was there to grab the last few bins of my stuff. Old awards, yearbooks, childhood leftovers, the kind of things you never bother taking with you the first time you leave home. When I walked in, I could tell the power had gone out at some point. The microwave was flashing. The oven clock was flashing too. Both were stuck at 5:12. I remember noticing it, but not thinking much of it at first. Then I went upstairs and saw the little digital clock in the guest room doing the exact same thing. Same flashing time. That was when it started to feel a little strange, because usually those clocks reset differently once the power comes back. But this one was just frozen there too. And then I looked at the grandfather clock in the hallway. It had stopped at 5:12 as well. That was the moment I just stood there and laughed to myself a little, because it felt so weirdly specific. I texted my dad right away, mostly because I thought he'd enjoy the irony of me finally feeding into one of his stories. And his reply was basically, "Yeah, that happens all the time. Drives me nuts." So I packed up my things, brought everything back to my apartment downtown, and didn't think too much more about it. A few days later, I started going through the boxes. At the bottom of one of them, I found my old Darth Vader alarm clock, which honestly was still a great find. I hadn't used that thing in probably 20 years. It was in rough shape too. The screen was damaged enough that the numbers had kind of burned into it permanently, like that old calculator screen stain. I picked it up without really thinking, and then it hit me. The time ghosted into the display was 5:12, exactly the same as every clock in that empty house. And the part that really got me was that when I first pulled it out and looked at it, the actual time was only a few minutes off. Close enough that for a second it felt like everything had lined up just to make the moment land. Nothing like that has happened to me since. But that was the first time I seriously thought maybe my family hadn't been exaggerating all those years. Maybe there really was something we couldn't quite explain. And even now, my dad says little things still happen. Different house, different neighborhood, years later. Hey, I want to tell you about something that's been weighing on me ever since my family and I moved into this house a few weeks ago. I haven't even been here the whole time, really. Not long after we moved in, I spent nearly 2 weeks in the hospital dealing with some personal mental health stuff. So even saying I've lived here feels a little strange. And before I go any further, I need to say this clearly. I know how easy it is for people to dismiss stories like this. But some of what's happened to me wasn't just a dream. I've had moments while fully awake where things moved, doors shifted, and I even felt something touch me. I should probably mention one other detail too. Right before the move, I got a porcelain doll. I know people love attaching creepy meanings to dolls like that, but I never did anything ritualistic with it, never tried to cleanse it or anything like that. It was just a doll. The first dream happened the very first night I slept here. It started out as a mess of random scenes, packing boxes, arguing with family, getting help from people I barely recognized. But the house we were leaving in that dream wasn't any place I've ever seen. It was huge and confusing, like a maze, with this heavy feeling in every room. At one point, I was sitting in a bathtub in this dim little bathroom, and the whole place felt wrong. I remember thinking, very clearly, I need to get out of here. Then suddenly, we were arriving at the new house. I don't remember the drive, just the moment I walked in alone. In the dream, it looked exactly like the house I live in now, except it was filthy, abandoned looking, completely wrecked. And right in the middle of the kitchen floor was the severed head of a fox. Its body was laid out on the counter nearby. I panicked instantly, ran outside to tell my family, and then woke up. Even now, remembering it gives me this awful, ritualistic feeling I can't really explain. Another dream came not long after, and that one felt even more real. I was in my bedroom, in my actual bed, everything exactly the way it is in real life. Then I saw this dark figure standing right in front of me. I tried to move, but my whole body felt dead, like every limb had gone numb. A second later, there was this violent banging on the walls around me, so loud it felt like the room was shaking. I forced myself to move somehow, stumbling out of bed and trying to get to my parents' room. But I kept falling over, like my body wasn't listening to me. It felt like that struggle went on forever. When I finally reached their room, it was pitch black, and that same shadowy figure was standing over them while they slept. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. Then I woke up. The third dream was shorter, but somehow worse in a different way. I had fallen asleep on the couch. I woke up, but not really. I still couldn't move or speak. In the faint light, I saw who I thought was my dad standing nearby. At the time, I believed it was him, but later I realized the hair was all wrong. My dad's hair is mostly gray and brown, and this figure had dark black hair. I tried to move and rolled off the couch. The second I hit the floor, I woke up again in the exact same position, still frozen. It happened over and over, maybe 6 times, maybe more. I'd think I'd woken up, then realize I hadn't. It was one of the most unsettling things I've ever felt. But the dreams aren't the only reason I'm scared. The next thing happened while I was at my desk working. I heard this slow creaking sound behind me and turned around to see my bedroom door opening by itself, inch by inch. No one was there. I got up, shut it, and sat back down. But I remember feeling more irritated than scared in that moment, like whatever it was had crossed a line. The worst part happened one night when I was asleep. I was stuck in another one of those looping dreams, fighting to wake up, fighting to move, and then I felt something grab my foot and yank. Not brush against it, not tap it, yank it. I shot awake and grabbed my flashlight, hoping so badly one of my cats had done it. But both of them were on the other side of the room, curled up together. Since then, I've been sleeping with the light on. I know that might sound ridiculous, but honestly, it helps. And ever since I started doing that, the dreams and the strange moments haven't happened as often. Still, every now and then, one of those looping dreams comes back, and it leaves me shaken all over again. So that's what's been happening. I'm trying to stay grounded, trying to be honest with myself about what could have a rational explanation and what I just can't explain yet. But I won't lie to you, it's been exhausting. I'm tired, I'm tense all the time, and I feel like I'm always bracing for the next thing. I went down a rabbit hole recently about Gaurav Tiwari, and I'm not kidding, this story has been sitting with me ever since. If you haven't heard of him before, Gaurav was one of India's most recognized paranormal investigators. He founded the Indian Paranormal Society, and for years he traveled to supposedly haunted places, looked into strange cases, and tried to approach everything with a level head. What made him stand out was that he wasn't just chasing spooky stories for the thrill of it. He actually tried to bring logic and investigation into a world most people either fear or blindly believe in. And that's what makes what happened to him feel so unsettling. Because this wasn't a man who seemed easily shaken. He had spent years around stories of hauntings, spirits, fear, all of it. He had even debunked a lot of cases people thought were paranormal. But at one point, he reportedly told people close to him that something dark was affecting him. He said it felt heavy, like it was draining his energy and changing the way he felt. That wasn't just some dramatic line he threw out there. According to those around him, it was something he genuinely seemed disturbed by. Then, in 2016, he was found dead, under circumstances that left a lot of people deeply unsettled. The official conclusion pointed toward suicide, but for many people who followed his work, the story never felt fully settled. There was no clear explanation that gave people peace, no simple answer that made everything fall neatly into place. And because he had already spoken about feeling affected by some kind of negative force, that detail only made the whole thing harder to forget. Some people believe it was a tragic personal struggle, something internal that those around him may not have fully seen. And honestly, that is possible. Even the strongest people can carry battles no one else recognizes. But others look at his life, his work, and those comments he made before his death, and they wonder whether he came across something during his investigations that stayed with him in a way he couldn't explain. That's really why this story lingers. It lives in that strange space between psychology and the unknown, between what can be explained and what maybe can't. And whether you believe in the paranormal or not, it leaves you with a chilling question. Was this simply a heartbreaking human tragedy? Or did one of India's most famous ghost hunters come face to face with something he couldn't outrun? I still don't really know how to tell this story without sounding completely unhinged, but something happened to me last night that I can't shake. I got out of work late, later than I should have, and by the time I reached the station, the rain was coming down in sheets. I barely made the last train. I remember rushing through the doors and slipping into the very last carriage just as it pulled away. And right away, something felt strange. The whole carriage was empty. Not mostly empty, completely empty. No commuters, no one half asleep in the corner, no one staring at their phone. Just me. At first, I didn't think too much about it. I was worn out, honestly. I sat down by the window, listened to the rain hitting the glass, and I must have drifted off for a minute. Then I woke up, and suddenly, the carriage was full. Absolutely packed. Every seat was taken. People were standing in the aisle, shoulder to shoulder. But the part that really got to me was how quiet it was. No one was talking. No phones buzzing. No bags rustling. Nothing. Just silence. I remember blinking hard, rubbing my eyes, trying to wake myself up properly. And then, just like that, it was empty again. Completely, impossibly empty. That's when I noticed him. There was a man sitting across from me. I'm telling you, he had not been there before. He was just sitting there, still as stone, staring straight at me without blinking. Then he smiled. Not in a friendly way, not even in a normal way. And he said, very calmly, "After midnight, this carriage doesn't belong to the living." I actually gave this nervous little laugh, because what else do you do when someone says something like that? I figured he was trying to scare me, so I played along. I said, "Really? So what happened here?" He leaned in a little closer and said, "The night before last, someone died in this carriage." And I don't know why, even now, I cannot explain why I said what I said next. But I smiled back at him and said, "I know. It was me." The second those words left my mouth, I felt this awful drop in my stomach, like I'd answered something I was never supposed to answer. His expression changed immediately. That smile of his just disappeared. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. My hands were already shaking, but I picked it up anyway. And this voice, low and hollow and far too clear, said, "I didn't die the night before last." Then it said, "I died on that train 43 years ago." I went cold all over. I looked up from my phone, slowly, barely breathing. And the man sitting across from me was gone. Just gone. But I could feel it then, plain as anything. Someone standing right beside me. close enough to hear them breathe, close enough to know they were watching me. I haven't gone near that train since, but here's the part that stays with me, the part that makes my skin crawl every single night. Around the same time, without fail, my phone rings. Same unknown number, same voice, just waiting for me to answer. I swear this really happened. I'm not dressing it up or adding bits for effect. It's one of those things that stayed with me because I still can't explain it any other way. This started in December 2020 in West Yorkshire, England. I was 11 at the time, sitting in the living room playing Among Us, which basically had everyone hooked back then. I was on the sofa near the big front window, the one that looks out over our front garden and the road. I'd been playing for a while when I suddenly stopped. I honestly can't tell you why. Maybe I was bored. Maybe I just felt drawn to look up. But something made me put my phone down and glance outside. And that's when I saw him. There was a man walking along the path in front of our garden, and straight away he looked completely out of place. He was tall, probably around 6 foot, and dressed in this very old-fashioned way, like something from another century. He had on a dark top hat, a black 3-piece suit, a long coat, and shiny pointed shoes. In our area, seeing someone dressed like that would stick out instantly, so my attention locked onto him right away. What unsettled me most wasn't even the clothes. It was his face. His expression was flat, cold, almost blank, like he wasn't fully present. He didn't seem like a normal person just out walking. He moved slowly and calmly past the garden, then stopped for no reason I could understand. He turned and stared into our garden. Not just a quick glance either. He stood there for several seconds, looking around with this strange expression, almost like he was irritated or confused, as if something about the garden wasn't how it was supposed to be. That feeling hit me hard. I remember this chill running up my arms and into my scalp while I just sat there frozen, watching him. Then, all at once, he looked up. Straight at the living room window. Straight at me. The second our eyes met, I dropped behind the sofa. It was pure instinct. I stayed down there for a few seconds, barely breathing, then slowly lifted my head to look again. When I did, I saw him moving up the driveway at the side of our house. That terrified me even more, because the only people who ever really went up there were people who lived nearby, and I knew I'd never seen this man before. We'd already been living there close to a year by then, and he definitely wasn't someone from the street. I panicked and ran upstairs to my older brother, who was the only other person home. I told him what I'd seen. At first he laughed a bit and thought I was overreacting, but he could tell I was genuinely scared, so he believed me enough to come check. He grabbed the nearest heavy thing he could find, and we went slowly back downstairs together. We got to the kitchen by the back door, checked outside, and there was no one there. The door was locked. No sign of anyone. I was still badly shaken when my mom got home, so I told her everything too. She's never been completely sure what she believes when it comes to paranormal things, but when I described the man properly, her whole reaction changed. She got this worried look straight away. Our house was built in the 1800s, and she said that a man dressed like that would have fit the period perfectly. We ended up talking about how maybe he'd once lived there, and maybe the reason he looked so confused staring at the garden was because, to him, it wasn't his garden anymore. It had changed. Everything had changed. A few years later, around Christmas 2023, something happened that brought the whole thing back in the worst way. My mom was fascinated and asked to see it. The woman showed her this old black and white family photograph, and my mom called me over because she thought I'd find it interesting too. I looked at it casually at first, and then The second my eyes landed on the man standing in the middle, I felt everything in me go cold. I knew that face. I just stood there staring because it was him, the same man I had seen outside our garden 3 years earlier. Same face, same presence, same horrible feeling. Only this time he was standing in a family photograph from the 1800s. I told my mom straight away, and even now I can still remember the feeling that went through me in that moment. It was like all those years collapsed into 1 second. That experience is the reason I believe there are things we can't explain. Before that, I wasn't sure. After that, I couldn't really doubt it anymore. And the strange part is, that wasn't the end of it. My family still talks about odd things happening in that house. Sounds, feelings, things people have seen out of the corner of their eye. I still live there, and the house has a dark history too. We've heard stories about harsh treatment, children being beaten, and other bad things that happened there long before we arrived. So when I tell this story, I mean it. This is the one that changed everything for me. The man I saw outside my garden in 2020, the man who looked lost and almost offended by what he was seeing, turned out to be in a photograph taken more than a century earlier. And I still don't have a normal explanation for that. So I want to tell you about something that still sits with me, and honestly, I have never been able to explain it in a way that makes it feel any less real. A while back, my mom and I went to visit family in western South Dakota during the summer. My grandmother lives way out near the Wyoming line, on this quiet ranch that is probably half an hour from the nearest little town. She's in her 70s and lives alone in a small house she had built several years ago. The house itself has a very open layout, which I think somehow made the whole experience worse. There's one main bedroom, a loft area above, and then the kitchen, dining space, and living room all sort of flow together into one big room. Off the laundry room, there's a back door that leads outside toward where the vehicles are parked. At night out there, it gets unbelievably dark. There are barely any lights around, and once the sun is down, the whole place feels cut off from everything. My mom and I were staying there for a few days, and one night, somewhere around 11:30 or maybe closer to midnight, my grandmother had already gone to bed. My mom was sitting on the couch in the middle of the room, and I was off to the side in a chair, just scrolling on my phone. Then out of nowhere, we heard the back door open. Not slam open, not rattle, just slowly open. My mom and I immediately looked at each other, and then toward the laundry room. We both went completely still. It sounded exactly like someone had just come into the house. A second later, we heard footsteps. They started in the laundry room and moved slowly forward, coming through the house along the natural path someone would take if they had just walked in from outside. The steps sounded heavy, like a big man walking with purpose. And mixed in with the footsteps, there was this faint sound of breathing. Deep, slow breathing. I remember feeling my whole body lock up. The footsteps kept coming until they stopped right beside the couch where my mom was sitting. And in that moment, neither of us said much. We just looked at each other with that same stunned expression, like we were both silently asking, "You heard that too, right?" After a few seconds, we got up and carefully walked toward the back door. We checked it, shut it completely, and made sure it was locked. I can't even tell you what I expected to find. I just knew we both heard something move through that house. I barely slept the rest of that night. What stuck with me almost as much as the sounds themselves was my mom's reaction. She was visibly shaken at first, and that was not normal for her. Later on, she tried to act like everything was fine, like maybe it was better not to give it any more attention, but I could tell it got to her. The next day, she went through the house and saged it. My mom and grandmother are both deeply religious, but we never told my grandmother what happened. I honestly don't think she would have really taken it in. Since then, I've stayed at that house alone a couple of times, and every time has felt deeply uncomfortable. I would sleep up in the loft with headphones on, and I even hung a blanket over the opening just so I wouldn't have to look down into the dark downstairs. Even then, there were moments when I thought I could hear faint voices below me. Nothing clear enough to make out, just enough to make my skin crawl. At this point, I won't stay there alone overnight anymore. I just won't. What has stayed with me most is that it wasn't just me. My mom heard it too, at the exact same time, step for step. And that wasn't the only place where I felt something I couldn't explain. In 2024, I spent about a month staying with family in Tuan Nam, Vietnam. While I was there, I lived fairly close to a river that locals spoke about like it had a dark presence around it. My girlfriend then, whose name was Lynn, lived across that river, and every time we crossed the bridge to get to her place, she would get visibly tense. You could see the fear rise in her face before we even got halfway over. I also spoke once with a woman who lived right along the riverbank. She knew a little English, enough for us to talk. She told me she would sometimes see things she couldn't explain, and she spoke about it with this calmness that honestly unsettled me even more, like she had simply accepted it as part of life there. She also said the river had been used during the war as a place where bodies were dumped. While I was there, I sometimes felt this heaviness whenever I got near the river or had to cross it. It wasn't something I could point to or prove. It was just this deep, sudden feeling of unease that seemed to come from nowhere and settle over everything. When I put those experiences together, the night at my grandmother's house and the feeling around that river, it has only made me believe more strongly that there are things in this world we do not fully understand. I really do think there is both good and bad in this world, and maybe that doesn't stop with people. Maybe there are good spirits too, and maybe there are bad ones. I can't prove any of that. I know that. But I do know what I heard that night, and I know my mom heard it too. And some experiences stay with you because, deep down, part of you knows they were real. I still think of myself as an atheist, honestly. I grew up between two very different worlds. One side of my family was deeply, intensely religious, very strict about one God and one truth. My mom, on the other hand, believed in whatever kind of spirituality made sense to her at that point in her life. So I was raised around a lot of belief, but none of it ever really became mine. That said, there was one house I lived in with my mom where some things happened that I still cannot explain. The moment that sticks with me most is actually a very small one, which almost makes it stranger. It feels silly every time I tell it. I was about 15, maybe 16, lying in bed in my room late at night, talking on the phone with my school counselor. My cat, Miso, was curled up on my chest while I talked. My bedroom door was shut, the window was shut, and the blinds were those thick wooden slat ones, heavy enough that they never moved unless someone actually touched them. In the middle of the conversation, the bottom left corner of the blinds suddenly snapped upward, like someone had grabbed it and thrown it. Not swayed, not trembled, not shifted a little. It flew up. And I know how that sounds. I know there is probably a neat, rational explanation people would want to offer. But before I could even process it, my cat bolted upright on my chest, arched her back, and hissed straight at that exact spot by the window. She reacted instantly, like she had seen something too. That part is what has stayed with me all these years. Not just what I saw, but that she saw something as well. As ridiculous as it sounds to be haunted by a moving blind, that moment made me feel less like I had imagined it. And it was not the only thing in that house. We had this old gramophone in the living room, and one day it started playing by itself while my mom and I were both there in the room. No one had touched it. It just came to life on its own. Another time, we came home and found footprints on the kitchen ceiling. Not on the floor leading somewhere, on the ceiling. Actual footprints, like someone had walked upside down across it. I still do not have words for that. Then there was the night I had a group of friends over. There were maybe 8 or 9 of us. We were teenagers doing exactly the kind of stupid thing teenagers do, sneaking drinks from my mom's liquor cabinet while she was at work. We were all in the kitchen grabbing food, laughing, being loud, and then we all walked together into the lounge. As we came in, we noticed a sheet hanging over the upstairs banister. That was strange immediately because none of us had gone upstairs. And then, right as we stepped into the room, the sheet dropped. At the same moment, the lights started flickering, and my cat came tearing into the room absolutely frantic, screeching, scrambling, practically launching herself at the walls. It was instant chaos. What I remember most is the silence. No one screamed. No one joked. We all just froze and sat there, completely quiet, like the whole room had gone cold. Then, one by one, everyone called their parents to come get them. I still remember the boys who had been acting fearless all night, suddenly running full speed up the driveway the second their rides arrived. I've had this strange feeling for as long as I can remember, like something was wrong with the very first house we lived in. My mom used to tell me that when I was a baby, I would constantly stare into the corners of her bedroom and cry for hours. Not just fussy baby crying, but proper, panicked screaming, like I was terrified of something no one else could see. She never understood it at first. Then one night, when she got up to make my bottle, she saw something in the room that frightened her badly enough that she decided we had to leave. And the weirdest part is, the moment we moved to a different house, I stopped crying completely. A few years later, when I was about 3, I was the total opposite of that scared little baby. I was chatty, full of energy, always running around and playing with my toys. But that was also when I had an imaginary friend. At least, that's what everyone called her. I named her Marie. I used to play with Marie all the time. Before nursery, after nursery, right before bed, she was always there. But the thing about Marie was, she never felt like the kind of imaginary friend people laugh about. She always wanted me to do naughty things I knew I shouldn't do. It carried on like that for nearly a year. Then one night, I woke up and saw all my toys scattered across the floor. My mom had tidied everything before I went to sleep, so I knew it wasn't right. I climbed out of bed, looked straight into the corner of my room, and started arguing with Marie. I kept shouting, "No, no, no, no," over and over again. My mom rushed in, and even when she came through the door, I didn't look at her. I just kept staring into that corner, yelling at something she couldn't see. After that, it became a nightly thing. I'd wake up, stand in the middle of the room, and shout "no" again and again into the darkness. Eventually, my mom had enough, and we moved house again. For a while, things calmed down. But when I was about 5 or 6, it started in a different way. My older brother and I had this friend who seemed to appear whenever we played together. This time, it was a boy. He'd tell us to do awful things to each other. One day, he kept urging my brother to push me down the stairs. My brother refused, shouting "no" again and again. Then somehow, I ended up falling anyway. Everyone blamed my brother, but he swore it wasn't him. After that, everything got worse for me. I started sleepwalking, talking in my sleep, and having these horrible nightmares that felt more real than dreams should. Nearly every night, I'd walk into my mom's room while I was asleep. She told me I would just stand beside her bed, staring at her with my eyes wide open. What scared her most was my right hand. It was always slightly cupped, like I was holding someone else's hand. The first time she properly noticed it, she woke up and saw me standing there in the dark, just watching her. She said the look on my face didn't feel like me at all. She got up, took me back to bed, and the moment she let go of me, I started screaming and crying. But it didn't stop there. It happened again the next night, and the next. Always the same. Me standing beside her bed, staring, one hand curled like someone invisible was standing there with me. My brother never had any of it. Whatever this was, it seemed focused on me. Eventually, my mom's boyfriend moved in. Before bed, she warned him about what I'd been doing, told him to sleep on the far side because I usually came to her side of the bed. He laughed it off and said she was being dramatic. So he slept in her usual place. He woke up confused, asked what was going on, and immediately turned over. The second he saw me, he screamed. Not just startled, but full-on terrified. My mom said he jumped so hard he nearly kicked me by accident. The second he shouted, I started screaming and crying too. The whole house woke up. My brother, from the other side of the house, was so frightened he wet the bed. And while my stepdad was sitting there trying to catch his breath, I looked at him and said, "You're making Frankie angry." The next morning, my mom sat me down and started asking questions. She wanted to know what Frankie looked like. I told her, as calmly as anything, "He's very big and he's very nice." That answer frightened her more than anything else, because by then she knew he wasn't nice at all. Not long after that, we moved out again, and from the day we left that house, the sleepwalking stopped. The nightmares faded. I never stood by her bed like that again. Even now, looking back, I can't explain any of it, but I still believe whatever kept finding me in those houses was real. And sometimes, I still wonder what my mom saw that first night, standing in the corner of her bedroom with my bottle in her hand. I used to spend part of my summers with my grandmother up in northern Idaho. She ran this wellness retreat out of her home, and as a kid, the place felt huge to me. It was beautiful, almost too beautiful, with tall ceilings, a big open living room, and a guest cottage out front with a sauna and a hot tub for the people staying there. My uncle, who was only about 9 years older than me and the youngest in the family, was living there then too, and that matters later. What I remember most at first wasn't seeing anything strange. It was just the feeling of the place. There was this hallway leading to my grandmother's bedroom suite that always felt wrong. It stayed dark no matter what time it was, and even when the light bulbs were replaced, the light would seem to fade and dull again almost right away. Every time I had to walk down that hall, I'd get this awful knot in my stomach. I'd hurry through it as fast as I could. Her bedroom itself usually felt fine, bright and peaceful even. It was just that hallway. I never wanted to linger there. Then things shifted from feeling eerie to something much harder to explain. My grandmother went through staff constantly, especially housekeepers. Almost no one stayed more than a week or two. And the strange part was, they all seemed to describe the same thing without being told anything beforehand. They'd see a man standing outside near a small pine tree in the yard, just beyond the big front window. The yard was wide open and flat until the tree line, so there was nowhere obvious for someone to hide or disappear. I remember one winter day, there was snow all over the ground, and I saw him too. He was standing there near that little pine, wearing jeans and what looked like a work shirt with a faded denim jacket. I asked the woman cleaning that day who he was. She had only been there a few days, and the second she looked out and saw him, she just went completely still. She stepped outside to check, and he was gone. No footprints in the snow. Nothing. That same woman ended up staying longer than anyone else, maybe around half a year, but even she eventually left. Later, my grandmother showed us photos she'd taken of him. You could clearly make out a person standing by that tree, except he didn't look fully solid. He looked human, but not entirely there. That image has stuck with me ever since. And it wasn't just the staff. Guests at the retreat would often leave early. They'd sign up for several weeks and then quietly check out halfway through. Nobody ever wanted to say too much, but you could tell they were unsettled. My uncle had the worst of it. His bedroom was upstairs on the far side of the house, and he said he heard footsteps on the stairs at night all the time, like someone slowly going up and down when no one else was awake. One night, he found the front door standing wide open, even though he'd been home alone. He wasn't the kind of person who got spooked easily, but that house genuinely rattled him. Whenever he had the chance, he'd stay with friends instead of sleeping there by himself. Years later, after my grandmother was gone, we were sorting through old family photos and boxes of keepsakes. Tucked into one old shoebox were the photos of that man again. That's the part that still gets me. My grandmother had sworn she burned those pictures years before, along with the negatives. She used to say that every time she got rid of them, they somehow turned back up a few years later. You know how sometimes a place gets into your head long before you understand why? Years ago, I was walking through Washington, D.C., and I passed this old building called Tivoli Gardens. It looked worn, quiet, almost as if it were holding its breath. I remember stopping for a second and thinking, one day, I'm going to live there. It was just one of those strange thoughts that comes out of nowhere, and I forgot about it for a long time. Then, nearly 20 years later, my life fell apart a little. I had just gotten out of an 8-year relationship, and our lease was ending, so I had to find somewhere new to live. In the middle of all that stress, that building came back to me so clearly, it was almost unsettling. I couldn't explain it, but I felt pulled toward it. Deep down, I was sure that was where I was supposed to go next. So I went to ask about an apartment, and to my surprise, they actually had openings. The woman at the front desk was incredibly kind. She showed me a few different layouts, and when I told her I wanted something small and quiet since I'd be living alone, she smiled and said she had just the place for me. Not long after that, I was approved. I signed the lease, and my new home was apartment 410 on the 4th floor. At first, I loved it. Truly. It felt like a fresh start, but only for a little while. A few weeks after I moved in, things started happening. Small things at first. Strange dreams that felt too vivid, too detailed, like I wasn't dreaming at all but stepping into someone else's memories. Then one night, around 3 in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom, and when I stepped out into the room, I saw him. A boy. He was standing perfectly still in the corner of the apartment, just watching me. He wore old-fashioned clothes, the kind that looked like they belonged in another century. He didn't look angry. He looked sad, deeply sad. His face was blank, but his eyes felt like they were asking for something he didn't know how to say. I froze. Then I ran back to bed, pulled the blanket over my head, and told myself I had to be dreaming. But honestly, I didn't believe that. After that night, the whole apartment changed for me. I always felt like someone was just behind me, barely out of sight. The air felt thick, like it wasn't really air at all. Some days my body would ache for no reason, as if I were carrying around a weight no one else could see. Then one night, I woke up to a voice calling my name. Ferdinand. It was my grandfather's voice. My grandfather had been dead for years, and somehow, half asleep and not even thinking, I answered him. I got up and checked everything. The hallway, the kitchen, the closet. Nothing was there. but the feeling that I wasn't alone was so strong that I couldn't settle down again. Not long after that, I started coming home from work and finding the apartment door unlocked, sometimes slightly open. I know how that sounds, but I was absolutely certain I had locked it before leaving, every single time. I tried more than once to talk to one of the cleaning staff in the building, but every time I brought it up, she'd find a reason to rush off. She never wanted to hear it. Then one day, as I was leaving, I saw the boy again. This time he was out in the hallway. I barely had a second to react before he ran straight toward the wall and disappeared into it, like the wall wasn't solid at all. I ran over there, of course. Nothing. Just silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. The very first night, he slept in the large closet area, and the next morning, he looked shaken. Really shaken. He told me he'd had a horrible nightmare that a boy grabbed his arm and wouldn't let him wake up. The fear in his face was real. I could see it. But I still didn't tell him what I'd seen. At some point, I mentioned everything to another woman at the front desk. The minute I started describing it, all the color drained from her face. She told me another couple in the building had shared a story of their own. Similar feelings, similar fear. Except they had seen a little girl instead. By then, the heaviness in that apartment had become part of my daily life. I was exhausted all the time, drained, depressed. I started wondering if I was losing my mind. That's the part that really gets to you, you know? Not just the fear, but the way it makes you question yourself. Eventually, my parents came to visit from Mexico, and I told them everything. Before they left, we prayed together in the apartment. And during that prayer, something came over me. This intense pain rose up in me, but it didn't feel like mine. That's the only way I know how to explain it. It felt borrowed, ancient. I started crying uncontrollably, like a little kid. I couldn't stop. Even now, I still don't fully understand what happened in that moment. After they left, things got worse. My anxiety got sharper. The dreams got stronger. The nights felt almost unbearable. Then a friend offered me a place to stay so we could split rent, and by that point, I was done. Completely done. I said yes. A few days before I moved out, I was standing in the kitchen making dinner when I felt someone pass directly behind me. Not imagined. Not a chill. I mean the full, unmistakable presence of a man. His size, his movement, the shift in the air as he walked past me. I spun around. No one. I opened the hallway door immediately. Nothing there. But the air still felt disturbed, like someone had just crossed the room. When I started getting rid of things before the move, I told the cleaning lady she could stop by if she wanted to take anything. She came, but she wouldn't step inside. She just stood there in the doorway. I told her about the man I had felt in the kitchen and described him as best I could. She went pale. Then she looked at me and asked me to forgive her. She said they had been told not to speak about what happened in that apartment, but since I was finally leaving, she was going to tell me the truth. The man I described, she said, was the young man who had lived there before me. He had diabetes, and he died alone in the apartment while his mother was out of town. They didn't find him for several days. She also told me his mother eventually had to leave because he wouldn't let her sleep, that he kept appearing to her, that she was terrified. And suddenly, everything made sense in the worst possible way. The last 2 nights I spent there, I didn't sleep at all. Before I closed the door to apartment 410 for the final time, I stood there quietly and said a prayer for him. For peace, for rest, for whatever part of him was still trapped there. And even now, almost 5 years later, certain noises still make me jump. And sometimes, late at night, I feel the faintest trace of that same presence, as if apartment 410 hasn't completely forgotten me. got home one evening and the whole house was empty. Not just quiet, but that deep kind of empty where you can feel it in your chest the second you walk in. No voices, no footsteps, no one in the next room. When I was younger, weird little things used to happen whenever I was alone. Sometimes I'd hear someone softly say my name, like a whisper just out of reach. Other times, during sleep paralysis, I'd hear these faint mechanical noises, almost like gears turning somewhere nearby. I never really had an explanation for any of it, but I remember how unsettling it felt. That night, the second I stepped inside, I had that same feeling again, like I wasn't really by myself. So I did the only thing that made me feel a little safer. I went from room to room and turned on nearly every light in the house. The hallway, the kitchen, the bathrooms, the spare room. I wanted every corner bright, like maybe light itself could keep the fear from settling in. After that, I went into my room, crawled onto the bed, and put on a movie to calm down. I figured if I just stayed distracted long enough, the feeling would pass. At some point, I started drifting. You know that moment when you're trying not to fall asleep, and your head dips for a second before you catch yourself and wake right back up? That's what it felt like. Barely a moment, just a slip. But when I opened my eyes again, something had changed. The house was dark. Not one lamp or ceiling light was still on. Every single light I had switched on was off. For a second, I just sat there staring, trying to make sense of it, because I knew I had left the whole place lit up. I got up and started checking the switches one by one. And that's the part that still gets to me. They weren't just lights that had gone out. Every switch had been flipped down, like someone had walked through the house and turned them all off by hand. The only thing still glowing was the TV, and the movie I'd started, the one I know I'd only watched maybe 10 or 15 minutes of, was over. I've tried to explain it to myself 100 different ways. The most reasonable answer is that I must have sleepwalked and done it myself. But here's what makes it hard to believe. My name's Mara, and I've never sleepwalked before that night. Not once. And as far as I know, it's never happened again. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M, and thanks for joining me tonight. Before we get started, if you enjoy this kind of content, please give the video a like, and if you've had any unexplained experiences yourself, you can always send them to me. The first story is about a couple spending a few days at a summer house, hoping for a quiet escape, but things started feeling strange in a way they couldn't ignore. Let's get into it, and I hope you sleep well tonight. So this happened last August, and honestly, I still think about it more often than I'd like. At the time, my boyfriend and I had only been together a few months, and we were both desperate for a little escape. We live abroad most of the year, and even though we're from the same country, our hometowns are nowhere near each other. When summer comes around, we usually both head back home, and that's the only long stretch where being together feels easy. He was under a ton of pressure with work. He had one of those jobs he could mostly do remotely, but he was stuck managing a project that was turning into a nightmare. I wasn't doing much better. I'd recently lost my father, and I was buried in paperwork and family responsibilities, just completely emotionally drained. So I said, forget it. Let's go to my family's summer house for a few days. Nothing fancy, just somewhere quiet where we could breathe and be in the same place for a while. He loved the idea, and we went. The house is in this tiny village in the south, really remote, surrounded by olive groves and citrus trees. It's peaceful in a way that almost feels unreal. The sea is about 25 minutes away, and the village itself is small enough that everything sort of revolves around one square. Right across from the house, there's a playground. When I was little, That was the center of my world. There's an old school building beside it, an open square where the village festival happens every year. And behind all that, lower down the slope, there's a little olive grove and this utility building that powers the lights around the square. That part matters later. Anyway, we got there, settled in, and the first day was completely normal. The next day we worked, went swimming in the afternoon, had dinner out, and came back late. It was close to midnight by then. Now, one thing to know is that my aunt's house is right next to ours, and things between us have been for years. Because of that, we were being kind of discreet whenever we stepped outside. I just didn't want to deal with being seen or judged. So, in what felt like a harmless little nostalgic idea, I said, "Why don't we go sit on the swings for a bit?" It was late, no one was around, and I thought it might be nice to relive a little piece of childhood. At first, it actually was nice. Quiet, warm, completely still. We sat on the swings talking softly, just enjoying the emptiness of the place. I noticed my aunt's porch light was on, and I figured she might have spotted us, but I tried not to care. Then, after a while, we moved over to this little play structure with a slide. It was farther back, closer to the school building, and not as well lit. We weren't doing anything strange, by the way. We were literally just two tired adults sitting on a children's play structure because it felt funny and harmless. I was facing toward the grove and that utility building. My boyfriend was facing more toward the houses. I remember glancing back and noticing my aunt's porch light had gone off. And for a second, I actually felt relieved. I thought, great, finally a little privacy. Then, maybe 10 seconds later, everything changed. I can't explain it in any logical way. There was no scream, no footsteps, no movement I could point to. But suddenly, every instinct in my body went rigid. It felt like fear dropped into me all at once. Not nerves, not unease, pure danger. The kind that makes your stomach turn cold. And the worst part was, my boyfriend felt it too. We looked at each other, and neither of us had to say it. We both knew something was wrong. When we were at the swings, part of the play structure blocked a view of us. But where we were sitting then, we were completely exposed. If anyone was there, they could see us clearly. I still don't know how we managed not to run. We got down as calmly as we could and started heading back. There was a little ladder on the side facing the grove, and both of us instinctively avoided it. Instead, we climbed down the slide itself because it faced the exit. The whole time, I kept staring at the school windows, convinced I was about to see a face looking back at me. I never stopped glancing over my shoulder until we were out of the square and back on the road. My house was only a few steps away by then, so I should have felt safe. But I didn't. I felt like we needed to get inside immediately, like something terrible would happen if we didn't. We made it back, locked up, and only then did we admit how scared we both were. What gets me even now is that there was no visible threat. I never actually saw anyone. I didn't hear anyone either. I just knew something was there, and to me, it felt like a person. More specifically, it felt like a man. I know that sounds strange, but it was such a strong impression that I still remember it. My boyfriend pointed out something else that made it worse. He said the whole place had gone completely silent. Even the faint rustling we'd heard earlier had stopped. It was like everything had gone still at once. And I couldn't stop thinking about the timing. The moment my aunt's light went out, that feeling hit me. It left me with this awful thought that whoever was out there knew no one was watching anymore. Maybe that was paranoia. Maybe. But it still doesn't sit right with me. The next morning, we were both trying to act normal, though neither of us really was. We talked ourselves into believing maybe it had just been nerves, or exhaustion, or one of those weird instinctive moments people sometimes get for no reason. So that evening we went out again for dinner, just to get out of the house for a while. We weren't gone long, maybe a few hours. When we came back, my boyfriend parked on the sloped driveway, and I went ahead to open the gate. The entrance is a little awkward, and there's a drainage channel at the bottom near the incline, so you don't really see that part until you're right there. I got close to the gate and suddenly stopped. There was a cat lying on the drain. At first, I thought it was asleep, but something looked wrong immediately. It wasn't moving at all. There was no blood, no sign it had been hit, nothing to suggest it had wandered there and died naturally in that exact position. It looked placed. That's the only word I have for it. I yelped, and my boyfriend came running over. The second he saw it, his whole expression changed. He stepped in front of me, opened the gate quickly, and told me to go inside. Later, once we were upstairs, he told me it didn't look like roadkill to him. He grew up spending summers in the countryside, so he'd seen enough dead animals to know the difference. He said it looked staged, and that it had likely been dead for hours already. There was no way to prove that, of course. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it really had crawled there somehow. But after the night before, it felt impossible to brush off. Nothing else happened after that. We stayed the rest of the trip, and strangely enough, the remaining days were calm. We even went back again later that summer and had a lovely time. Since then, I've returned with my mother a few times, and nothing remotely similar has happened. Still, I've never looked at that playground the same way again. I always scan the square now, the school, the grove, that little building behind it. I've never felt that same terror since, but I haven't forgotten it either. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that both of us felt it at the exact same moment, and that is the part I can't explain away. So when I tell you it felt real, I mean it really did. And whatever was out there that night, I hope I never meet it again. So I do house sitting pretty often. It's never been my full-time job or anything, just one of those side gigs that sort of grew on its own. I started back in high school after I got my first car, and over the years, once a few people trusted me, their friends started calling too. Before long, I somehow became the person people think of when they need someone to watch their house. Honestly, I can't complain. It's simple work, and the extra money is nice. That's how I ended up at this house. One of the families I sit for recommended me to an older couple they know. They're probably in their late 50s, maybe early 60s, and they raise and show dogs. Not casually either. I mean actual competition dogs that travel for shows, run courses, win ribbons, that whole world. Their place sits on a bigger piece of land because they train the dogs there. The backyard stretches out into this dry, open desert property with fenced-off areas, jumps, tunnels, weave poles, all of it. It feels quiet, but not isolated. There are other houses across the road and farther down, so it's not like I'm stranded in the middle of nowhere. This was only my 4th time staying there, and to be fair, the last couple of times, I hadn't stayed overnight every single night. Usually I'd come by after work, take care of everything, and then leave for my evening classes before heading back to my apartment. So I knew the house, but I still wasn't fully settled into it the way you get when you've spent a lot of nights somewhere. Up until this trip, though, it had all been completely normal. Feed the dogs, bring in the mail, water a few plants, sleep, repeat. Easy. The couple have grown kids, but they live out of state now, so when the owners travel, they just have someone stay at the house. This time, they left 2 dogs with me. The older female was named Greta before, but let's call her Greta here, and the younger male was Otto, so I'll call him Owen. Greta is older, around 9, and she has this calm, gentle presence. She mostly naps, trails behind me from room to room, and acts like a retired queen. Sweet dog, but definitely protective of her space. Owen is younger and full of energy. He follows me everywhere. If I stand up, he stands up. Total Velcro dog. And neither of them are timid. That's important. Owen will bark at anything outside. Seriously, if a car rolls by on the road, he notices it before I do. And Greta, for all her sweetness, is not the kind of dog who just freezes up. That's why this started feeling strange. The first 2 nights were fine. Then on the third night, I woke up sometime after 1 in the morning because I heard Greta whining. Not barking, just that low, uneasy whine. When I stepped out of the guest room, both dogs were in the living room, staring at the sliding glass door that looks out into the backyard. At first, I figured it was probably a coyote. That happens out there sometimes, so it wouldn't have been unusual. But the way they were acting felt off. Usually Owen would be right up against the glass, barking his head off. Instead, both of them were just sitting there, completely still, staring. I turned on the backyard light and looked outside, but I didn't see anything. No animal, no movement, nothing. After a minute or two, Greta finally laid back down. Owen copied her, and I went back to bed. The next night, it happened again. This time I was awake, sitting on the couch with my laptop, half watching a show. Both dogs lifted their heads at exactly the same moment and looked toward the glass door again. Owen stood up and walked a little closer, but he stopped several feet back. No barking, no scratching at the glass. He just stood there, focused, like he was trying to make sense of something in the dark. After a couple of minutes, they both eased up again, like whatever had caught their attention was gone. Then last night was the one that really got under my skin. I woke up around 2 because Owen was pacing. Not frantically, just this slow back and forth between the couch and the sliding door. Greta was sitting upright again, stiff and completely locked on the glass. When I came into the room, Owen moved over and stood next to me, but neither of them looked at me. They were still focused outside. I pulled the curtain back a little farther and tried to see into the yard, but past the reach of the outside light, it was just darkness. Nothing moving, no sound except for Greta's quiet whimpering. And then she did something that honestly made my stomach drop a little. She stood up very slowly and started backing away from the door without taking her eyes off it, like she didn't want to turn her back on whatever she thought was out there. I know that probably sounds dramatic, but in the moment, it felt deeply wrong. Animals have instincts we don't, and watching her move like that hit me in a way I can't fully explain. Eventually, Owen gave up and lay back down, so I told myself it had to be some animal passing through that I just couldn't see. This morning, I texted the owners and asked if animals come through the yard often, because the dogs kept reacting to something outside at night. The owner said coyotes pass through now and then, which I already knew, and she added that their dogs are very alert and might just be hearing something I can't. And honestly, that makes sense. It probably does explain it. But I'll be real with you, it still left me uneasy. Not because I immediately thought it was something paranormal. I didn't. It was more because I'm a woman alone in someone else's house, in the middle of the night, and both dogs were clearly focused on something outside that I couldn't see. Whether it's an animal or not, that doesn't exactly make you feel better in the moment. Greta and Owen weren't acting curious. They looked scared. And even when your logical brain says, it's probably nothing but wildlife, there's always that tiny part of you that goes, okay, but what if it isn't? I checked every door and window after that. Every lock, twice. Part of why I'm even second-guessing myself now is because my friends have been absolutely no help. A lot of them are into spiritual stuff, paranormal stories, all of that. Some of them swear they've dealt with spirits or mimics before. I don't really live in that world, and I've never had experiences like that myself. And honestly, if something truly paranormal were happening, I feel like I'd be noticing more than this. Weird sounds inside the house, objects moving, something unmistakable. But none of that is happening. It's only the dogs. Just the dogs reacting to something outside that I can't see. So I still think the most likely answer is that some animal is crossing through the yard at night, and the dogs are picking up on it before I can. That's the explanation that makes the most sense. Still, the part I can't shake is how both of them react at exactly the same time, every time. They both suddenly go still and look toward that door together. And it always seems to happen somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning. And I know that probably means nothing. But when you're standing there in a dark house, watching two normally confident dogs stare into the black like they see something you can't, it's hard not to feel that little chill crawl up your spine. I do not really talk back to strange things anymore. I used to, but not now. A while back, I was sleeping in a room my dad and I put together out in the garage. I live with my mother because I take care of her, and that little room opened into the laundry room, so once the door was shut, it always felt tucked away and separate from the rest of the house. At the time, my cat had just had kittens, and I had set up this covered crate for her in my room so she'd have somewhere quiet and dark. Later, once the kittens were old enough, I moved all of them out, but I left the crate there longer than I should have. I had a big bed, and I figured I'd deal with it later. The opening of that crate was turned toward me when I slept. That's when the strange stuff really started. Almost every night, when I would lie down and try to fall asleep, I would feel movement behind me on the bed. It felt like something small and careful, almost like an animal walking around, or sometimes like hands lightly feeling along the edge of the mattress. I still think it felt more like an animal than anything human. The second I turned to look, it would stop. After several nights of that, I got so unsettled that I started sleeping flat on my back with the light on, because for some reason it never happened if I was on my back. Eventually, I got used to it enough that instead of whipping around every time, I started saying, "Please don't do that. I'm trying to sleep. At least wait until I'm already asleep." And usually, that worked. Then one night, I said it again, just like I always did. And from the darkness inside that crate, I heard a woman's voice say, very clearly, "Why?" I froze. My eyes locked right onto that dark opening, and I said, "Because I'm trying to sleep, and whatever this is, it's making me feel unsafe in a room where I'm supposed to feel safe." While I was saying that, I reached for the light switch without taking my eyes off the crate. Nothing answered me after that, but I got rid of the crate immediately, and for the next few nights, I kept the light on. Even after I moved into a different room, I still sometimes felt that same movement on the bed. Not often, but enough. I stopped speaking to it. Now if it happens, I just lie on my back and wait for it to stop. The other thing that happened was even harder to explain. One night, I had been awake for maybe half an hour, just lying in bed and listening to my mom moving around in the kitchen. My room opened into the laundry room, and from there you could get to the kitchen, so I was listening to make sure she was okay and didn't need help. Then my door opened. A woman stood there in the doorway. She looked maybe mid-20s, maybe a little older. I'm terrible at guessing age. But I know she wasn't anyone I recognized. No other women lived in that house besides my mother. She just stood there staring at me. And when I looked directly at her, when our eyes met, her whole expression changed. She smiled. Her eyes lit up like she was excited, like she was genuinely happy that I could see her. Then she jumped at me. She launched herself straight onto the bed. I felt the impact. I felt the weight hit the mattress, and then she was gone. I had been fully awake for at least 30 minutes, probably longer. I was not dreaming. Believe me, I tried to tell myself that's all it was. I wanted it to be that simple. But it's harder to explain it away when you've already felt things walking across your bed, or shaking it hard enough to wake you fully, or leaving impressions in the mattress like something with feet had been standing there. What has stayed with me most is that smile. It didn't feel angry. It didn't feel threatening at first. It felt more like she was thrilled that I noticed her, like she had been there longer than I realized, waiting for me to finally look back. Let me tell you about something that happened to me a couple of mornings ago, because I still can't quite shake it. I had to be at work absurdly early, around 5:15, and since my car's been hanging on by a thread lately, I left the house at about 4:20 and walked. The route I take cuts between a housing estate and the edge of the woods, then climbs along the main road for about a mile. It's a steep walk too, no real flat stretch to speak of, and that morning it was freezing, somewhere around -2, so I gave myself extra time even though I can usually make it in under an hour. Right from the start, I felt uneasy. That road isn't exactly pleasant even in daylight, and that morning the fog was so thick I could barely see a few yards ahead of me. Everything looked swallowed up. You know when the world goes strangely quiet, but somehow that makes every little sound feel louder. It was like that. As I got closer to the road, I noticed I could hear the river far louder than I should have been able to. Normally you have to get well into the woods before it becomes noticeable, but this time I could hear it from much farther off. At first, I blamed the heavy rain from the day before, which seemed reasonable enough, but the odd thing was that the sound didn't fade the way it should have. It almost felt like it was keeping pace with me, even as I moved away from the trees. Once I reached the main road and started seeing the occasional car pass, I settled a little. Not much, but enough to stop imagining every shadow had a pulse. Then, I heard these strange bird calls coming from the wooded side of the road. They sounded completely unfamiliar, which bothered me more than I want to admit. I live near woodland, I work in conservation, and even if I'm hopeless at naming sounds on the spot, I've usually heard most things at least once. This was different, wrong somehow. And that was when I got that awful feeling. You probably know the one I mean. That creeping certainty that something is watching you. Not just nerves, not just your imagination running wild, but that deep physical instinct that tells you you're not alone. I've only really felt it like that before when someone actually was following me. So by that point, I was tense enough that I was halfway ready to run the last stretch, even though my legs were already aching from pushing uphill. I kept walking, kept checking behind me, kept listening to the woods on my left, trying to convince myself there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe some person lurking about, maybe someone off their head, maybe just a strange animal call bouncing oddly in the fog. I was trying very hard to stay practical. Then, completely out of nowhere, this animal stepped onto the path ahead of me. The closest thing I can compare it to is a fox crossed with a dog, but even that doesn't feel right. It came out halfway into the road, and then, without pausing, without looking at me, without making a sound, it turned and went straight back into the woods. And listen, I was already rattled, so that alone nearly stopped my heart. But what really got me was the way it moved. No hesitation, no pause, no rustling, no scraping, no noise at all. It didn't creep through the fence, didn't squeeze, didn't even seem to slow down. It just appeared, crossed, and vanished. My first thought was that maybe it was a stray dog and there was some gap in the fence I'd never noticed before. But when I reached the spot, the fence looked completely normal. And this thing wasn't tiny. It looked bigger than a fox by a fair bit, more the size of a shepherd mix maybe, so there's no way it should have slipped through like that without effort, and definitely not in total silence. I was terrified, properly terrified. Not in a dramatic way, just that raw, physical kind of fear that floods your chest and makes your eyes sting before you even realize it. And what was strangest of all was that it didn't feel malicious exactly. I didn't get the sense it wanted to hurt me. It was more like I'd brushed up against something I wasn't meant to understand. Where I'm from, the old stories about black dogs tend to go one of two ways. Either they're a terrible omen, or they're there to guide you, to keep worse things away, to make sure you stay on the road and get where you're meant to go. Since nothing bad happened to me, I've been choosing to believe it was the second kind. My late gran, Maeve, was deeply spiritual, and my sister's much the same. She's always pressing little bits of iron and silver into my hand, telling me to keep them on me just in case. I usually laugh it off, but after that morning, I'm a lot less quick to dismiss things. I've had other strange experiences around the edge of town before, ones that were arguably stranger than this, but I've never felt fear like that just from walking alone. Never. And I can tell you this much, supernatural or not, I understand now why so many people fork out for a taxi before dawn rather than walk that road in the dark. I made it to work safely, and when I checked the time, I'd done a walk that normally takes me close to 50 minutes in a little over half an hour. My legs ached the whole day after, and they were still sore the next morning. So yes, I got there. I was fine. But I still can't explain what I saw, and somehow, that's the part that stays with me most. I'm 25 now, and I've spent most of my life in the same house. I moved in when I was around 12, and for years it was packed with family, my parents, my grandparents, my younger brother, and for a while even my aunt and cousin stayed with us. These days it's just me, my mom, my dad, and my brother. Ever since I was young, I've been the kind of person who picks up on the feeling of a place really quickly. Back then, our house always felt heavy to me, especially at night. It's an old, spacious house, and once the lights were off, everything felt darker than it should have. I used to avoid walking around after dark unless I absolutely had to. But sometimes I'd need to go to the kitchen for water, and more than once, I saw the same figure standing in the living room. He was tall, completely shadowed, and looked like a man wearing old-fashioned clothes, a brimmed hat, and a long coat. He never rushed at me or made a sound. He would just stand there. I told myself it had to be my imagination, because that felt easier to live with. But one night, something happened that really shook me. I was in the little laundry room where we used to iron clothes, folding things and finishing up for the night. There was an old desktop computer in there, and I'd been watching random videos while I worked. When I turned the monitor off, I caught my reflection in the dark screen, and right behind me, I saw him. Clear as day. That same tall figure, much closer than I'd ever seen him before. I remember my whole body going cold. After that, I stopped going into that room by myself unless I really had to. There was another time when I woke up frozen in bed and saw someone standing near my feet. I don't remember every detail now, just the fear. Later on, my dad reminded me that it really happened because I ran into my parents' room crying so hard I could barely speak. I had almost buried that memory, but hearing him bring it up made it feel real all over again. At some point, I mentioned the man to my grandmother. She was deeply spiritual and very religious, and her response caught me off guard. She said it was her father watching over her. I didn't know what to do with that. It felt strange, but I let it go. Years passed, and eventually I stopped seeing him. I figured maybe I'd outgrown whatever had been going on, or maybe I really had imagined the whole thing. Then a few months ago, everything came rushing back. My cousin, my brother, and I were having dinner together, laughing about old memories, when my cousin suddenly asked, completely casually, whether we remembered the man with the hat in the house when we were younger. I can't even explain what that felt like. My stomach dropped. My eyes filled with tears before I could stop them. I just stared at him and said, "You saw him too?" Then my brother admitted he'd seen him as well, and my brother is not someone who gets rattled easily. Listening to both of them describe their own experiences was surreal. For so long, I had convinced myself it was all in my head. But hearing them say it out loud made me realize I hadn't been alone in it. None of us had talked about it back then because anything paranormal was basically off limits in our house. What's strange is that the house feels completely different now. The heaviness is gone. It feels calm, almost protected. Every now and then we still catch little things, like the quick shape of children darting around the dining table or crouching underneath it. But it never feels threatening. And sometimes I feel my grandfather's presence in the house too. That part doesn't scare me at all. It actually comforts me. I miss him deeply, and sometimes I talk to him like he's still nearby. Last week, my mom said she saw him standing in the kitchen for a second, and honestly, that made me smile. I like believing he's still around, quietly watching over us. I need to tell you about something that's been happening at my house, because honestly, I still can't make sense of it. My family has never really been the type to jump straight to ghosts or anything paranormal. We do believe there's something after this life, sure, but we're the kind of people who usually explain things away. A door shuts on its own? Draft. Strange noise in the hallway? Old house. That's always been us. But over the past several days, something's been going on that none of us can explain. And it started to really get under my skin. It began one evening about a week ago. It was just me and my mom at home, sitting in the lounge with our German shepherd, Kira. The cat was out in the hallway. Everything felt normal, quiet, nothing unusual at all. Then suddenly, we heard it. 3 loud knocks on the front door. Sharp, deliberate, the kind that makes you stop mid-thought. My mom and I just looked at each other. What made it so strange was that we have this big, heavy metal gate at the top of the driveway, and it makes a racket whenever anyone comes onto the property. You can always hear it. But that time, we hadn't heard a thing. We both got up to check, and right away I noticed Kira was acting completely wrong. She was right behind us, but her ears were pinned back and her tail was tucked between her legs. That's just not like her. Even when unexpected visitors show up, she's usually excited and bouncing around, desperate to say hello. And then the cat bolted. Just tore upstairs like something had terrified her. Later, I found her hiding under my mom's bed, shaking. When we opened the door, there was nobody there. Not a single person. No movement, no sign anyone had been nearby. The gate was still shut. The porch was empty. We even walked the whole property because it's fully fenced, and there was nowhere someone could have gone that quickly without us seeing them. Our nearest neighbor is elderly and moves slowly, so it couldn't have been him. And honestly, I don't see how anyone could have knocked and disappeared in that amount of time. That was the first moment where my mom and I both felt properly unsettled, because we had both heard it, clear as day. So it wasn't one of us imagining things. And for the first time, we didn't have a neat explanation ready. Since that night, things have only gotten stranger. I can't sleep with my bedroom door closed anymore. Whenever I shut it, I swear I hear soft knocking on the other side, like someone tapping just outside. But when I leave the door open, it stops completely. Both the cat and the dog have kept acting oddly too. They'll suddenly hide behind furniture, growl, or hiss at nothing I can see. And that's not their usual behavior at all. They're normally calm, affectionate, and ridiculously friendly. Then there's the voices. My whole family has started hearing one another calling out when the person isn't even there. One day my dad was in the shower after work while my mom and I were out on a walk, and he swore he heard her calling to him from the kitchen. The same thing happens to me when I'm home alone. I'll hear my mom or dad call my name so clearly that I answer back without even thinking. And then I remember, I'm the only one in the house. Tonight was what pushed me to finally talk about it. I'd just come home from work, still standing by the front door with my keys in my hand, when it happened again. 3 loud knocks. So hard the keys actually rattled in the lock. and I just froze. I don't know if I'm letting all of this get into my head. Maybe I'm more anxious than I realize. Maybe there's some explanation we still haven't found. I want there to be one. I really do. So I'm a student at ASU, and this happened last year during my first solo drive back to my hometown in Texas for Thanksgiving break. I was still pretty new to long-distance driving, and without realizing it, I ended up taking US 70 instead of I-10. Total rookie mistake. At first, I didn't think much of it, but the farther I got, the stranger the road started to feel. It was getting dark fast, and being out there alone for the first time, I was already a little on edge. Once I got past the mountains, the drive settled down a bit. It still felt kind of off, but there was something nice about passing through all these tiny towns I'd never seen before. It was just me, the road, and my playlist blasting through the car speakers, trying to stay awake and keep myself calm. Then, right as I was leaving the Safford area, I came over a hill and had to stop almost immediately. There were sparks, chaos, and a commercial semi-truck flipped over in the road. I was the third car to pull up, which meant I had barely missed the crash itself. That realization alone shook me. I rolled my window down, and I heard the guy from the first car run over to the second car yelling for help. He said, "You need to help me. This guy just died." I can't even explain the feeling that hit me in that moment. I was 18, alone, driving across states for the first time, already nervous, and suddenly I'm sitting in the middle of something horrifying. I called my parents right away and told them what had happened. I let them know I was going to be getting home much later than expected. Eventually, the police showed up, traffic started backing up, and one of the deputies came over to my car. He told me the best way to get home was to turn around, take US 191, and reconnect with I-10 from there. So I did. By then, it was around 8 p.m., and I was out on some back road with nothing but my music and my headlights. Honestly, part of it felt peaceful. I was listening to house in trance, and somehow it matched the emptiness of the road perfectly. I was still creeped out from the accident, but the drive had this quiet, surreal feeling to it. Not long after leaving town, near a junction I didn't recognize, I was going maybe 60 since I didn't know the road and there were no lights anywhere. Then out of nowhere, I slammed on my brakes, swerved into the other lane, and started honking. A man had stepped into the road. It was a 2-lane highway, and he could have waited literally a few seconds for me to pass. But what really stuck with me wasn't just that he crossed. It was the way he crossed. He looked rough, like maybe he'd been living on the street, but he didn't react to me at all. Not even a glance. My headlights were probably the only light around for miles. I was braking hard, honking, almost hitting him, and he just kept walking straight ahead like I wasn't even there. No hesitation, no panic, no acknowledgement. Nothing. That's the part I still can't shake. The second I passed him, this awful, eerie feeling came over me. I remember gripping the steering wheel and just wanting to get off that road as fast as possible. I never took US 70 again after that, at least not by choice. Then later on, I found out that US 191 used to be US 666, and a lot of people consider it one of the most haunted highways in the country. When I read that, my stomach seriously dropped. I ended up telling my girlfriend and one of my friends about it, and they both said the same thing, that maybe what I saw wasn't a normal person at all. And honestly, I don't know what to think. Even before I learned any of that, the whole thing already felt wrong in a way I still can't explain. Finding out the road's history just made that feeling stronger. I've lived in West Virginia my whole life, and when I was about 11, my family moved into a different house right before I started middle school. Everything felt new then, New school, new neighborhood, new routine. But I ended up making a close group of friends I still know today. Back then, we were all fascinated by the same kinds of things: ghost stories, haunted places, anything paranormal. It felt exciting at first, like we were stepping into some big mystery without really understanding what we were doing. One of my friends, Kayla, lived just a short drive away, and one weekend she brought over an Ouija board. The second it came out, all of us were curious. We gathered around it like it was some kind of dare, half laughing, half nervous. I still remember how we kept glancing at each other, trying to figure out if one of us was secretly moving the planchette. We even started lifting our fingers off it one at a time to test it. Then, at one point, every single one of us pulled our hands away together, and that thing still slid across the board on its own. We lost it. We screamed and bolted upstairs to where my parents were. We were just kids, scared out of our minds, and in all that panic, we never said goodbye to whatever we had been talking to. Looking back, that was the moment everything seemed to shift. After that night, instead of backing off completely, we kept pushing further. We started looking into other rituals and stumbled across scrying. At the time, it sounded mysterious more than dangerous. We tried staring into a bowl of water first, hoping to see something, and when that didn't seem to work, we decided a mirror might be better. Nothing happened that night, at least not while we were all together, and I remember thinking maybe the whole thing was nonsense. But sometime later, I woke up in the middle of the night and looked toward the mirror in my room. There was a woman standing there. She was pale, almost unnaturally pale, wearing a white nightgown. She had short brown hair cut in a chin-length bob, and this fixed, heavy stare that seemed to go straight through me. What has always stayed with me is that I didn't feel fear in that first moment. I know how strange that sounds. I should have been terrified, but I wasn't. I just stared back at her and shifted a little, trying to see if maybe I was somehow looking at my own reflection wrong. But she didn't move with me, not even a little. She stood completely still, her head tilted slightly downward, but her eyes locked on me. Somehow, I fell back asleep. Then it happened again on another night, and this time it was worse. I woke up and saw the same woman in the mirror, but now her neck was bent sharply to one side, and her expression had changed. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked furious, or shocked, or both. It's hard to describe it exactly, but even now, years later, I can still picture her face with disturbing clarity. And again, for reasons I still can't explain, I didn't feel the kind of fear you'd expect in that moment. Looking back, the only way I know how to make sense of that is to believe God was protecting me somehow. Still, those experiences stayed with me. They changed something in me for good. I've had a deep fear of mirrors ever since, and honestly, I keep my distance from anything connected to trying to contact the other side. I'm in my 20s now, and that fear never really left. What I've shared here is only one part of what happened in that house. There were other things too, more than I can fit into one story, but this part has always haunted me the most. About 6 months after we moved out, something horrible happened at that old house. A homeless woman had been sleeping on the porch, and someone set both her and the house on fire. From what I remember, she didn't survive. I want to say this with full respect for her and for her family, because what happened to her was deeply tragic. But I also remember hearing that the man responsible claimed he felt influenced by something paranormal when he did it. And after everything I experienced in that house, I believed there was something deeply wrong there. I really did. Whatever was in that place felt dark. It felt patient. And I've always been grateful we got out before something happened to us too. So if there's one thing I hope anyone takes from my story, it's this. These things are not games. Tools like Ouija boards, rituals, attempts to reach beyond what we understand, they can open doors you may not know how to close. Curiosity can feel harmless when you're young, but some things carry consequences long after the thrill is gone. I'm a wildlife biology grad student, and until late August of 2023, I never really gave the supernatural much room in my mind. I was helping lead a small student research team at a monkey sanctuary in Central Florida, where we were studying a nocturnal species that was most active well after dark. So our work usually began close to midnight, when the whole place felt like it belonged more to the animals than to us. The sanctuary sat way out on the edge of town, surrounded by acres of dense hardwood forest. There was just one main building where everyone kept supplies, took breaks, and handled veterinary work. Beyond that, it was all trees, trails, and enclosures tucked beneath the canopy. That night started out completely normal. I had our schedule set, our materials ready, and we were moving through the trials like we always did. For this part of the study, we were showing the monkeys printed photos and recording how they responded. Usually they were curious. They'd creep a little closer, settle onto a branch, stare at the image, and make these soft little chirps and calls to each other. But during the second round, something felt off almost immediately. The monkeys in that enclosure weren't behaving the way they normally did. Instead of coming near us, they stayed close to their nesting boxes, tense and still, like they didn't want to be seen. I was sitting there with another researcher, Elise, both of us in folding chairs with red filter flashlights, trying to stay focused on our notes, when I heard it. At first, it was faint. So faint I honestly wondered if I was imagining it. But then, it grew clearer. It was music. Just one instrument, a flute, no singing, no rhythm behind it. Only this thin, drifting melody moving through the trees. I turned slightly, trying to place where it was coming from, but behind us was nothing except darkness and the outline of the woods. Then Elise touched my arm. I looked at her, and her face had gone pale. I asked, "You hear that too?" She nodded, real slow. I checked my watch, and we only had a few minutes left in the trial. I remember thinking, just finish the timer, just stay calm. But the music kept getting louder, and that was the part I couldn't explain away. There was a road nearby, sure, but not close enough for it to sound like that, and if it had been coming from a passing car, it should have faded. Instead, it felt like it was drawing nearer, like someone was standing somewhere inside that fenced property, somewhere in the woods with us. And then I got this terrible feeling. You know that feeling when your whole body suddenly knows something before your mind catches up? It felt like there was something behind me, watching us from the trees. I didn't want to turn around. I couldn't. I just kept staring ahead, already knowing exactly which patch of darkness it was, near that bent old tree between two enclosures where we always caught our feet on the roots. Elise looked toward me and whispered, very quietly, "Don't turn around." That was the moment everything changed. All the monkeys went silent. There were dozens of them spread across that sanctuary, and all at once the sound just stopped. The pair we were observing disappeared into their nest box completely. No movement, no calls, nothing. The whole forest felt like it had pulled in a breath and refused to let it go. I remember feeling so scared I almost started crying, and at the same time I was trying to reason with myself, trying to force a normal explanation over something that didn't feel normal at all. But deep down, I was certain we were not safe out there. We didn't say a word, and we didn't look back. We just grabbed what we could and ran for the keeper house as fast as we could. Behind us, the flute kept going, louder than before, and then the monkeys erupted. All at once, the whole sanctuary came alive with noise, frantic and sharp and wild. The second we got inside and shut the door, the music was gone. Just gone. The keeper on duty and the other student working that night stared at us like we'd lost our minds. We were both shaking, trying to explain what happened. After a while, the keeper admitted other people had reported strange things in those woods before, though nothing exactly like what we described. That didn't help, honestly. It only made the whole thing settle deeper into my chest. What stayed with me most was Elise. She was one of the calmest people on our team, steady in every kind of situation, and she was deeply unsettled. On the drive home, she told us her grandmother had taught her spiritual beliefs growing up, and she thought whatever had been out there was something dangerous, something not human. She said the moment we got home, we needed to go straight inside, lock the doors, and not linger outside for any reason. She kept saying she couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us. No one laughed. No one argued. One of the others got so frightened she started crying, and the rest of the drive passed in silence. Nothing like that ever happened again. We went back to work, finished the study, and life moved on the way life always does. But that night has never really left me. I still think about the music, the silence of the monkeys, and that awful certainty that something was standing just out of sight, waiting for us to look. I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was only music from far away and fear filling in the blanks. Maybe it was some strange trick of the woods at night. Or maybe it was something I still don't have the language to explain. I just know that whatever happened out there felt real, and even now, remembering it gives me the same chill. So, I want to tell you about my grandma, because even after all these years, I still feel her with me. She passed away from cancer in 2016 when I was 15. We were incredibly close. It always felt like it was mostly just the two of us against the world, especially because a lot of my dad's side of the family were cruel in ways that are hard to explain unless you've lived it. When she got sick, the people who should have protected her failed her. My grandfather walked away when things got hard, and my biological father never even gave her the dignity of a real funeral. After my grandfather sold the house they had shared for more than 20 years, he took off to chase this dream of traveling around in a camper. That was never her dream. She was sick, exhausted, constantly at doctor appointments, and she needed stability, not highways. So she ended up living in my dad's cramped apartment, and it broke her heart. She was devastated, and honestly, anyone would have been. My dad told me that while he was at work, I needed to take care of her. I was just a kid, trying to figure out rides, schedules, and how to avoid being around him as much as possible. I didn't want that responsibility, but I loved her, so I did everything I could. I showed up for her in every way I knew how. A few days before she passed, my dad came home early one winter night, drunk and angry, and threw me out of the apartment around 2 in the morning. It was freezing. I had no car, nowhere to go right away, and I was terrified. My mom said she could come get me at sunrise, so I just had to make it through the night. What I remember most is my grandma coming outside after me, dragging her oxygen tank with her. She was crying. I was crying. And she looked at me and said, "I'm sorry your father turned out this way. I did not raise him like this." I have never forgotten those words. I asked her if he was hurting her too, and she told me no, that he treated her differently. I hugged her so tight that night. Somewhere deep down, I think I knew it might be the last time. A few days later, my dad called me. His voice was cold, flat. He said, "She died. Come get her things." My mom drove me over. The whole place felt wrong the second I walked in. He handed me a few things and basically told me not to expect anything. But I wasn't there for possessions. I never cared about any of that. I just wanted her back healthy again, laughing again, sitting in the home I grew up visiting, the one that actually felt like hers. Then he did something I'll never unsee. He shoved his phone in my face and showed me a photo of her after she died, lying on the floor. It was brutal. I didn't need that image in my mind, but it's still there. The one detail that stuck with me was the morning light coming through the room, falling across her in that darkness. I can still see it. I grabbed the little things that were hers and headed for the door, barely holding myself together. As I was leaving, he said there would be no funeral, no service, nothing. He said her ashes would be scattered in Lake Huron. I remember feeling grief first, then anger right behind it. But stronger than both was this overwhelming feeling that I needed to leave right then and never come back. And I didn't. That same day, I went to pick up my younger sister from the bus stop. I had just gotten my license not long before, and I remember being happy to see her because she was this bright little piece of normal life after so much darkness. She got in the car, and I realized I'd left my phone back at home on the charger. I remember thinking, great, but we were only a few blocks away, so it didn't really matter. Then, the car started ringing. I answered without even thinking, and I heard this voice, warm and cheerful, say, "Hi, honey, how are you?" It was so familiar, so comforting. I said, "Who is this?" And there was static for a second. Then I froze, because I remembered my phone was not in the car. It was at home. My little sister looked at me and asked who it was, and I just stared at her. Then the voice said, "I love you. I'm all right, sweetheart. I'm always with you." And then the call ended. I knew. I knew exactly who it was. I rushed home and told my mom everything. She looked at me like she already understood and said, "That was your sign. She wanted you to know she's okay." Later that night, I was lying in bed, half drifting off, and I felt this presence near me. Not frightening, just heavy, almost sacred. Then my phone rang again. Unknown number. I answered, and all I heard was static. But somehow, I didn't need words. I believed that was her too. Like one more touch on the shoulder before she let go. A few weeks after that, my grandfather showed up at our door unexpectedly. I hadn't seen him since he left her. He looked awful, like he hadn't slept in days. I let him in, but I didn't say much. He told me he'd been having nightmares. He said he kept waking up to strange phone calls where no one spoke. And I just listened because in my heart, I already felt what it meant. Then he started talking about how he'd been living in the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee and how things had gotten strange there. He said he kept seeing a woman, hearing things, feeling like he was being watched. He even told me this woman kept telling him he didn't belong there. I remember looking at him and feeling this sharp anger rise in me, because part of me thought, good. Good. Let him feel unsettled. Let him carry a fraction of the fear and guilt he left my grandma with. He said he was scared and moving back. I told him goodbye, and that was that. From what I heard later, he did move back, but he was never the same. These days, all I ever catch are occasional posts online about some trail he's walking or a dog he adopted named Spirit. It's strange, honestly. But what has stayed with me most is that call. It's been almost 10 years, and nothing like that has ever happened to me again. Not once. That's part of why I believe it mattered. I've always been sensitive to things I can't fully explain, and sometimes I still wonder if that was her way of saying goodbye without really saying goodbye. Or maybe not goodbye at all. Maybe just, I'm still here. And truthfully, when I think of her, that's what I choose to believe. I need to tell you about my brother, Mateo. He was still just a teenager when my parents decided to send him to Mexico to get him away from the gangs. Things had gotten bad enough that they felt it was the only way to protect him. I went almost a full year without seeing him, and when I finally did, we stayed up late talking, trying to make up for all that lost time. That night, while we were catching up, he shared the most terrifying story I had ever heard. He told me that back then, he used to come home drunk pretty often, but one night was different. He said he barely even remembered how he got home. The last thing he clearly remembered was falling backward onto his bed, completely out of it. A moment later, he thought he heard his bedroom door open and then shut again. When he lifted his head to see if someone had come in, the whole room felt like it was spinning. At first, he blamed the alcohol. He figured he should get up and lock the door, just in case. But when he tried to move, he realized something was very wrong. His bed was no longer touching the floor. He said it was hovering. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something standing in the room. When he turned to look at it, he told me he saw what he could only describe as the devil himself. He said it was enormous, so big he couldn't understand how something that size could even fit inside the room. Its skin looked like it was burning red, and its horns were thick and twisted, like old tree branches. He said it looked furious, just absolutely full of rage. Mateo told me he didn't even realize he'd been screaming until our grandmother rushed into the room. Now, my grandmother was tiny. She was maybe 4'9" on a good day. But he said when she walked in and spoke, her voice filled that room with a power that felt just as huge as the thing standing there. She shouted at it, told it that it was not welcome in her home, and ordered it to leave. And just like that, it vanished. He said he was still in shock when the bed suddenly dropped back to the ground. He tried to jump off, but our grandmother told him to stay exactly where he was, and he listened. He lay there stiff as a board while she started praying the rosary over him. He told me he had never slept as deeply as he did that night, and he had never slept like that again afterward. But that wasn't the only time. He said there was another encounter, and somehow it was even worse. One night, he woke up to the feeling of someone pulling him by his feet. When he looked down, he said he saw that same dark figure dragging him off the bed. Right near his bedroom door, he had a holy cross hanging on the wall. He managed to reach out and grab it just before whatever had hold of him could pull him any farther. The second he held it up, the figure disappeared. When it was over, he realized he was no longer in bed. He had been dragged all the way to just outside his bedroom. I told him right away that there was no way, that he had to be making that one up. The first story was terrifying enough, but at least our grandmother had witnessed it too. This second one felt impossible. Then he told me to go talk to one of his friends. This friend had been around our family for years. After his mother passed away, we more or less took him in, so I trusted him. When I asked him about that night, he got very serious. He told me he had seen it too. He told me the worst part wasn't just the fear, it was the helplessness. Seeing someone you care about being pulled away and not being able to move even an inch. That kind of helplessness stays with a person. He said he kept trying to yell to Mateo, telling him to grab the cross. Later, Mateo said he never heard him. But somehow, he still reached for it. So that made 2 encounters, and both of them had witnesses. What stayed with me most, though, was something else he admitted later. He said that for as long as he could remember, he had always had dreams about demons, about dark things, about the devil. But after our grandmother prayed over him that night, those dreams slowly started to fade. Not all at once, but little by little. I haven't asked him about those dreams in a long time. I guess some things just become too heavy to bring back up. And to be honest with you, we don't really talk about our dreams anymore. You know, back around 2010, my sister moved to a different town for work, and during the week she was gone until really late at night. That meant my niece and her younger brothers were home on their own a lot more than they should have been. Around that time, I started noticing my niece, Mariella, was calling me almost every evening. One night she said, "Don't you think it's weird that I keep calling you like this?" And I told her, "No, baby, you're my niece. You could disappear for 5 years and call me out of nowhere and I'd still pick up." I could practically hear her rolling her eyes through the phone. Said she loved me. At first, I'll be honest, sometimes I just let her talk while I half listened. I thought maybe she was lonely, maybe she just needed company. But then one night, I really listened, and what she told me chilled me straight through. She said, "There's something coming from my mom's room. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels wrong. Heavy. Mean." She told me that every time she got near that room, the air felt thicker, like it pressed against her chest. She said it was so bad she stopped sleeping in her own room because it was directly above her mother's. She said whenever she stepped inside that room, it felt like she couldn't breathe, like the whole space was packed with rage. Then she said something I never forgot. She said, "It feels like somebody died in there hating everything." I asked her if her mother felt any of that, but she told me her mom was barely home long enough to notice anything. Now, I should tell you, Mariella had always been the kind of child who noticed things other people didn't. Ever since she was little, she'd draw strange things she said she saw. I remember one time she kept sketching this dark shape in the corner of every page. At first it was small, then in each drawing it got bigger and bigger. I finally asked her, "What is that supposed to be? The moon? A shadow?" And she said, "No, it's the thing I see in my room at night." I asked if it scared her. She said, "Not really." And that broke my heart more than if she'd said yes. She'd already been through so much by then. Her mother was emotionally gone, her father had drifted out of her life, and I think she had learned to live beside things that would have terrified somebody else. Some kids cry. Some kids act out. Mariella just kept seeing things and carrying on. Anyway, a few days after that conversation, I had one of the strangest experiences of my life. Early one morning, I woke up suddenly, straight upright in bed, with that awful feeling that something wasn't right. I got up and started toward the bathroom, and from there I could see part of my backyard through the window. I had this strong feeling that someone was out there. The window was shut, and I remember trying to peek out without being seen. But somehow, in the next instant, I was outside. That was when I realized I was still dreaming, or at least, I thought I had to be. I looked down at my hands and my arms, and they were translucent. Not invisible exactly, just thin and see-through, like smoke shaped into a person. And I remember thinking, for one brief second, "This is incredible." Then the fear hit me. Not ordinary fear either. It wrapped around me so fast and so completely that I could barely think. It felt ancient, suffocating, like I had stepped into somebody else's terror and it had closed around my throat. That's when I saw them. The man stood rigid, full of anger. But underneath that anger was fear. I could feel it as clearly as if it were my own. My hands flew to my throat because suddenly I couldn't breathe. The woman moved restlessly, like someone caught between staying and leaving, like she was trapped in the moment of parting. I had this overwhelming sense that they were at the end of something terrible, that they both knew they were about to go in different directions forever. Then the man turned and looked directly at me, and I woke up. Later that same week, Mariella called me again, but this time she sounded excited, almost breathless. She told me her coach had driven her home because her mom still wasn't back, and somewhere in conversation, the coach mentioned that a couple had died in that house years earlier. According to what she'd heard, the husband had killed his wife after accusing her of cheating. The second she said that, everything in me went cold, because suddenly the heaviness in that room, the suffocating feeling, the hatred she described, my dream, all of it seemed to click into place. It didn't prove anything, not really. but it fit in a way that made my skin crawl. Then we looked into it more, and this is the part that still gets me. The people connected to that house looked exactly like the couple I had seen in my dream. I even described their clothes before seeing any photos. I told her the man wore a white hat, a white button-up shirt, pale blue jeans, and white cowboy boots. The woman had on a brown dress, and her hair was long, dark, and curly. I remembered earthy colors on her, soft floral details, bare legs, clunky shoes. Their faces in the dream had been blurred somehow, like I wasn't meant to see them clearly, but the rest of them I remembered perfectly. Mariella and I just sat with that for a while, trying to make sense of it. She kept asking me why they would come to me in a dream when she was the one living in that house. I never found an answer for that. Maybe because she was too close to it, and I was the one listening. Maybe whatever was there wanted to be seen by someone who would believe her. Or maybe some things don't wait for explanations. What mattered most to me was that, after that, Mariella finally felt like she wasn't imagining it. She wasn't crazy, and she wasn't alone. Eventually, she convinced her mother to move, and they did. You know, back then I was playing in a rock band based out of Uvalde, Texas, and every weekend I'd make the drive in from San Antonio. It was close to 2 hours each way, so by the time I got there, usually around 4 in the afternoon, I was already settling in for a long night. We'd rehearse for hours, sometimes until 2 or even 3 in the morning. Then there'd be the usual band night stuff, grabbing food, knocking back a few beers, talking too much, laughing too loud. After that, I'd pack up my gear and head home alone. There was one night I still can't shake. I left Uvalde around 2:30 in the morning, same as always. I usually took the quieter roads out of town before getting onto Highway 90 East. Less traffic, less hassle, just me and the dark road ahead. It felt easier that way. I hadn't even made it to the main road yet when I saw her. She was a young woman walking alone in the dark, wearing this striking crimson dress. She turned, saw my headlights, and started waving me down like she really needed help. So I pulled over. She came up smiling, almost oddly cheerful for someone standing alone in the middle of the night, and asked if I could give her a ride. She said she was late to a party and was hoping I could help her get there. I didn't think too hard about it. I just saw somebody out there by herself and figured I should help. She got into the back seat, and I remember, half joking, half serious, asking, "You're not setting me up, are you?" She laughed right away and said, "No, of course not." We started talking like it was the most normal thing in the world. At one point, I even asked, "What are you, a ghost or something?" And she laughed again and said, "No, I'm a vampire." I laughed too, but mostly I was just focused on dropping her off and starting that long drive back home. The strange part started when I came up on the turn I normally took to get to Highway 90. I was about to turn right, and she told me to go left. That felt wrong immediately. Still, I listened, and within minutes, everything changed. The houses disappeared. The streetlights disappeared. It got empty fast, like the world had just folded shut around us. I kept checking with her, asking, "Are you sure this is the way?" And every time she'd just giggle and say something like, "Yeah, don't worry, you're fine. The party's big. You should come hang out." Then she told me to turn again and said it was just past the train tracks, that she'd get out there. So I did. We came to this pitch-black crossroads in the middle of nowhere. No music, no lights, no cars, no sign of any party at all. She opened the door, stepped out, leaned down by my window, and told me again I should come join them. Then she walked off into the dark. I turned the car around so my headlights would face the direction she'd gone. And she was gone. Just gone. There was nobody there. I sat there staring, trying to make sense of it. Then I locked my doors, reached into the glove compartment, and pulled out my pistol because suddenly my whole body was telling me something was deeply wrong. I scanned the area with my headlights, then drove a quick circle with my high beams on. Nothing. No footsteps, no movement, no house, no party, no woman in a red dress. Just silence. I hit the gas and got out of there fast. Didn't look back. I picked her up near a side street just outside town, and the road she had me take led way out into open country. Later on, I tried looking into whether there had ever been an accident or a death in that area matching her description, but I never found anything. And then, she vanished.